show their idea life. This event and for this opportunity, and thank you.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿವನ್. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಶುಭೋದಯ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ವಿಶಾಲ್. ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪೀಣ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಾವರ್ಬ್ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಹೊಸತು ಹೊಸತು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಹೊಸತು, ಹೊಸತು ಹೊಸತು ಪ್ರತಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯೂ ಹೊಸತು, ಹೊಸತು ಹೊಸತು ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ಷಣವೂ ಹೊಸತು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಇನ್ ಫಿಯರ್. ಲೈಕ್ ನಾನು, ನನ್ನ ಟೀಮ್ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ನೇ ನನ್ನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿರೋಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. ಲೈಕ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಫಿಯರಿಂಗ್, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ನನ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಮ್ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಅಭಯನ್ನ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ನ ಕೇಳಿ, ಅಭಯನ್ನೂ ಸೋಲೋ ಆಗಿ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿನ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಐ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ಡ್ ಎ ಲಾಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹಿಮ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮಂಥನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ. ಬಟ್ AI session, it was very interesting and I learned a lot from it. Thank you so much.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Vismay V. Chandra from 4th Sem Mechanical from University of Vishweshwara College of Engineering. Even yesterday, I have given some feedback, which was very good. Today, I would like to highlight few points which I noted down in the sessions. So I just wanted to point it out something. The first one was Shravan sir, in which the one thing I have noted down is identifying what is entrepreneurship, identifying real problems and coming up with solution and improvising them. First, coming up with any entrepreneur idea to start your own thing, first you would like to see the real problem which you are actually facing. In my case, actually, in my case, it's my idea is almost similar to urban company. I got it realized it very lately. The one thing was I faced the plumbers. I recently shifted to Bangalore here, and then I had multiple things running out in my house. Yeah, for example, like plumbing thing, fixing aquaguard and all. And we asked our neighbors if, do you have any plumbers or contact of any plumber? Then we contacted him. And the first thing was he came and he did the job, but half and half, he left it in the half itself. And the second time, after some 2-3 months, we wanted to call some plumber, but we had the same number. But we can't contact him, right? Because he already lost our trust. So this was one of the case, and there are multiple scenarios like that. So this was the problem I was facing. And the solution, what I was thought of, creating one platform in which they can, the customer can post their problem in the app, and then the professional can see it and bid that I will do this job at this rupees, for example 500 rupees, and the customer can select whether they want it the job to be done at 500 rupees with the professional of with having the rating of 5, or a professional who has bidded as 400 rupees and his rating is about some 4. It's customer choice whether they want the quality or the how much they afford. So that's the thing. And for improvising thing, I am attending these workshops and I've been discussing with my friends so that I can improve this idea. So this was one of the thing I understood from Shravan sir. I have written few points which I really felt good and just repeating it here. And the next one was Abhay Rangan. His previous year's Manthan winner from One Good. The one important point I understood is distribution is equally important as product. Distribution is equally important as your product. It's not just creating one product and just fell in love with it and my product is the best, but rather we should also focus on distributing it so that we can run the company profitable and in the best way possible. And another point I like from Abhay Rangan sir is create your personal brand and post each and everything, your wins and losses, everything, either in Insta or in LinkedIn and all, which as in Abhay Rangan sir's case, most of the investors came through seeing his posts in Insta and LinkedIn. So this is one of the like major thing which can impact freely without any like doing paid ads and all. And the another thing I really like this from Shrikant S. Rao, sir. It was very awesome, and few of the points are like differentiator is very important. As I said, like my idea is almost similar to Abang company, so I have to see what is the differentiation from my idea. So I have to come up with it and all. And the another thing was core competence. Like, do I have Aukat? That's what he referred to. Like actually, as I am a mechanical engineering student, I don't have as much as idea as app development and all. Basically, this idea is all about app development. So do I actually have the awkaat to do this, like to take this idea forward? So this is the major thing I should ask myself. That's what I understood yesterday. And then yeah, I had few question marks in which I didn't understand. I didn't understand what ERP is, so I didn't go through. Okay. And then okay, I didn't write the who's the speaker is. I have written few points. One is the sharpen the idea, like probably the founder of Gramia, I guess. So criticize your own product so that in future nobody would able to criticize and they can't come and give you some new idea. So you should criticize yourself so that nobody would criticize you later. And ask why others are not doing our idea, which we think is unique. We might be thinking that our idea is unique in such manner, but we should think why others are not doing. There might be some fault. In rare cases, it might be unique, of course, but we can't be sure. There might be some. I got to know from discussing with my few senior I met yesterday that even the urban company started from the bidding thing itself. That what my initial idea was. So I think I should go on further. Like, what can I do? Yeah. So these are the few things I really understood. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A warm good morning to all present here. So myself Nisar Ahmad from Bangalore City University main campus, MBA final year. So I would like to first of all thanks the Manthan to give this wonderful opportunity to participate in this occasion, and we have to attend the session and for giving the feedback here. So first of all, it was an amazing experience yesterday what we attended. So as we know that learning is continuous. So we learn always something new every day. So some of the points I would like to mention what I learned from yesterday. So about MVP. So as a management student, yesterday I come to know that what is MVP and what is the prototype and what are the target audience. So mainly we have to focus on brand positioning, how it would cause an important factor while we are participating or we are establishing any product. So as we know that we already crossed one step of fear. So many of them have the many ideas, but because of the fear, they can't move forward. So, but we are enrolled and we are registered and we came here. So we already crossed one of the step. So win or lose, that doesn't matter. Participation is important. Entrepreneurs are not made, they are born. Thank you.
Thank you for all your feedback. So I want to ask people from in the back to come forward, because you see a lot of empty chairs. So please come forward. So I know you are the backbencher, so you are the core of this. So please come forward, all of you. So the entire hall, all the people sitting in the last 4 or 5 rows, please come forward. So even in this section also, even in this one, I don't have to specifically point it out. So if you guys don't move, I'll make you come and sit on the first rows. So choice is yours. So all of you, please come forward. ಸೊ ಈ ರೋಲ್ ನಾನೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾನೇ ಬಂದು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರೋಲ್ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. And same goes with this row, this section also. The last 2 rows who are actually sitting, please come forward. ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೈ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ತರ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. Good morning, everyone. I need some more energy. Good morning. Very good. Okay, I had requested some of them to come forward. Looks like a few stayed back. So either you come forward, I'm going to handhold you and bring you forward. Please come forward. All of you, the last 5 rows, please come forward. Even in this one, last 5 rows, the last 4 people sitting over there, please come forward. 5 people sitting, please come forward. Okay. I would now like to welcome all of you to this program of Manthan Knowledge Workshop. This is the first time we are having in collaboration with Government of Karnataka, and it is called FKCCI INNO Manthan. This is the 18th edition that we are doing the Manthan program. Now, may I now request the dignitaries, Madam Uma Reddy, the President of FKCCI, Professor Shobha G, Director, Department of Collegiate Education, GOK, and Shravan Gurutur, the Chairman of the Manthan Committee, to please come on the stage. As most of you are aware that this is one of the flagship programs of FKCCI, and we have been successfully doing this for the past 17 years, and this is the 18th edition. In this edition, we have, in collaboration with the Government of Karnataka, and now I may I now request Shri Uma Reddy to come and give her welcome address to the gathering. Just before Madam speaks, may I now request the Senior Vice President of FKCCI, Sairam Prasad, to come on the dais.
To our partner and guest this morning, Dr. Shobha, the Director for Department of Collegiate Education, Government of Karnataka, Ms. Manjushri, the Commissioner, Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, GOK, in absentia, my own colleagues, Senior Vice President Sairam Prasad, Chairman for the Manthan Committee, INNO Manthan 2026, Shravan Gurutur, Pranam, the co-chairman of this committee, to all the faculty from all the institutions who have joined this morning, and all the students from all the various colleges across both government and private colleges. Ellargu good morning, namaskara. Okay. So it's a second day in a row for all the students here. Yesterday was your first day, and I hope it was good. I'd like to hear a good response. How was it yesterday? Good? Okay, that sounds good. So it's another day of learning. You know, very incidentally, when Pranam was asking all the students from the back rows to come forward, I remembered my own college days when, you know, we sit at the back of the office, of the rooms. And then the moment we get into entrepreneurship and business, we all want to occupy the front rows. And it's such a sea change in our attitude to, you know, move from the back to the front. And it is quite amusing at the same time, very ironical, but I'm looking forward to more of the students here to be entrepreneurs, to neither sit in the front row and in a few years to sit on this side of the dais and then share your own experiences and success. You know, that's what makes us all, you know, proud when you feel like sharing your own experiences. Everyone at FKCCI is an entrepreneur. So I just want to quickly say, we have, I know most of the students have come here, but how many of the students here know of FKCCI? Raise your hands. Far and few. How many visited FKCCI? So I'll just quickly tell you a few words about FKCCI, which will be of meaning to you if you don't know about it. the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry was actually, founded in 1916 by a visionary, none other than Nalwadi Krishnaraja Wadiyar, who gave us the land. And it's just a hop, skip, jump away from here, just next to State Bank of Mysore, the erstwhile State Bank of Mysore. Now it's the State Bank of India. In fact, it was all part of one compound at the beginning. And that was the land given by the then Maharaja to set up the Chambers of Commerce. And imagine what a visionary he should have been to have thought of an organization in 1916. And 110 years later, in 2026 today, it is still very relevant, doing programs like INNO Manthan. So it was also then founded by none other than our own visionary leader, Sir M. Visvesvaraya, who took on the onus of founding the Chambers of Commerce. In those days, it was called the Mysore Chambers of Commerce and Industry, later moved on to the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry. For your information, we have about 4,500 members. It started as a trading community in good old days. Then the manufacturing came in, so manufacturing companies came in. Then came the services, and then came in the professionals. So we have 4,500 members in trading, manufacturing, services, professionals, and associations across the state of Karnataka. And these associations are quite often either district chambers. So some of you would be from the districts. So you must look out for the district chambers of commerce in your own district. And also you'll have your own specific association, which are sector specific. It can be a garments association. It can be a steel, manufacturers association. It can be a foundry association. It can be a, food processing products association. All of them are our members. So in that way, our reach goes out to nearly 600,000, because each of these associations will have anywhere between 100 to 3,000 members themselves. Having said that, they're also across all sectors. You'll see them in garments, food processing, engineering, turned components, aviation. You name the sector, you'll find some member. Now, why am I saying all this to you? I'm sure when all of you are, have applied for INNO Manthan this year, and we are glad that we had the government of Karnataka to join hands with us for the FKCCI INNO Manthan. In its 18th edition, we've gone through 17 editions, and this is the 18th edition. And a big round of applause to Government of Karnataka, Department of Higher Education, for their entire team for joining up with FKCCI for this INNO Manthan this year. Now, why am I saying this is a thing? Each of you have already applied, registered with an idea. And that idea is up on our, on our portal. And of course, the mentors and the jury are here. Shubha Ganesh is here. All of them will go through your, your idea, and then you go through an iteration process to be the winner of the 25 lakhs prize money in the end of few months, 4-5 months. But before that, you must also do your own work. So we have all these sector associations. So if any of your idea links to a particular sector and you find it online that there is a sector, there is an association that would add value to my idea, please reach out to them, contact them. Every association is there as a platform to support you. So I really request all the students, remember, in India, we love to give advice. We have a large number of entrepreneurs. I said 4,500 members of FKCCI, and I'm sure you'll find somebody as a mentor. So do reach out to FKCCI, go visit our website, Google, find out which are the associations, who are the people in your sector who will give value to your idea, and you don't even have to pay for it. It's literally going to come in complimentary. People are happy to advise, people are happy to share their thoughts. Make use of that opportunity to connect with the Chambers of Commerce, and you have both the chairman, Shravan Gudutur, and the co-chairman, Shubha Ganesh, and Ankur. Ankur is not here today. Pranam, the entire team who will support you. So look forward to a great day ahead and lot of learning, and enjoy your day today. And look forward to some of you being the prize winners, but don't, hesitate. Even if you don't win that prize money, The knowledge gained gives you a lot of, skill sets for you to be an entrepreneur whenever you wish to. And sooner or later, we hope to set up an incubation center at FKCCI, and we would definitely continue to, provide the necessary mentoring and support that is needed for every student to be an entrepreneur. So thank you very much, and a warm welcome to each one of you once again.
Thank you so much, madam, for the welcome address. May I now request Dr. Shobha G, Director, Department of College Education, Government of Karnataka, to give the keynote address. Thank you.
Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning to each one of you present here. As a director of the Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, representing Government of Karnataka, it gives me a great pleasure to be associated with Federation of Chamber of Commerce, the FKCCI, led by Madam Uma Reddy, the current president of FKCCI. And today we have the INNO Manthan president, chairman, Mr. Shravan Gudutur, and Mr. Sairam is here with us, and the entire team of FKCCI. I bring greetings from the entire Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, Government of Karnataka, and we're really happy to be associated with the 18th edition of FKCCI, INNO Manthan. Dear students, today is the second day of the knowledge workshop. I couldn't be present yesterday due to ongoing sessions, but I'm glad I'm here today. I'm sure yesterday must have been a day with a lot of clarity, giving you a lot of ideas, inputs, and probably some confusion also. Was it? Because very important. Any innovation begins with a question and a confusion. So if you had questions and if you were confused, and if this was a platform to clear that, I'm glad. That's exactly why the knowledge workshop was created. Dear students, I truly wish to appreciate each one of you. When Government of Karnataka partnered with FKCCI for the 18th edition of INNO Manthan, and when we put out the circulars and gave the time for students to register, of course, both the government and the private students, college students are also here. About 700, I'm told, yesterday were here, maybe a little lesser today. The 700 of you took that challenge, coming out of your comfort zone from the mundane classes and the curriculum to sign up for this event. Believing in your ideas, believing in what your thought can take you to. So I truly congratulate for each one of you for being that bold and courageous enough to enroll for INNO Manthan. Because it's quite comfortable to be in your own zone, thinking that my idea may not be worth enough. I may not be that intelligent enough, or I don't have an idea that can really be successful in the days to come. But only a handful of them raise up from that comfort zone and then take up an initiative like this. And I truly appreciate each one of you, because in this very room is a success story which is going to unfold very shortly. And for all that, once again, I congratulate each one of you for having registered for this. Because as Madam Uma was rightly saying, very rarely you get such an opportunity where your ideas can get shaped, nurtured, and where it can be guided into a proper business model. So in that context, each of your thoughts and ideas are worthwhile, and that's exactly what we believe in. Higher education is at crossroads today. Today, we just don't believe in giving you knowledge or covering up the syllabus, but we believe in teaching you the thinking skills, the critical thinking skills, questioning attitude, innovation. And this is what the higher education is today. And this is what Government of Karnataka higher education believes in. And that's exactly why the Government of Karnataka has partnered with FKCCI. We believe in each one of your dreams and ideas. Let it be coming from any college, anywhere. I'm so happy that both private and government college students are here, because ideas can come from any ecosystem. And only when people from different ecosystems, different caliber merge together, something phenomenal can happen. In that context, I appreciate and welcome students from every college. And we also have students out of Bangalore, the entire state of Karnataka, where our students have gone. They have joined online. I greet each one of you, my dear students, those of you who have connected beyond the Bangalore and the entire state of Karnataka and watching our 2 days program live yesterday and today. I bring these greetings and I wish each one of you, those of you who are online and offline with us today. Dear students, any of the thoughts began or have begun with a small idea. You take the example of Zoho, Ola, or any of these things. It all began as a small idea somewhere due to your personal inconvenience or some kind of a thought. And that is how they built up on this idea, pursued that, and that's how today we have success stories. So if you have that thought in your mind, if you think you have a solution for a problem, that problem needs to be addressed, and this is the platform where you can get some clarity on that. Clear those doubts and think, is my idea or the problem that I'm thinking of, will it solve some kind of a real life problem in the days to come? If so, you have the mentors, you have the industry representatives who will handhold you, guide you, mentor you, and see to it that your idea, the thought, what you have in mind, will be a reality in the days to come. So that is exactly why INNO Manthan is here. And we have these 2 days of knowledge workshop. In the days to come, there will also be other kind of programs very soon in the colleges which are going to unfold. And in the next few months, each of you will be handheld and the winners are going to emerge by the end of the 18th edition of INNO Manthan. Believe in your ideas, believe in your thoughts. Each one of you have it in you. And we truly believe, and that's why we are here to guide you. Once again, I wish you all the very best. Attend these sessions. Don't just think that knowledge workshop day 1 and day 2 is just a day of participation. It's not just a day of participation. It is a day where you can actually churn your ideas, get it shaped, and then take it forward. Because as I already told you, the success stories of our country, probably one such success story is in this very auditorium. We believe that and hope you also join us in that belief. Thank you so much. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಥಾಟ್ಗಳು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಹೊಸ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು, ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಆ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸುವಂತ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಅವರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ನಮಗಿದೆ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, once again, good morning and happy learning entire day to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for your inspiring words. I would now like to propose the vote of thanks. So firstly, I would like to thank the office bearers, the of FKCCI, the president and the vice president, senior vice president. I would like to thank Professor Shobha Ji, director of department. May I now request the office bearers to felicitate the speaker. I would also like to thank the Government of Karnataka, Department of Higher Education, Department of Collegiate and Technical Education for the success of this particular program. So, thank you so much. So there's a slight change in the schedule as of today. May I now request the chairman Shravan Gurtu, CS Shravan Gurtu, to come and brief about the financial planning, profit and loss, balance sheet, capital debt, and equity structuring, investor metrics. So may I now request Shravan Gurtu to please come on the stage and give a brief about his program.
A very good morning, everyone. For the next half an hour, there is a change of my role. I'm not an organizer, I'm a speaker, right? So for the next few minutes, I am going to take you all through certain basics, fundamentals of finance, which is very much important for you to understand your own business, have a little bit more visibility with clarity into the numbers that your business might have. When I say numbers, it is generally a combination of inflows and outflows of money. Can anybody give me examples of inflows of money in a company? ದುಡ್ಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? Sales, yes. And investor money, yes. Banks, somebody said loans, yes. Your own capital, right? Naven bandwala ant heltivi. You bring money from your own pocket, from your friends, family, yes. They all support you to start your own business. All these are the different kinds of inflows an organization, a business can have. What could be the outflows? Anyone? Expenses, yes. Day-to-day expenses, rent, electricity, salaries. Purchases, yes. In case I'm in the business of manufacturing, then raw materials, different items that are required to come out with the final output, that is the final product, yes. What else? Sorry? All the expenses, yes, absolutely. Yes. All right. So just a brief overview of what we will be covering today. We'll be covering broadly what are revenues, expenses with a couple of examples so that you can relate to and understand. I will also take you through the different revenue streams, etc. Different kinds of expenses and categories thereunder. Very importantly, we will talk about budgets, right? Without a budget, without a financial budget, it's as good as, driving a ship without a compass, right? So you need the visibility into the near future, or else your course might be off, right? You will not know where you're exactly going, how long you can actually go. So budgets are very important. And of course, we will end the session with learning about financial projections. We will have a very small case study just so that we understand what are financial projections and it becomes easy for us to understand. And please do note that this whole session tries to cover up the basics because we have a mix of audience, right? We also have non-commerce background students in the audience. While for the commerce students, this might be very, very basic, but while for the non-commerce students, you might have quite a few doubts in relation to this. So we will also have some time for Q&A in the end, right? So any particular kind of organization, any startup, any idea that you have broadly fits into three different kinds of revenue streams, right? One is sale of products. The other is sale of services. The third one is sale of products and services. Broadly speaking, you take any business under the sun, it will fit into one or more of these categories of revenue, right? So for the purpose of better understanding, we generally divide the revenues into operating revenues and non-operating revenues. Operating revenues are primarily those revenues which are the very objective of running your business, right? In case I want to sell this microphone, then selling this microphone is the sale of products. That's the actual business that I do. But in case I have some excess funds in my bank account and I want to put it in a FD temporarily, maybe ನನಗೆ ಬರೋ ತಿಂಗಳ ತನಕ ಆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಪುಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅನ್ FD, ಸೊ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ 1 month ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್. ನಾನು ಆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೇನೆ ನಾನು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ರನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದಿ ಒಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ದ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ದಿ ಒಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ದ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ is to sell this microphone and make the money, isn't it? So those non-directly related revenues or incomes an organization will have are categorized under non-operating revenue. So your focus should be on the operating revenue. Sir, ನಾನು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಬಂತು. ನಾನೇನೋ ಫುಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಬಂತು. ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ನಾನು ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ತಾನೆ? Scrap is operating revenue or non-operating revenue? It's neither operating nor non-operating. It is other operating revenue. Andre, something which is incidental to the main product falls under other operating revenue, but that is a very minuscule part of the overall top line. Top line andre artha agatalla. Top line means the total sales, right? The total revenue an organization will have. That forms a very minuscule part. So we are just focusing on operating and non-operating at the moment. Further, revenue can be categorized into 4 different buckets. Let's take examples and understand. Transaction-based revenue. I'm selling a pen, I'm selling some music, etc., right? Everything is in relation to products, right? Sale of goods are typical transaction-based revenue. Most of your ideas, most of your business plans will be generally around direct sale of products, right? Service revenue. Say, for example, there is a car rental company, Zoom car kelidira. What do? They let out the cars on hire, maybe for a day, couple of days, a week, a month, etc., on a subscription model, right? How do they charge you? They charge you on the basis of the usage of the car, correct? So those kind of usage fees is an example for service-based revenue. Recurring revenue. How many of you have ChatGPT subscription? Whoever has ChatGPT subscription, it's a monthly payment, right? So for that company, it's a recurring revenue. Or say a Google Drive subscription or a YouTube subscription. Or for that matter, let's take examples of Zomato, right? If you have a Zomato Gold subscription on a monthly basis, you pay a certain amount to them to continue the benefits of certain subscription. So all those amounts which come on a regular basis are called as subscription fees. Let's say I want to open a restaurant, Rameshwaram Cafe, right? I want to take up the franchisee. So what will the brand owner say? ನೀವು ಏನು ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮಂತ್ಲಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ 10% ರಾಯಲ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಮಂತ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ 10% ರಾಯಲ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ದರ್ ಬ್ರಾಂಡ್, ರೈಟ್? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ source of revenue for the brand owner, any restaurant for that matter, or any FMCG products, Bata, Reliance, you'll see so many showrooms, right? So quite a few of them who work on a franchisee model. So for the franchisee owner, those amounts in the form of royalties are recurring in nature. Yes, that's why they are also another example of recurring revenue. And of course, you have project revenue. Say, for example, I take up website development for a company. On the 2 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು 5 ಜನ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ, or maybe an ERP implementation, right? It'll take some time. It's a one-time project. It could be a small example like I took of website development, or it could be a large turnkey project, right? Putting up a steel plant, or EPC projects, putting up roads, railways, huge projects which are generally called as EPC projects. They are all in the form of one-time or project-based revenue, right? Of course, there might be billings at different intervals, but generally they are all project-based revenues. Are we clear so far? Right. Expenses, very simple. Again, for startups, it is more important that we bifurcate them into essential expenses and not essential expenses, right? Can anyone give me examples of, regular expenses that a business might have on a day-to-day basis? Anyone? Rent, daily wages, yes. Overhead, somebody said. Yes. Absolutely. Traveling, raw material purchase, somebody said, say for example, I buy a machinery for processing. Say for example, I have put up a food processing unit. I need to buy certain machinery, certain equipment, certain basic furniture, etc. That is also an outflow of money. Is that also an expense? I repeat, when I buy certain machinery, equipment, furniture, is that also an expense? Yes, it is an expense, but it is capital in nature, right? So we can also categorize expenses as revenue expenses and capital expenses. Revenue expenses are those where the utility or the life of the service for which you make the payment is short-lived, right? In case the utility or in case you are buying an asset where the life of it is beyond 1 year, then we call it as capital expenditure, right? Like plant and machinery, any other equipment or furniture. It is not like ee tinglu tagotira next thing adanu use madakagala. It is not like that. No, it has a life beyond 1 year. That is also an expense, but we will call it as an asset. There is a specific way to charge it to the P&L, which we call as depreciation, right? We will look at it in the next session. Of course, we have Shubha Ganesh, who will also be taking a part 2 of the financial game plans. She will dwell upon few of these things. But for this session, please understand that expenses can be one time, they can be recurring. Can you give examples of recurring expenses? Every month it will be there. Yes, salaries, electricity, right? Yes, rent. So why we are discussing all these? Because these become the very basic elements for you to build your budget. For you to understand what kind of expenses might be there in your business, you need to have a clear visibility, right? And on that basis, you'll be able to build your budget and financial projections. So what's a budget? ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಗೋವಾಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀರಾ. ಟ್ರೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಸರ್, ಅದು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಆಗೇ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ, right? Few of them are already laughing and I can read your faces, right? So in case that plan actually materializes and you really have to go, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೋತೀರ ತಾನೆ. ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಎಷ್ಟು, 2000 per night, 3000 per night, ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಮಿಡೇಷನ್ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ಹುಡುಕ್ತೀರಾ, ರೈಟ್? ಎಸ್. ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಗೋವಾ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ? ಯಾವ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೈಸಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ರೈಟ್? ಯಾವ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ವೆದರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಲಿಡೇಸ್ ಇದೆ. There are so many things that one needs to plan, right? Even if you take a simple example of a vegetable vendor on the road, a vegetable vendor need not have a fancy laptop and an Excel sheet, but he also has to do some kind of budgeting and planning. ಈಗ ನಾಳೆ ಉಗಾದಿ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತರಕಾರಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ನ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಡೇ ಅವ್ನ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ. ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ವೆಜಿಟೇಬಲ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪೆರಿಷಬಲ್ ಗುಡ್ಸ್, ಕೆಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್? ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ loss of revenue, loss of sales. Yes. So a chick vegetable vendor in the hididu, there is some element of planning, correct? So for your business idea, some basic level of planning, some basic level of budgeting, mandatory, right? We will see an example. What should be the period for which a budget needs to be prepared? Generally 6 months to 1 year, because beyond that namige ವಿಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿನೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾಳೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್? ವಿತ್ ದ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಜಿಯೋಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್, ದ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನ್ಸರ್ಟನಿಟೀಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್? ನಾಳೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೋ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ 1 year ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ಸರ್ಟನ್. ಸೊ ಜನರಲಿ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ 1 year ತನಕ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರೈಟ್? ಫೋರ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್, ರೈಟ್? ಫೋರ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Looking into the future. I just said a budget could be for 6 months, maximum 1 year, sometimes even 2 years. Everybody understands what is break-even point? What is break-even? It's a position where the profit or loss is equal to 0. Andre, my sales and the total of the expenses, purchases is equal, correct? In case my break-even point is 2 years from now, 3 years from now, then maybe you'll have to stretch your budget a little bit up until the break-even point, because you need to plan your finances. You need to plan ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ದುಡ್ಡು ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಎಸ್, ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ that visibility. Why do we need to project? Of course, few of you already mentioned from an investor's point of view, we need to understand when we need the cash inflows. In case we are going for some kind of external assistance in the form of bank loan, ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಸೇಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಏನ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಪರ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅದು ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ, ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀನಾ, ತುಂಬಾ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀನಾ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಆಂಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ problems and better plan your cash inflows and outflows. So this is a small case study. Just read it. I'll also read it along. Smoggles is a manufacturer of smart goggles with various features of a smartphone with an integrated camera. What is Smoggles? It is a smart pair of goggles. The proposed manufacturing unit is located in Mysore with potential customers across the world. Smoggles started its operations 1 month back and needs our assistance on financial projections to get better understanding of the viability of the business, potential costs, cash flow timing, based on which it can plan its strategy. Mysore alli, we are starting manufacturing unit of Smoggles. Smoggles are smart goggles, right? So for this, we need to understand what kind of revenue potential is there and what kind of expenses we will have to meet, right? Right. So this is a very simple projection for the financial year or for the calendar year 2026, right? So operating revenues, everybody understands. We just discussed the very main objective of doing the business in case of Smoggles is selling the smart goggles. So sale of goggles, I am projecting I can sell about 1,000 units in the first year, first projected year. And based on my market research, etc., you have understood your competition, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ, ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ you have decided selling price ನಾನು 5,000 ಇಡ್ತೀನಿ per pair of goggles. Okay, simple mathematics, 1,000 into 5,000 in the first year, I expect to generate a revenue of 50 lakhs. Are you all with me so far? Simple, right? Then there is sale of accessories. Maybe there are certain accessories that the company is also not mandatorily giving along with the main product. It is an optional purchase for the customers. Maybe only 250 of the customers actually want to buy it, per unit 500. So you have another set of smaller portion of operating revenue in the form of sale of accessories. ಎಷ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು? 1,25,000, total 5125. Just imagine the same example extrapolated to another year. Next year ಏನಾಗ್ಬೋದು? Anything can happen, right? You might goggles ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು goggles ಮೇಲೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ that is the only product. Next year ಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ you will have enough of customer data, correct? Maybe after 1 year you will be able to project it better. But standing today, second year ನಾನು ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, and if you say that you still want to focus only on sale of goggles, maybe you will increase the number of units. Okay, because you would have done marketings, maybe customers would understand the use cases of it, etc. And maybe there will be a higher demand. Price per unit, it can change or it needs to stay fixed. It can be anything, right? It is as per your perception. It is that identifying the sweet spot. Nan yav price ge ittare jaasti customers purchase ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, right? For the second year, I have decided in this case study example that same price idana 5,000 per unit. So again, simple mathematics totals to 7650. Now we just extracted it for another year, projected it into the third year 2028. What did we do here? We also changed the price. Why should we change the price? Again, it's purely a business decision. Maybe inflation, the kind of products that you are using in manufacturing these goggles obviously becomes dearer day by day, month on month, right? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ expensive ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, salaries ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, whatever is the rent or other expenses that you will have, and you need to meet them, isn't it? So you have increased from 5,000 to 6,000, and of course the number of units have also increased. So do you all get a clear picture of sales related projections ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಿಮ್ಮ own business ಗೆ ಅಂತ? Yes, this is from a product point of view. Similarly for services, yes, services ge there might not be a single price at which you give your service. Yes, there could be different prices. So you'll have to factor in all those kinds of specifics to your business. Yes? Are we clear so far? Right. Let's see some basic expense projections, right? When I asked a couple of questions around expenses, you can relate to itara expenses ella. I think most of you already named quite a few expenses. Naven madidvi revenue ee tanka nodidvi tane. First year was 5125, etc., etc. Expenses projections, we have put a small breakup. Again, nothing to break your head about, right? So ನಿಮ್ಮೋನ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಏನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ನೆಸೆಸರಿ ದಟ್ ರೆಂಟ್ ಪೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಯು ಮೈಟ್ ಬಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕಾರ್ ಗರಾಜ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಹೌಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಟ್ರಾ, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ರೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಸೊ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಿಗರ್ ಔಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಬೇರ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್. ನಾ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ mandatory expenses and non-essential expenses, because all of you are bootstrapped ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? You have very limited source of funds, limited amount of money, and you should make the best out of it, right? So our point of view in the ಏನೇನ್ mandatory expenses ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಸ್ಮಾಗಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ನಡ್ಸಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಆ ತರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ you will have to factor in, right? So first and foremost is all the raw material cost. COGS, anybody knows what is COGS? Cost of goods sold, right? Direct cost antanu heltivi, which also includes not just the raw material cost but also directly attributable, wages or even transportation costs, etc., right? So all those put together is about 25,62,000. How did I arrive at this number? Random ಆಗಿ arrive ಆದ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. You need to understand, for you to make one product, ಎಷ್ಟು minimum cost, direct cost ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ ನಾನು 1000 ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬರೀ 10 ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಎಸ್ ಎಕಾನಮೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ? 1000 ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಆ 1000 ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 25 lakhs ಅನ್ನೋದು ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. We have done some market research, maybe we have approached a couple of vendors, we have taken a couple of quotations, right? Based on that, we have put that number, right? Next main cost, of course, advertisement and salary. Any business in this day and age, ನೀವು in case social media marketing or D2C kind of business ಮೇಲೆ focus ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಅಕ್ವಿಸಿಷನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್? ಈಗ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಲರ್ನ್ಡ್ ಯೆಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ, ರೈಟ್? ಬಟ್ ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಹಿಮ್? ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ರಿಟೈನ್ ಹಿಮ್? ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಎನ್ಶೋರ್ he keeps buying our products, right? One way is, of course, advertising, marketing for the first purchase to happen. For subsequent purchases, it is the quality of the product that makes or breaks that particular customer, correct? So customer acquisition cost, again, basic analysis research will tell you. Say for example, if you're in the food business, Zomato, Swiggy platform charges anta charge ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. They charge roughly 30 to 40% of the sale price of your item as their platform charges. Yes. So similarly, if you want to post something on Instagram or any other social media, if you think allindane ನನಗೆ customers ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, then you will have to factor in those costs. So rest of the expenses I don't have to explain individually, right? Of course, there is something called interest on borrowings. Nan loan tagondidini yarindano. Bank loan is not possible, but maybe friends and family or free ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ, ಕೊಡದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. So you will might have to pay some interest to them. Yes, we have factored in that interest. So as you can see, we have covered quite a few outflow of expenses. There are a couple of expenses, like we discussed before, are not considered over here. Can anybody tell me what kind of expenses are not included here? Depreciation, that's a good one. It's a non-cash expenditure. Yes, it is not included. Anybody else? Agle discuss madidvi. We discussed a couple of examples. Sorry. Okay. Bad debts, not exactly an outflow of money, it's a sunk cost. Andre, I have already. Okay, maybe some forex gain or loss in case I have exports, imports, etc. That's a good one. Agle we discussed revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. Yes, capital expenditure will included ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು P&L ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. P&L ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಐ ಆಡ್, ಸೇ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ವೇರ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಬಾಡಿಗೆಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 5 ತಿಂಗಳದು ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಡೆಪಾಸಿಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ರೀಫಂಡಬಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಡೆಪಾಸಿಟ್. Yes, that's an outflow of money, right? But is that your revenue expense? No. It's refundable, right? It's an asset. Similarly, plant and machinery, ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಫರ್ನಿಚರ್, ಆಫೀಸ್ ಎಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಆ ತರ ಔಟ್ಫ್ಲೋಸ್ ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೋಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್. ಐ ರಿಪೀಟ್, your statement of profit and loss is primarily about revenue expenditure and sales. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಯಬಿಲಿಟಿ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ the next 6 months to 1 year ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ that becomes your budget. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1 ವರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಹಾಕ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. I need this bare minimum amount of money. Is everybody with me? Yes? Right. That's it. Do we have any questions? Any questions, anyone? Another questions, Idya? So as a part of your business plan, of course, business plan sessions ಇವತ್ತು 2 ಇದೆ. ಆ business plan sessions ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 slides. 1 slide is on your budget. Second slide is on your financial projections is mandatory. I repeat, ಈಗ financial projections ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸರ್ ನಾ 3 ವರ್ಷದ ತನಕ projection submit ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ? No, like I said, it is not mandatory. If you are able to have the visualization, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ next 1 ವರ್ಷದ ತನಕ ಏನು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, it's absolutely fine. But at least for 1 year ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ projections ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Budget details ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. Are we clear? Yes. Yes, ma'am. It's coming.
Sir, after submission of my projects to FKCCI Manthan or any funder, like how, when we get the some profit out of our project, when they fund and after getting the project, like how they will profit, how they will share between funder and
Right.
when we.
I think Shubha will cover this, but anyways, I will explain. There are 2 kinds of funds a business can raise, madam. One is from andre equity participants, owners of a business anta ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ they have taken stake in the business. ಅವರಿಗೆ equity shareholders ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ investors against equity shares ದುಡ್ಡು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. They might give a loan kind of a facility. Right? So ಈಗ equity ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬಹುಶಃ ಕೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, there is dividends, there is buyback, there is profit distribution in different ways. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿಗೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಅವ್ರ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಈಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಇಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ರೀಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೋ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಇಂದ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ, because bank can also be an investor, right? Or
no
anybody
need to share any profit from the first
again depends, right? So ಈಗ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಇಬ್ರು ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ 50-50% ಇದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 50,000 ನೀವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪೇ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಇಟ್ ಬಿಲಾಂಗ್ಸ್ ಟು ದೆಮ್. ಬಟ್ ವೆದರ್ ನೀವು ಆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇಂದ 50,000 ವಿಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ರೀಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ pretty much a business decision. But they are eligible to, or they are having authority over that profit. 1 lakh profit in baratte, it belongs to all the shareholders in that particular ratio. Whether they want to withdraw or not is secondary. Of course, ಈಗ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇಂದ ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡು ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ಟಲೇಬೇಕು. ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ಈ ಡೆಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲೋನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಮನಿ ಇನ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ದಿ ಓನರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಈಗ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ದಟ್ ಬಿಲಾಂಗ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟು ದಿ ಓನರ್ಸ್.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Sir, actually, can you just give an example of project fictions for service sector, sir?
Example for
Service sector.
service sector. You take your emphasis of the world to the smaller software development. Today morning, I was talking to somebody. They said they are making the mobile games in a 3D manner. I don't know if the student is over here. I can take that as an example, right? So he has come up with certain model or certain tweaks with the help of which the overall game playing experience is increased. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it will be a subscription model or something like an additional gadget that I have to attach to my phone or something like that, right? So ಈ service revenue ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ something which is recurring in nature. So in this relation, maybe there is a subscription fees that they charge. So the customer, in order to continue to get that kind of a benefit, regular ಆಗಿ pay ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, right? Take your any subscriptions of your Play Store, etc. Or like I took the example of any of the FMCG, like your Zomato, Swiggy, that you pay some subscriptions, right? So these are all the examples, right? So there are so many things. ಈಗ SaaS ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಸೇ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ, CRM, ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ. ಈ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, CRM ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೇ ಇನ್ ಟಚ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸೆಟ್ರಾ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಫೀಸ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೇ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪೇರೋಲ್ ವೆಂಡರ್, ರೈಟ್? ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 50 ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪೇರೋಲ್ ಸೀಮ್ಲೆಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ದೇರ್ ಮೈಟ್ ಬಿ ಸಮ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡರ್, ಅ ಪೇರೋಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡರ್. He will charge you on a monthly basis. That is also a service income for him, right?
So when the service is unique and first time, how to quote the price, sir? Sir,
When
actually
the service
we have,
is unique, can you repeat?
when the service is unique and first time, how to quote the price?
First time, how to quote the price, right? So generally, okay, again, this is for another speaker to answer, but I'll just try to give my bit. First of all, what we do is, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, do a basic survey with 100 students. If you think students are your potential customers, right? ಆ 100 students opinion ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈ ತರ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಈ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ನ, ಈ ಫೀಚರ್ ನ ತಗೋತೀರಾ? That is one way to do it, right? Another thing is, of course, in your case, competition is ruled out, maybe because there is either no competition or maybe atara data illa, because you're saying it's a new service, right? So typically I feel understanding your customer and what is the problem that you're trying to solve for them. Will they pay certain amount of money to get that facility? Say for example, higi microphone ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. I want my conversation to be automatically minuted. Andre, maybe I can come out with a device over here. That device, maybe I will buy it from somebody with a subscription kind of a thing on a monthly basis, right? For some kind of service or updates, etc. Right? So how will he price that to me is on the basis of how important this facility is for me, or how important this feature is for me, right? So you need to understand the market. You need to understand the market and try it out. Of course, in that also there are different kinds of pricing that you can do. The Apples of the world have a different market that they target, where they want a niche segment. But there are other people who want the masses, right? So that also depends. Nan target audience, target customers yaru, what is their perceived value for the benefit that I am giving should be the driving factor for you to put a value and call it as a sale price. That in that direction you have to think.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
When we go to the VC or an angel investor during the seed funding stage of a company, what percentage of the equity of a company should we provide to them in exchange for their investment in the seed funding stage of the company and then in the further rounds of company, second or third round? So what's the ideal percentage we need to begin with in the seed funding stage?
That's a great question. I think there are other speakers to answer that. Again, I'll do my little bit. See, there is no standard percentage that anybody can define, right? So it is always a discussion across the table, right? So generally, from my experience of dealing with multiple businesses, I see that, 10 to 20% tops is something that generally they're ready to give out in exchange for a certain amount of money. And also yesterday, if you were here, one of the speaker, Manjesh, he spoke about how between the founders, the equity split has to be done. And in case of new people being added into the founding team, either as investors, that is strategic investors who will also sit on your board, again, there is something called as a cliff. Andre 1 ವರ್ಷದ ತನಕ ಏನು ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ certain amount of equity ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. There are different ways to structure it. Again, there is no straightforward one correct answer to your question. It completely depends.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. I was looking for accounting finance related questions.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yes, last question, please.
What are the most common mistakes that financial mistakes in early stage entrepreneur makes?
That's a good question. So, Iga, as an entrepreneur, I agree that we have to focus on my core area, that is trying to make sales, doing marketing, customer facing activities, etc. ಈ ತರ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಫೈನಾನ್ಸು, ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸು, ಕಂಪ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬರ್ನರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಕಂಪ್ಲೈಂಟ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡೇ ಒನ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ, ಈಗ GST ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾ, ನನ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಏನಿದೆ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು, ಲೇಬರ್ ಲಾ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್, general intention or general tendency is you focus on the sales, the product related research and development in relation to your service, etc. But these kind of compliances is something that people tend to neglect. So that is one mistake that I have seen many of them do. And the second thing is cash flows na sariyag plan ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಹೆಸರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂತದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಈಗ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್, ನಿಮಗೆ ರನ್ವೇ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, 1 ವರ್ಷ ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದ್ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಇದ್ರೆ, 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾನ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು 1 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 2 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? So planning your cash flows is something that many of them don't do. One of the commonly found mistakes. Yeah, these are the two. All right, then. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raman. So now, before I move further on the agenda, I just wanted to highlight that some of the speakers that we have scheduled or lined up post-lunch are very interesting. So we will have one activity as well, and the 2 key speakers that I would like to highlight. These are, we made sure that they are maintained in the last session. Intentionally ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿವೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, it will keep remain in your mind. ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, it will be more like a memory for you when you go out after listening to these guys. One is Dr. M.V. Ravikumar and another one is Chinmay Anand. So I do not want to miss Chinmay Anand sessions, and I hope you also do not miss his sessions. Now, before I move further, last bench ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. Can you switch off these lights, please? Last row ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. All of them. ಈಗ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. So there are 4 rows empty here. I want the last 5 rows to come forward. Same with this, this section and same with the last section also. Please come forward. Okay. While you guys are being settled, I would like to call upon for the panel discussion. May I now call upon Shubha Ganesh or request her to come and take on the stage. She will be the moderator for the session. May I now request Mandeep Kumar, the founding director of Kriya Quest. May I now request you to please come on the stage, sir. Further, I would like to invite Mr. Anubhav Podar, founder of CEETA Industries. Please come on the stage, sir. Lastly, I would like to invite Mr. Subhashish Baruka, founder and CEO of Nutty Fox Snacks. So one request, ಎರಡು mic extra ಇದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು stage ಕೊಡಿ. We have a panel discussion now. Yeah. No, he has. I'll check with someone. So the panel discussion is about identifying the target market, not only between B2B, B2C, B2G, D2C customers and market size. See, all the discussion will be conducted, moderated by Shubha Ganesh. So she will share more information. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning and welcome to the panel discussion on marketing. I would call it marketing. So I think all these students are new. They are just starting out. And what I have noticed in the past is when everybody makes a TAM SOM, so it's like 10 million, then comes to 1 million and some 500,000. And these figures just come out of their head and they are not able to understand that. So for a student building a new venture, how should they decide whether their product is naturally B2B? B2B means we are talking directly to business or to customer directly, or should they reach out to the government with it, or is it a direct to customer? I'll ask Mr. Podar to answer this.
Good morning, everybody. Am I totally audible?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first of all, you're all new students, as ma'am said. So wish you all the best in your journey forward in your life and wish you all the success to you. As ma'am said, how to identify whether your product or your service is B2B or B2C or B2G or direct to customer. Basically, in my experience, I've understood is that the products can be actually classified as in two manners. It's either a push product or a pull product. A push product is a product which is not that visible or it is not accepted. And that's why it needs to be marketed hard. It needs to be really pushed into the system. A pull product is a product like, let's say, potato chips. It's accepted. The product is accepted. Now the brands will keep coming up. But for snacks and, let's say ice creams or, just food, it's already accepted over there. So even if a new brand comes and you are there and you don't find the brand, you are not going to stay hungry. You're going to pick it up. So it's a pull product. It's already giving you the vibe into that. Now, taking that into mind, you need to really classify whether it's a B, C, D category, whether it's a B2B or a B2C. Now, going further down, a B2B product is a product where, and I'll say this about, because you guys are starting up and I'm talking about as a startup, not as established business. In a B2B, you have the least amount of cash burn and marketing expenses. For example, when we started out for our FMCG products, by the way, we are manufacturer of ready-to-eat snacks. So we understood that ultimately the consumer is going to be consumed by a consumer, anybody like us. But he's going to take one packet of chips or two packets of chips, but you are producing millions of packets a day. So the cost of making the product reach to the customer in such a small volume is impossible. So that's where B2B comes in, where you have stockists or distributors, and you actually send your business through them as a point of sale, and you end your business over there. So your marketing expenditure and the penetration is relatively very easy. In a B2C, now his business is going to go to the consumer because he's already purchased, his product is coming. He needs to sell it to the consumer. Now he has to go to the retailer. His customer is the retailer, because the retailer is the one where the customer is there. For example, many of you are standing in a bus stop. You have not, at times you're hungry, you know you need to go to a destination. But at times you're just standing and you see those, in a Kirana store, a packet of chips over there. So there's an impulse buying. You have not decided to buy the product. Now you have just decided to buy the product. It's impulse, that, hungry panning. And that's why ultimately the Kiranas and the small stores in products like FMCG and all hold the key. They have the highest margin. Believe me, they have margins higher than the manufacturers themselves. And it's cash and carry. There's no credit. You cannot tell a guy that, I see you every day on a bus stop, I'll pay you tomorrow. He's not going to listen to you. But we are told, we'll pay you after 10 days, 15 days, 30 days. In B2G, it's like having it's a contractual business. There are already parameters and entry levels set by the government, where that product you need to register either on the portal or listen to the rules and regulations, have samples given, go to it's a very stringent kind of entry level. That's B2G. That's a special product. So these are the basic categories.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
And Mandeep, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ B2B, B2C ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು?
B2B ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ he is a manufacturer of chips ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, FMCG products. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಿಷಿನರಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮಿಷಿನರಿ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ that becomes a B2B, because ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಕೆಟ್ ಚಿಪ್ಸ್ಗೆ you will not buy the entire machine. So that kind of solves the problem. So that is like, if I want to sell machines to the people who manufacture to B2C, or like huge equipments which are going to be producing in millions, ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂತದನ್ನ B2B ಅಂತೀವಿ. If it is an easy product that can actually be sold to everybody, ಅದನ್ನ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಥವಾ ಥ್ರೂ ರಿಟೈಲರ್ಸ್, ಕಿರಾಣಾ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ B2C ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು ಟೆಂಡರ್ ತಗೊಂಡು, ಇವಾಗ ಆರ್ಮಿಗೆ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬೇಕು, ಲೈಕ್ ಫುಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೊಳತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಬಂದು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವುಡ್ ಆಫರ್ ಟೆಂಡರ್ಸ್, ಈ ತರ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. And my take on how I would choose my product, where it would go B2B, B2C, ಅಂದ್ರೆ there are 3 roles ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಒಂದು ಯೂಸರ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂಸರ್ಗೆ ಏನು, ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾರು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅವರು. ಸೆಕೆಂಡು, ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋರು. ಮೂರನೇದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವ ತರ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ these 3 roles. If one individual is making up more than one of this, ಇವಾಗ ಒಬ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಯೂಸರು, ನಾನೇ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ B2C. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಯಾವ್ದಾರು ಒಂದು ಪೆಪ್ಸಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಕೋಕೋಲಾ ತೊಗೊಂತೀರಾ, ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬೈ ದಟ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ, ರೈಟ್? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್, ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ನಾನು ಕುಡಿಬೇಕು, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇವಾಗ ಕುಡಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಮೈ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ರೈಟ್? ದ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ B2B ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, there are these 3 roles are completely different people or teams. ಒಂದು ಮಿಷಿನ್ ನೀವು ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಯೂಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕರ್, ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೂರನೇದು ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯರ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಅಂಡ್ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ದಮ್ ದ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇಸ್ ರೈಟ್, ಈ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ 3 roles ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಯೋರ್ 3 roles fitting. If more than one is fitting, you can go directly B2C. If you think there are multiple people that you have to convince, so automatically you're in a B2B segment.
Thank you, Mandeep. Subhashish, I would ask you the next question. So when students are defining the target market, what should they focus on? Should they focus on demography or psychological factors or behavioral factors? And how will they say, will that differ? Agar B2B is, if it is B2B, will it be different? Will it be different if it's B2C? How to define a target market?
So thank you, for the question. I think, how many of you are building a D2C or trying to build a D2C brand here? Can you just raise your hands? And yeah, great. So to answer your question, how will you define your target? So, I run a healthy snack brand called Nutty Fox. And the first thing when I was starting out was to understand who is the consumer of, makhana. So the brand, the product that I started was with makhana, roasted and flavored makhana, right? So who's going to be eating makhana? Defining your target audience is very, very important when you're starting a brand, because you cannot target everybody in the room, right? You take a product, you go out there, do a trial, understand who's your age group, what is your demographic, who do you want to actually, that product to be consumed by. At the end of the day, if you're going for everybody, then you will end up selling, to nobody, literally, right? So it's important to understand that everybody knows Facebook, right? Yeah. Can I have some more energy? I think we need energy in the room, please. Yeah, come on. So, Facebook everybody knows or nobody knows? Yes, little louder. Yes, all of you are sleeping. You can't be sleeping while making a business. You have to be awake 24/7. Okay? So, to make, Facebook, what Zuckerberg did was go and test it with, or launched it for Harvard students. Harvard University, the students started using it, understood the product, and that's how he started defining his customer base. He said, okay, it's for the students. Then he went out, it's for other colleges. Then he went out from other colleges to other, people who would want to network. So at the end of the day, that's how you define your target audience. It's important to know who you're going after.
Thank you, Shubhashish. Mandeep, ನಮಗೆ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು when we are starting out, we just want to see one customer and ಒಂದು customer ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ, everybody is my customer ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. Even he was, Subhashish was saying, everybody can't be your customer. But ಹೇಗೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋದು? How do we size the market? ಅದು ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೆ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಡಿಸ್ಪೈಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಡೆಸ್ಪರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿ.
So there is a saying that go where there is need. Sumne ellargu hogi ellanu kodakagalla. So imagine I have a sunscreen brand. I'm trying to start out, I'm trying to test it out. ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಟ್ರೈನು ಅಥವಾ ಊಟಿ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಹತ್ರ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ nobody will be interested. If I go to near a Goa train, people who have not brought sunscreen, or people who require it because they're going to a place where they're going to be beach and sunshine, right? So those will be my target audience. Just because ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ, like if I define that all the students are my target audience, that can't be right. I'll just showcase a small demo. Are you guys ready to play a game? Okay. So namdu school products, we deliver hands-on activity, experimental hands-on activity to school students. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು 5-6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದಾ? ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, so everybody who have gone to a school, raise your hands. So just a comical start. So whoever have gone to a school where 750 numbers ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, please keep your hands up. Rest of them keep down. 750 ಜನಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಇದ್ರಾ? ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 60-70 ಸಾವಿರಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಫೀಸ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಡಿ, ಮಿಗ್ದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೈ ಕೆಳಗಿಳಿಸಿ. ಓಕೆ. ಇನ್ನ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ರ, ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ, ಮಿಗ್ದವ್ರ ಕೆಳಗಿಡ್ಸಿ. ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಇದ್ರ. ಓಕೆ. No, whoever are in touch with your teachers and school principals matra. Iವಾಗ on call, ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಎತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಗೆ, ಆ ತರ ಮಾತ್ರ.
No, I think you have to play the game again. Okay. So first, whoever raised the hands, only from that group you have to lower your hands. The rest have to keep it up.
Yes.
Okay,
so
not new.
Correct. Yeah.
You can't raise again. Only the first round question who have raised can.
So let's go through this. It's like an Amazon filter. Amazon ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಹುಡುಕ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿವಲ್ಲ. So this is the variable that we're going to keep putting, right? So all of your students, the first question I asked was, who are the students? Everybody is a student. Who are the people who are studying in a school with 750 plus students? That is what you kept raising hand. Who have paid more than 60,000 fees? Only those people keep your hands up. okay, then who are still in touch with your principals or teachers, correct? So now ED auditorium, I've got only 10-15 people. So this becomes my target audience. I can directly say, I have a product, let's connect together, let's go talk to your school owners, correct? So this is how you find your target audience. You keep adding these variables, which kind of filters out who are the people you can actually talk. So if you say a married man with a kid, which kid? Daughter, son? What age? Do the age of the kid to be 5, 6, 7, 8? So if you define that, you keep on adding the variables and you filter out and you get the actual target audience. So that is how you find.
So target audience, we have to keep filtering out the variables and then get your target audience. Thank you for that input. Mr. Podar, does the sales cycle for B2B vary? B2C andre namu cash, we get back the cash very quickly. Does the cycle of selling for a B2B, is it longer than B2C? How does it vary from other types of markets?
In a business to business, basically it happens in two manners. It can be your point of sale itself. If I'm selling our product, or any of you are manufacturing a product and you're selling to a distributor or a super stockist, it could or could not be your point of sale. If it's your point of sale, you have made the supply, you've got your payment, and it's the end of the transaction. Of course, customer feedbacks and all matter. But there's another manner where the distributor is not your point of sale. He says, okay, I've taken your product, I'm going to stock it for you, you have delivered the product to me, now I'm going to make sale of that. Again, as I told you beginning, it's a push or a pull product. Now if it's a push product, he may say, I need a secondary sale help. So you'll have to send your marketing staff into his channel to push your product and service the product, because he's not going to invest his manpower into it. He's invested his experience, his channel, he's exposed to you, but he's not going to put in more expenditure. So automatically, if it's a push product, he's not going to pay you unless he makes the sale, unless you have pushed the product, and unless he has got paid. In many times, and this is a very, very important lesson for all of you to start up, because you're starting out young, it's a pull or a push product. If it's a push product, please don't get too excited. You must look into your expenditures, because your overheads will increase. Chances of bad debts increasing is a lot. So you need to be very careful over there. The cycles are definitely very, very different for product wise. I've just given you a general categorization.
Shall we ask some students what is their product to identify whether it's a push product or a pull product? Anybody willing to volunteer? Yes. See a hand there. Please give him the mic.
Here, I think center.
Yeah.
He has been listening very carefully. I'm seeing him.
Hi, sir. I am naturally a product business. Like, it's a perfume-based business, having an USP or like without any alcohol or chemicals. Considering the first question is to Mr. Mandip. As ನನ್ ಬಂದು ಇವಾಗ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಏನೊಂದು ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಏನೊಂದು ಒಕೇಶನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಒಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಫ್ಲವರು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಿನ ನೀವ್ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ನೀವು ನನಗ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಪರ್ಫ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಸೊ ಹೌ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಅ B2B or a B2C in that situation?
Okay, I would consider it as a B2C because you are targeting mass audience. B2B will usually have less number of people that you're actually targeting, right? You're going after industry, so the limited numbers. As to ನೀವು ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ದು logistics will be as a nightmare just thinking about it, because collecting, giving it back, and like how you're going to go through that. So that's the thing you're going to plan out. But I'm going to consider it as B2C because the numbers are large. Yeah. Any other continuation question?
Can I ask the same? Shall I give you this, on the same?
Yes, sir.
So you've heard of a brand called Fog, all of you, FOGG, right? Yes. Can anybody say what is the meaning of FOGG? Yeah. Fog has a meaning. It's not fog which you see when you get up or something like that. It was a conceptual design, a concept, the product with the manufacturer, the inventor made it. It's called Fragrance for Guys and Gals. Now, and you have seen the ad, right? That the person goes to the store and says, "Aur kya chal raha hai?" And the guy says, "Fog chal raha hai." So it's a store. He has distributed his product to the store because he has targeted his audience that it is going to be between the 200 and the 400 level category. He has studied where this category goes. Is it going to go to buy just the deodorant? Or he is going to see the deo when he goes to buy other products. So it's actually targeted the kiranas. So it's very unique, each product. Now the same product, if it's a 2,000 or a 3,000 product, it will not be sold in a kirana. It will be online only, or in your those stores in UB City and stuff like that, because he has targeted a different audience. So it's product to product deal.
Thank you.
So when we are when the startup students are deciding on their product, so they should also look at their pricing, like you said. What will be the price of my product? Hence, should I target to a UB City or should I target to a Kirana? Where will my product fit? So that is the important takeaway I feel is from what Mr. Podar has said.
I'll just add what Mr. Subhashi said before. All of you have a bank account, right? All of you. Now, you all have to attend to KYC every year. KYC full form is know your customer. You need to do same thing with the product or the service you're putting. You must know who your customer is. Otherwise, on a lighter note, it'll be killing your customer.
So either you know your customer or you kill your customer. The choice is yours. That's what Mr. Podar is saying. Anyway,
hello.
Subhashish, I'll ask the next question to you. So now, sorry, you've got a question. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead, please go.
So I had a customer, I have a bit of doubt regarding, because my product is into B to B to C. So I'm kind of giving a product. It's more like selling to hospital, and hospital is going to go further to give to like the mainly the patients who are available over there. But overall, the software is going to be ours. So what kind of, like how do I position myself? Is B2B to C a right approach in terms of distribution? Or should I maybe have like a smaller, because it's anyways at the end of the day more like a software, so I can also go to have like a user base of customers as well.
Can I answer? Should I answer? Sorry, what's your name?
Nidhi.
Nidhi. As you said, it's a software.
Yeah.
So it's primarily, if I talk about it, it's a software as a service, right? In this case, what you're doing right now, or what you're thinking is B2B to B2C, is actually the right approach, is what I feel. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to be selling that software to everyone in the room. Your target, you've defined it very well, is hospitals. At the end of the day, hospitals will be the one consuming your software, not the person or the patient coming in the hospital. So I think in your case, B2B to B2C is actually the right approach.
A bit more on the product side. So the product is basically like when you lose somebody, like when you lose a human from this planet, there's no coming back. So it's in that aspect. So let's suppose everybody have lost somebody or the other in their life and we miss them, right? So it's to redefine their kind of soul, or in terms of that. So we were like, the hospital can give us a bit more data on the patient, and the user or the dead will also be given, like the families will also save the data basically.
So just to understand your product, you're saying it's a software for what is the purpose of the software?
So this is more like an app where a person can like reminisce, or more like interact with somebody who is no longer there with them. So yeah.
Wow, that's a.
So I would like to add a little bit more on what he said. So your customer is primarily the hospitals who are giving the data into the app, right? and the end user is seeing and connecting with what is given as a detail from the hospital, if I'm right.
Pretty much, but also we are taking more like lifetime timelines of the person who is dead. So basically, the families will also be giving data to these software.
So it's like totally building their profile as such.
It is, if I can try and sum it up, your app is for people who've passed away, for their families to interact with them
Yeah.
in
So
an AI format.
like a virtual.
It's an AI tool.
True.
Right. Today, if we talk about it, it's an AI
Yeah.
interaction with your, gone relatives or, whoever has passed away.
So
I think
if it's like, if you guys have seen Superman, there is like the projection of their parents come up and they have the information of their lifetime where they can pass it on.
Of course, we'll do that.
Yeah, so the hospitals are just a part of it, maybe where you can market it to the people, but the hospital has to be on board to give the data, to give their input as well. But it's directly me going and telling a storyline and giving the profile to a creator. The hospital doesn't have time to do this, I think, but if it's working, just see how it works, who are the people who are getting interested, and like you have to find your audience again. So that takes.
So she wants to answer whether it's B2B or B2C or
Okay, so
it can be both.
And
That's
I think that what you have started is you've gone to the hospital, and ultimately your consumer is, the patient's family.
Yeah.
So you have, I think, probably what you can look at as a starting step, as a stepping stone, you have used the hospital. You can use the corporation going forward. All debts are registered over there. Everybody comes over there to take the certificate online and all that. So I think it's just a stepping stone. It's very unique product. It's like a direct to customer. Like for example, you break your mobile, so you don't send it, through a courier to somebody. You go yourself, stand there, get it done, and come back. Something like that is very unique.
Okay. Subhashish, any other questions? I think
the overall answer is
B2C. B2B, B2C, both I think are applicable to her business. If she positions it right, it can actually be catered to B2C also. You're right.
So you got a thumbs up from the panel saying that's a unique idea. All the best for you. So anyway, so I'll put the next question
Ma'am,
to
one
you.
second.
Subhashish.
Here.
Somewhere there's
Yes,
one.
right. My idea is pretty similar to her idea, but my idea is basically a AI companion to replacement of human emotions. It's normally like your personal assistants, which can monitor all your nervous systems to all your facial recognition, to based on reduce your stress levels as well as to communicate like how you want to be. Like the person will be there for you every time, and he doesn't want to be with you or it not be any circumstances. But the thing is, like, if you have the one person to boost up you every time, like in the form of virtual or in the form of local language or in the same voice tone, my target audience, what I fix in my mind, that the people who has been the stress, who has been going mentally depressed in their work culture, always studies or any kind of mental depressions, who will be the, it comes in the B2B or B2C, or it can be a both.
Work with psychologists. Those are the best people. So those guys, the people know who are actually required it. So test it out with working closely with 2 or 3 of them, not more than that. First work with them, figure out how it's actually helping people. Maybe if you can detach from the the psychologist, you can go to B2C. If not, continue approaching more psychologists to prescribe you as a medicine or like an add-on AI assistant. So it's like a personal coach, right?
No, it's not a personal coach. It's like simulation of a human. I just want to be fill the gap. What exactly chatbots are there? Some of the chatbots can provide the humanized of 60 to 75%. The rest of 20%.
So I think you have to start initially as B2B, and probably when the product
Yeah.
gets developed,
Yeah.
you can go to B2C. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So my next question, Subhashish, is to do. Yes. Who's there? One more?
No,
I know.
we'll do Q&A. About the last 5 minutes or something, we'll do a Q&A. It's good. No?
My question is to Subhash, sir.
Yes, who's this?
Yes.
Where are
Yes.
you? Yes.
Sir, I am into the clothing brand business. Rather than
In a clothing brand.
Yeah. Rather than that, if I want to come to an food industry, like what are the suggestions you can give to me to enter to the food industry?
Currently, you're manufacturing clothing.
Yeah, yeah. Rather
Correct.
than that, I'm interested in the food industry to enter. Like, what are the suggestion you are giving to me? Like, you are already in a food industry, so
Right.
I'm asking to you.
So, what do you want to do, if I may ask, in the food industry?
Like an restaurant.
Like a restaurant. Okay. So that is, yeah, that gives me more clarity. So I have personally not run a restaurant, but I've worked with a lot of friends who are founders or who have created or who have started restaurants and cafes. First is to understand what is, for a restaurant business, you have to understand what is your USP. What is your strength going to be? Is it your taste? Is it your marketing? Is it your location? What is it that you're offering to the customers? That is the most important thing you have to define. Right? Today, if you look at Rameshwaram Cafe, right? Everybody has heard of Rameshwaram Cafe? Yeah? What did they do differently as compared to any other, Udupi or any other place where you get idli, dosa, coffee, right? IDC was there. There's a whole lot of other chain brands. What product? Define your product, one. Second, define your location, right? Third, make sure your marketing is viral. If you're catering to, say, a younger audience or a Gen Z, then your marketing has to be on point. Over and above, make sure you have runway money for the next for at least 1 year, at least till you break even. Have the money to make sure the restaurant keeps running. You maintain the quality, you maintain the food, you maintain customers who come in and what they get, and maintain the price. You have to be very unique with your price differentiation. You cannot enter a market and say, I will command the highest price for, say, a dosa. I'm just giving you an example, but you can command your taste and your customers. Then you can go and say, okay, I will charge about 150 rupees for a masala dosa. So if you want to start a restaurant, these are the factors that I can think of. Any other suggestions from?
The restaurant business is the toughest business to run of all the business, because you need to produce irrespective of the customer is coming or not. Because it's like when you start cooking for yourself, there is a gestation period of starting the stove and making the pan hot and then putting an ingredient, and also just like that for running the restaurant business, it's the hardest work you need to put in. If your restaurant's opening at 7 o'clock, your cooking has to start at 4 a.m. in the morning. The ingredients have to come before that. So the planning is so meticulous that if you have a USP, as Sir said, if you look at location in Bangalore, traffic is a huge problem. The area you want to do, if there is a surrounding area, there are universities, colleges, schools, offices, and you have a crowd coming in over there, your chances are the best. So I would say, what is the floating crowd, guaranteed floating crowd? If I was in your place, I would look at the floating guaranteed crowd. Otherwise, I would change my location.
We want to make it like a pilot based, or we want to invest in starting only, or in like pilot based.
Do you have a product in mind? What do you want to make? Do you want to become like a Rameshwaram cafe? Do you want to become, I dare not say Brahmins because they're unique. What would you like to become?
And nothing like that, but I'm asking that we want to invest in the like starting only, or like to first we want to in pilot based. I am
Okay,
asking.
his question is, should he start with the pilot or he should go straight off?
Please start with the pilot. I would request you, in fact, I would beg you. Please start with the pilot, because you will tread in the waters that you will understand everything unfolding yourself. You will depend on your staff. You will have equity part. See, I'll tell you a very shocking statistics, because this happened to me when I was in Los Angeles, and I met a food consultant over there, and he gave me a really shocking consultant. He said 9 out of 10 restaurant business in the world, not in America, not in India, the original promoters, the original finance structure promoters change. The brand may not change. You may not know. The promoter has diluted his stake. It's the toughest business to get inside. But yes, if you can succeed in that, frankly speaking, you can succeed in anything.
And one small input, if you want to do a pilot, as Sir said, start a cloud kitchen. Today, you have that option to actually test the waters. Small cloud kitchen, get your licenses, not much investment, see whether the customers are buying or not. Then take the next thing. Thank you.
The mic to the student in the front.
Last question.
Hello, sir. Good morning. So, ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ನ ನಾವು ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೊ ಪೀಪಲ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ 3 ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಲೈಕ್ ಬೇರೆ ABCD 3 ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀರಾ, ದಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಗೆ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 2 AB ಏನ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? ಲೈಕ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀವೇನ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ ಈ 3 ಜನನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಒಬ್ರೇನಾ?
ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ನ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ತಂದಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಸೊ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೋತೀರಾ, ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 2 ಗೆ.
ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಒಂದೊಂದರ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಫೋನ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೇನೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ರು ಕಾಲ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಯೂಸಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಆ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಕೊಡೋ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಸೂಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ I would definitely not look at B and C. But if the A and B product are not viable, ಅದೆರಡು ನನಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ I'm going to look for more. C ಗೆ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, I can go till Z. ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ? Can that solve my problem immediately? What are the nuances? ನನಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾ ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ? ನೀವು ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್? ಇಫ್ ಆಲ್ 3 ಫಿಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್, ABC 3 ನನಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್, ಯಾರು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಗ ನನಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, how is the pricing? Then comes pricing. ಯಾರು ನನಗೆ ಚೀಪಾಗಿ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ಸ್? ಅದೇ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ದ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ we choose.
Thank you so much.
There are more questions.
You want to take the questions in another?
Maybe 2 more questions and that's it.
Hello. This is a common question for everyone. So from yesterday, I was waiting to ask this question. What can you explain? What is a business in a single sentence? Why do one need to start a business? One single motivation you'd like to give.
I'll tell you. Don't think of anything else. Money. Start a business to make money. Otherwise, don't do a business.
I will improvise on that. Money, money, money. He said it once, I'm saying it's rice.
I can see all of you are awake. That is a good thing.
Okay. The answer is true. Second is you become the president of your own city. Okay. Everything that goes wrong, everything that has to go right has to come from you. You will learn more responsibility by doing a business than you can ever do with working as a salaried job, because they assign tasks to you. Here you are assigning tasks to yourself, the team members that you're working with. At the end of the day, even if you fail 10 times and you want to go join some workforce again, you will have directly they'll believe that you will take more responsibility about their company than any salaried employee would. So that is one of the motivations you should do business.
And just to add one more point is, today there is so much opportunity that if you're starting a business, try and start it with an objective of solving a real world problem. I think that's also a very important thing, not just to you wake up in the morning and be like, I want to do business. You know, today we have so many problems, real world problems happening, environmental issues happening. So, you know, every time you get into, or someone wants to get into business, do it for a reason. The reason is to solve a problem and to make money.
Another thing is today companies value startup experience. ನಿಮ್ಮ CV ಅಲ್ಲಿ startup ಮಾಡಿದಿರ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ they actually value it more, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
So that's also maybe the reason. I think there's one last question from people in the front here. Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. So this question goes to Mandeep sir. As sir was telling that we need to identify the target audience based on the taste, preferences, and so on. So now we see there is a lot of innovation change in the world. I just need to ask one question that what is the best thing to attract the target audience?
Depends on the product. Like if it's, I would have answered this in the questions, but like, is it a necessity product or an impulse product? Like sir said, if it's a necessity product, people are already searching for it. How do you stand out? If it's an impulse product, how you push, like you keep on doing influencer marketing, you keep in their faces with the ads. So how do you stand out with the regular market? If it's unique, then you actually train the people of how to use it. So there are multiple nuances to the question. The question is good, but if you go into the depths, depending on what kind of product you're actually pushing, based on that, you can get into like doing the marketing and getting the right target audience excited about your product. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I think one question from here.
Good morning to all, sir. Sir, like, what if our product is both B2C and B2B, and which is the best first step to take? Like, direct go to the B2B or B2C? Like, which is the best a place to take, like, to maintain sustainability in the market and consistency?
My dear, it has to be a product specific. Can you tell me about any product you have in mind?
It's basically our product. It's a probiotic drink which improves your gut health and cleans your digestive system.
Okay, so that is a specialty product. Now, if you want to say, as you said, it's a B2B and B2C, so there must be different MRPs and MLs of the product. There are multiple MLs, or is it one ML?
Like 1 ml, like 200 ml. Yeah.
200 ml, and there's one basic price, right?
Yeah.
So you have the option of going to the distribution network, which you see there are so many medical stores, and there is an association. You go through them, or you go through another channel and you go to the medical stores and distribute your product through that. Or you go online. So where you go to the doctors, you go to the consultants and tell them this product is available. So then they start prescribing over there, and people can buy online or through the medical store. But having said that, in your product, you have to look instantly what your competition is doing. It's not a product may be very good, but it's not unique, right? There will be other products like that. So immediately, if I was in your space, I would study what your competition is doing, then even go to study the balance sheet, because just in the session before, they were talking about business expenditure, revenue expenditure, income, and so was saying, really you can get an idea about the marketing expenses of your competitors and how they are selling. Then use that as a base and make a business plan.
Thank you.
Okay, so we go back to questions. Shubhashish
Yes.
has the long pending question to you.
Yes, please.
See, today D2C is very popular.
Yes.
I think that has become fashionable, I'll say today, to have a
Yes.
D2C kind of a business. So what makes a D2C brand truly scalable versus just a social media visible thing? How do you scale that?
Right. So how, all of you know D2C. What is D2C? Direct to consumer. Absolutely. Fantastic. So any of you are doing D2C business or starting a D2C business? Can I ask? Anyone? Somebody here, I can see raising the hand. Yeah. Yes. What business? Clothing brand. You're a D2C business. Okay. What business? Alcohol. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
Have a permanent market, right?
Yeah, you don't even need to market it. But the question is to understand how to sort of scale up a new D2C brand is essentially, D2C is challenging, as what I can say in my experience from what I have done or what I did with Nutty Fox. And I see a whole lot of brands, like somebody said, probiotics, right? So for you, a D2C approach would actually make sense because you're a specialized product. You have a specialized product. So it is very important to define what is your, okay, so I have written this. I will just highlight a couple of points on this, okay? 1 second. Yeah, no, thank you. So when building a D2C brand, these are the metrics, and I'm sure since you guys are, a lot of you would want to have your own website. I'm sure every brand needs a website, but how many of you will sell through it? If you want to note it down, probably it would be helpful later, is to understand what is your metric that you measure, when you want to start a D2C brand, which means a benchmark in India, measure it with other brands, competition, what are they doing? So there's a lot of data tools available now, which are AI tools available. A very important thing to consider is cost of customer acquisition. How much are you spending to acquire that one customer through your website, right? Because you can have 500,000 followers on Instagram. That doesn't mean you'll actually convert it to a customer. You will be spending 5 lakhs a month, 10 lakhs a month, but you will not have sale more than, say, 1 lakh a month. And that's when I, said what I meant was that start a business to make money, not to lose money, right? The third thing is lifetime value of the customer, which is LTV, which is basically a revenue from a customer across all purchases, right? How long does a customer come back and how much time does he spend or she spends to buy your product, or how many months is the customer buying the product for, right? Say, for example, 6 months. So is the customer, your lifetime value of a customer is only 6 months, right? Somebody may need probiotics only for those 6 months and solve the gut issue, right? So your D2C customer value is only those 6 months. And then after that, you need to get your new customer or acquire new customers. The next is your contribution margins. These, I think, even Shravan, when he was giving the financial briefing, it's revenue minus COGS minus shipping minus variable marketing, which actually should be positive. This is the most important thing when you're starting a D2C business. If this is negative, shut the business. I mean, I'm not going that far, but at least you have to go back on your drawing board and understand where you're going wrong if the conversion, contribution margin is 0 or it's negative. Then it's your gross margin, which all of you know. Gross margin, you guys know gross margins, net margins, right? Yes, no. The energy, I have to bring it back to understand. A discount on cred for 660 rupees. I gave it for 100 rupees and then brought it down to 90 rupees. This I did for 6 months. For 6 months, my sales went, really high. I would be selling, say, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh just on cred, the packs. After 6 months, my sale dipped to 0 because I increased the price on cred. So, your repeat purchase is actually the customer who pays for the product value that you get. Okay. The last one is payback period, time to recover that cost of acquisition, right? must be less than 6 months for capital efficiency. So this is just the technical terms, but for running a D2C brand, you should know these 5 or 6 metrics without which there is no business, right? Because it is a very difficult business to go online, run ads and acquire customers. At the end of the day, you need to make money.
So money, money, money. That's the answer for which
Profitability.
focus, profitability,
Yes.
right? But
Sorry, it was long answer, but
no,
I think
correct. I think you covered all the points in D2C. So happy about it. But there are companies like Amazon who are still running in losses.
absolutely.
We don't know how to explain, but we are not Amazon. Money is not indefinite.
So the second approach, ma'am, is to, or for all of you, is to go the investor route.
Yeah. So
Right, sir? You want to add that investor route is basically,
Investors can help you cover those margins in the first few months. But if it's going on, like sir said, if it's going on after a while where you think at the starting level, nobody expects you to be profitable. In, let's say, 6 months, 1 year, when you can't get those contributing margins, like CM1, CM2, the multiple things, if you can't get that up positive, then it's better to like go back to the drawing board. How do you get till there? The runway to get till there, where you can spend more to acquire customers and train them to use your product. That is where investor comes in. If you're a loss-making company, nobody's going to come and invest you. You say, sir, my product costs 100 rupees. I'm giving it at 50 rupees. Please help me invest in my company. They'll do it for the first 6 months. If you can train them because the product is good, they'll keep on getting repeat customers. They'll do it. But if you do this after a year and expect them to do it, nobody's going to come on to help you. You're like a sinking ship.
I think I'll ask some questions for online participants. If there are any questions, please put it on the chat box so that we can take a couple of questions from online audience. You wanted to add something?
So I just said that you must know when you're getting into a business, what is your cash burn? Salaries, wages, transportations. Without this, you cannot run your business. These are your absolute cash burns. If your cash burn is something that is very severe and your marketing expenditure, it is really adding to a substantial part of your cost, you may want to look into your investing model as an equity participation by an investor, because they have a forte of that. They can help you with your financing, and you don't have recurring interest cost on that because they're already partners with you. If you borrow money, let's say from a bank or private funding, you have to pay them interest every month, and you are having to look into sales projections which may or may not happen as per your liking. So you may really find yourself getting deeper and deeper into a cash burn situation, and then starting to cut corners, and that is a real bad situation to be in.
Okay, there's a question online which is like how to go into online distribution. I think the question may come up again. It was about how to do an online distribution.
Basically the direct to consumer.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Can we put the question up again?
Oh, okay. They mean how to sell through various channels online. Okay.
Yes.
So today we have enough and more opportunities and options to be placing our products across various platforms, e-commerce, quick commerce, right? And your website. So D2C, your website, then you have Amazon, you have Blinkit, you have, a whole lot of these. So today, but I'll tell you the challenge that you need to overcome is to make sure that the listing happens in these platforms, because today more and more brands are launching across these platforms, and you have to make sure you have enough inventory, your pricing is right, because I can tell you as a matter of fact that not every brand, at least from what I know in food, is making money on quick commerce, or even for that matter Amazon, right, or Flipkart. So, but yes, your visibility is important to be putting your products out there. There's Nykaa, there's Tira, there's a whole lot of these new age apps and websites that need to be.
So adding to that, e-commerce gives you a lot of space. Everybody can list there. You can ship it from your house or you put it to the warehouse so that the delivery happens quicker. So there are two ways you can do it. But on quick commerce, they're going to be the they choose who are going to be on the listing like sites. Offline, yeah.
Offline, as we said, depending on your product, coming back to the same point, identify push or pull as the first criteria. Secondly, as I said, that if you do B2B, if you do offline, selling through a distributor, selling through a stockist is the easiest way, because not only is your cash burn low, they are in direct touch with the market. They understand the pulse of the market. You need to actually listen to what the market needs. You don't need to always decide you're right and you will push the product and the market will accept it. You should actually think the other way around. Let somebody tell you, let the feedback come. I want this product. And service that goes with the product, because nowadays all the products, sir, everybody's doing, it's a combination of the product and the service. The service is as important as the product itself. So it's very important to get the feedback from the micro level market, saying what they need, and then make the supply you successful.
Last question. I'll ask Mandeep. The question is, all the startups have a very small budget, marketing budget. So what is the best way to frugal marketing, so to speak?
Yeah, which segment? Because there's so much.
Okay, so I'll let sir answer more in depth for B2B. So I would say make friends in the industry you want to get into, talk to them, get them to get you to an industry that actually has like the requirement that your product is sourcing. In B2C, you would look at, like I said, where is the pain points? Go to a area where your product meets the need. Like the railway station was a simple example. So, or like wherever the need is, you go there, you find out and see what are those customers, are behavior patterns. Once you recognize that, start mass selling to those particular demographics and that location. Okay, so that kind of makes it easier.
For frugal marketing, I will suggest to go wholesale. There are like even our products, we get approached by people who say we don't want to buy as per packet, we want to buy as kilo, and they want to bunch up everything and sell it to an association, maybe Horeca, like for restaurants and canteens. Or even there was a customer who came that, can you actually not pack the material and just give it in a, like you see hot chips, right? So they seal it in a cellophane. So they said, can you seal it in 5 kgs cellophane and give to us? And when I asked, they wanted to sell it in a wholesale vegetable market in Tamil Nadu. So that is frugal marketing. The product you get paid for, you get paid less, but you get paid in bulk, and you can actually get a lot of support. That is micro marketing that actually works if you can do it.
Yeah. I just want to add, just make sure your first, set of customers are your friends, family who can talk about it, not the freeloaders. Don't give your products free. Make them pay for it so that you get money in the first, few months. I think to do frugal marketing, you have to also be frugally thinking.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you, panel, for such a lively discussion. I'm sure students have enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shubha, for being the moderator. May I now request Shravan to come on the stage to felicitate the panel team. So firstly, may I request to felicitate Mandeep Kumar. Anubhav Podar. And lastly, Subhashish Baruka. while they are felicitating, I just want to remind you that we have one session before the break. Okay. But after the lunch break is the most important sessions that we have. We have 3 sessions, and all those 3 are very crucial and critical. So do not miss any of the sessions. At least the last session. I would pay money to meet this person. I have attended his sessions in the past. So you will not only be entertained, but you will also have a key takeaway once you finish the last session today. Okay, now may I now request Pramod D'Souza, the co-founder of Eagleton Ventures, to come and highlight and comment about the components of a business plan. So please give a big round of applause for Pramod D'Souza.
One up down. Previous.
This one.
Thank you. Namaskara. I think good afternoon. All right. How many of you are hungry? Good. Hungry for knowledge or hungry for food? All right. I'll keep it short. I know all of you want to rush to the lunch. I was told immediately after my session is the lunch, so just bear with me. Critical for you guys to fill the Manthan business plan, correct? So how many of you are here for Manthan competition? All? Better. How many of you are here for starting a business? Awesome. Good. All right. So quickly, let me run through the presentation. But before that, quick introduction. I studied in Kannada medium. So till 10th, went to Manipal for engineering, Suratkal for my master's, and I am Bangalore for MBA. Fine. So 22 years in the software industry. Then last 8-9 years, I'm running an investment company which is funding technology startups. Right? So I'll tell more from investment perspective so that when you present your business plan, you're not only ready for Manthan, but you're also ready for investors. It's clear? All right. Why business plan? Don't look at only from Manthan. Look at from if you want to start a business, you need to talk to investors eventually, correct? Unless, in what cases you don't need investors? Capital idea. Good. If the reasons I can think of, you are super rich, correct? Second, your father is rich. Or third, that is third. Maybe I'll ask the fourth one. Your in-laws are rich. Right? All right. So let's look at, first try to convince yourself. Just because there's a Manthan competition, just because my friend is doing a startup, you don't want to do a startup. Correct? So I think just now the panel was very good. I was super impressed with the answers. Money, 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 right? So if you are not sure whether this business can make money, if you are not convinced, please don't do. Okay? So convince yourself, convince friends. Why convincing friends? Really? Sorry? They might become your first investors. Okay? Any other answers? So they will help you out, reach out to customers. What else? Sorry? Compatibility. ಯಾಕೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? Support. What else? Promote what? Okay. They might also be a good critics. Okay. Any other answers? Investor. Okay. Sorry? They'll work for free. Oh man, we are good friends. All right. So tell me, how many successful companies are one-man founders? Single founder? No, right? Not many. So you need co-founders, or you need a team. Correct? So if you need a team, where are they coming from? You cannot go to a market at the beginning and hire, right? Correct? So can you, when you do a startup, can you go to another college and for a campus interview, campus hiring, can you select few students from that college? So difficult, right? So I think you're right. I don't have chocolates, otherwise I could have given, right? So work for free. So they can be your co-founders. And finally, you need to convince your investors, right? Why would investors put money? Go ahead, sorry. If they get profit, they can only do business. No, why do they put money in your business? Sorry? Risk factor, okay. But putting money in somebody else's is more risk, no? Yeah, sorry? Get returns. Yeah, they can put in stock market, no? They'll get returns. More returns. Oh, here startups will get more returns. IPO, very good. Any other answers? They're confident about, okay. So that's why they put money. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Yeah, of course. They'll receive the shares. They diversify also, right? So is it investment risky? How many of you studied business finance or finance? Wow. What is cost of capital? Now nobody has studied. So if you have to take 10 lakh rupees for your startup from a bank, what is the interest rate you have to give? Sorry? 12%. Wow. No, I'm asking bank. If you have to go to the bank and say, I have a startup, I want to do a startup, I need 10 lakh rupees. Tell me the interest rate only. 10%. 8 to 11. What else? 6 to 7. Wow. I need more money. Which bank? 9%. So why does this vary from 6% to 12%? Depend on banks. Okay. Project idea. Okay. Sorry? Risk. Security collaterals. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Based on the credit score. Very nice. So tell me which bank gives money to startups? Kortara. Canara Bank Kortara. Ellaru hogbod namge. I don't think. So when you do a startup at the initial stage, I don't think any bank gives without collateral. Can try. All right. They need assets, ma'am, collaterals. Right? All right. So why do investors exits? They exist to help at the early stage when you don't get money from the banks. And if the only option for you is to raise money from investors, then you have to convince your business plan to investors, correct? Yeah. Sure. All right. So quickly, important elements when you fill your month-end business plan. These are the important elements. I think they've shared the template, correct? Yashoda madam, have we shared the template to them? The business plan template. We have already made it, it seems. Right? So month-end business plan, there's a template given to you guys. So follow that template, but very high level, I'll cover what is problem statement. What is problem statement? Yeah. If you are doing a business, I think somebody said restaurant. Correct? Yeah. So everybody can start a restaurant, right? So you need to figure out why you are starting. Is there a gap? Or is there a value that you can add that existing business or restaurants not adding value? So need to be very clear if there is a gap in the industry or in the market that you are trying to fill. So your problem has to be very, very clear. A problem statement that you are coming up with a solution. If this is not clear, what will happen? Is the internet working? No. Why? Can you Google quickly? Not working. It's working. Can you Google right now top reasons for startup failure? Can tell me somebody after Googling or ChatGPT? Yeah. Sorry? No. Tell me the top reason for startup failure. Lack of marketing, ran out of cash. Now right team. Yeah. Sorry? Okay, costing issue. Poor product quality. So ignoring the customers. So hear me carefully. I've listened to at least 700 plus startup founders who have come for raising the money. Okay. So those who don't get funding, one of the major issue is they're not able to convince the investors. And one of the main points is what you think is a problem that you're trying to solve is not actually a problem. So there is one of the reasons says no market need. So that means you figure out a problem, you spend 1 year, build that product, and then you go to the customers and nobody is buying. Clear? So that's the problem and solution. So now let's say you have defined a problem. You go to a survey, 100 potential customers, and you figured out that, okay, that problem really exists. Next is solution, right? So your solution, you talk to your friends, hey, I'm building this. How is this product? How is the solution? What will your friend say? So you have a startup idea, you have done a POC and show it to your friends. What is their feedback? Laughing. So 90% of the people, they say very good. Right? That's why they are friends, right? 90% of the friends, they say your product is very good. Go macha, just do it. Right? If you ask them to pay for that solution, then only the real feedback comes. Correct? So that's where the solution validation needs to happen. Don't ask them the money. You ask them the real feedback, whether this will work and will you be okay to pay for this solution? I think the rest all very clear. So we'll close the session. All right. So important aspects I'll cover. So what is market opportunity? Sorry? Where there is a demand. Okay. What is market size or market opportunity? How many customers will buy? Okay, anybody else? Sorry? Willingness. I'm asking market size. So I think your friend, somebody said starting a restaurant and probiotics, somebody was there, no? What is the market size for probiotics? Very less. Tell me the absolute number. Very less from you, maybe very high for me. Sorry? No, I want the absolute number. So what is the market size for Ola and Uber? Thank you. It's in crores. What? 1 crore? 2 crores? Crores can be 2 crores. Okay, let's do a quick math. If your startup is competing with Ola and Uber, so you're starting a new riding services, right? Ola, Uber, like that you're starting one more. We had Blue Smart, right? Which got shut down, right? Let's say we'll start Green Smart, right? So now, what is the market size for cabs or taxis? How do you calculate? Sorry? How many people are using the cabs nowadays? Everybody, right? So India's population is how much? 140 crores. So 140 crores people will use cab. Yeah. Give the mic to him, no? Anybody's there? Yeah, you're right. So India has 140 crore population. What is the average life expectancy in India? If you ask senior citizen, they'll say 80, 90. If you ask the youngster, they'll say 50. Right? Let's keep it 70 or 75 years. And let's assume 150 crores is India's population. So for every age number, you have 2 crore population in India. 150 divided by 75. Correct? So who will generally use the cab? 18 years to, let's say, 60. Correct? 18 to 60 is how much? How many years? 42 years? Keep it 40. 40, each age number have 2 crores population. 40 into 2 crores. Correct? So 80 crore people are your potential customers for your Green Smart or Ola, Uber. Correct? Can we say that is the market? So if you as an individual between this 18 to 60 years, how many times you use cab in a month? Ola or Uber? Average. So if you have to multiply by all the population, can we say average at least 2 trips a month? Because somebody will not use also. No? So 2 trips a month into 80 crore people. So 160 crores trips a month. Correct? And each trip average, can we consider 200 rupees? Nammayatra will be lesser. Esto Nammayatre? Autos is generally less. So 100 will keep it. So 160 crore trips in a month into 100, how much? 1,600 crores. That is for 1 month. Correct? Into 12 months. Correct? So 12,000 plus 7,200. So 19,200 crores. $1 billion, how many crores? 800. What is the forex rate? What is the dollar rate? 92. Yeah. Where are you? You are at 80 still. So $1 billion is how much? So 9,200 crores. And we got 19,600 crores just now. Right? So can we say total market for taxis, app-based taxis, right? Can we say $2 billion comfortably? So now if you start a taxi company like Ola, Uber, what is your market size? 2 billion, correct? So that is it called total addressable market. So this is what everybody able to see? So what is SAM? Sam. Uncle Sam. All right. So now we got 2 billion or 19,000 crores. But that's the same for Ola also, right? Uber also. And there are so many others also. If you go to airport, there are many more. Correct? Agree? So what is SAM then? So if you're starting your taxi service in Bangalore, can you consider multiply everything across India? How many cities are there in India? What is the urban to rural divide? Right? So 30-70. What is 30? Urban or rural? Urban is 30, it seems, right? So now suddenly that 80 crore people, now you have to only look at 30%. Because you are able to service only in the cities. Correct? But nowadays in tier 2 cities also there. But not in tier 3, I think. Any tier 3 cities has Ola, Uber? Yeah. So you need to look at what is the market that you can service from your product. So we said 19,000 crores. Now suddenly you have to divide by 3 at least, 30%, right? Or multiply by 0.3. 30 by 100. Right? 30% of 80 crores, how much? 24 crores. Right? Suddenly your 70%, the huge market you thought is gone. Because you are servicing only in the cities. Agree? So that's what you need to understand. You don't think that, oh, there's a 19,000 crore market. I can blindly get into this. And somehow, even if I get 1% of it, I'm good. But now suddenly everything is gone. And then finally is SOM. Is how many of these customers you can capture. When Ola and Uber is there, why should they come to you? Agree? So that you need to figure out. All right. So last panel discussion, they touched upon unit economics. So what is unit economics? Let's stick to this example of Ola and Uber. One taxi ride. What is unit economics? We said one taxi ride from here to, let's say, your college or your home, let's say 100 rupees in Nammayatri. So is it good? Is it profitable? How do you know? Based on the expenses. Yeah, tell me, no. For a taxi, that let's say I installed the Green Smart app. Correct? I installed, I booked a taxi, the driver came, I sat on the car, I reached my college. So done. I paid 100 rupees to him or in an auto. That's fine. Nammayatri. So 100 rupees is I paid. What is the cost? So first you need to download the app. So app has to be developed. App has to be hosted somewhere. Where is the app hosted? Cloud, which cloud? Where is it getting hosted generally? AWS? Azure? How many of you are from tech? Computer science? Tell me, where are you hosting the product? AWS. Costly or cheap? So you need to look at hosting charges for your app. Correct? What should be the downtime? What is the SLA? 99.99. Should be the uptime, right? Anyways, so you have the hosting charges. Then, out of 100 rupees, Nammayatri auto driver will get how much? Or a Ola auto, how much they'll get? 40%. 50 to 70. So let's keep it 70% goes to auto driver or the drivers. So out of 100 rupees, how much Green Smart gets? 30 rupees only. Correct? So in your ride that you took from here to college, although you paid 100 rupees, the Green Smart will get only 30 rupees. How much is the hosting charges for that? 10 rupees. Wow. Too much. Then where will you make money? Okay. Hosting charges are there. Then how do you make all of you to download that Green Smart app? You need to do marketing, right? You need a campaign. Buy one, get one, right? You'll say, okay, you take one ride, one more person can download for free, or one more ride is free. Correct? So how do you get the marketing cost per ride? Yeah. So if you consider, let's say 1 lakh trips in a month, and you spend 20 lakh on marketing, correct? So per trip is 20 rupees. Marketing cost out of 30 is 20 is gone. Then hosting charges, let's say keep it 2 rupees. So how much you are left with? 8 rupees. Then there are fixed costs, employee costs, rent, everything. So where will you make money? So that's why the unit economics is very important. You need to look at all the cost structure. You can use ChatGPT, Google later, but I'm just very high level covering. Add your variable cost per unit. I think the previous panel, one of the sirs mentioned very clearly your customer acquisition cost. It's called CAC. You need to know what is your customer acquisition cost. If you spend 20 lakhs in marketing and only 1 lakh people download your app. So to acquire one customer, how much you spend? 20 rupees, which is good. But you spend 20 lakhs and only 10,000 people download. Your 20 rupees goes to 200 rupees now. Correct? And that is still okay, 10,000 downloads. You spend 20 lakhs, only 1,000 people download. What is your customer acquisition cost? 2,000 rupees. How many? Once you download the app, can you say at least 3 years they'll use their Green Smart? How many trips they'll do per month? 2, we said, average. 2 into 12, 24. Into 3 years, 72 trips they'll do, easily. Per trip, we said 8 rupees is what we get. Correct? So even if you consider 10 rupees, how much you will make from customer? 72 trips into 10 rupees. 720, but your customer acquisition cost is 2,000 rupees. How will you make money? Clear? So we need to be very clear. LTV is the lifetime value. That means once a customer downloads the app, how many years he might use? In 3 years, there might be another competitor. Fine? So you run your LTV to CAC ratio and see if it is sustainable. And check your contribution margin. For SaaS products, there is a contribution margin calculation. I think there was a session in the morning, correct? CM1, CM2, CM3? Clear? Or Google, easily you can get. Fine? How much time you have? Time is 12:40. Okay. Have you got this over email? ಕಳಿಸಿದೀವಾ? ಕಳಿಸಿಲ್ವಾ ಇದು? Have you got this over WhatsApp? Okay, if not, they'll send you. So I've taken two simple examples of one-page business plan of very common business, Airbnb and YouTube. Right? So there are two of them. Just read it carefully. It's very clearly, simply, very in simple manner, they have mentioned what is the problem they're trying to solve, what is the solution, what is unique value proposition, unfair advantage. You don't worry about unfair advantage in your month-end competition, customer segments, cost structure, and revenue streams. Don't worry, they'll send you, I think, on WhatsApp group or email, they'll send you. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes to take one simple example. Everybody has a pen and paper? Take any idea. How many of you have startups or ideas here who you can work on? How many of you don't have? I have one to give you. If you don't have, that's okay. Right? So if you have the idea that you are working on, use that as an example. So think through all the components I mentioned. But now, in 5 minutes, if you either Google, ChatGPT or whatever, right? Figure out what is your market size for your product or for your service. Fine? 5 minutes. Okay? So if you don't have idea, so I have listed once a sample idea. Only for those who don't have a product idea yet, right? Then you can do for this one. So health and wellness club for senior citizens. So if that is your idea or that's your business, what is the market that you're targeting? What is the market size? That's what I need in 5 minutes. You can do all the calculations. The mic will come around you and you can tell me the answers. So this is the market size that we talked. Meanwhile, I can take few questions. Mike? Yeah. Our college, and if you're a participant, which final year or third year, you can mention that. Go ahead, go ahead. Meanwhile, others can work on the market size calculation. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, I am Parvati Hiregod from Global Academy of Technology College, sir. I am a pre-final year student, sir. Then question ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ದು prototype ready ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ MVP ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಆರ್ ಸಮ್ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಟೋಟೈಪ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮೋರ್ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವಾಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್
Good. I think you are at the right place. Manthan competition win ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? Right, Shravan? What is the first prize for Manthan? Up to 25 lakhs you will get in here only. So listen to all the audience, speakers on the competition, business plan. So that is one option. You want more, right? Yeah. So there are incubation centers and accelerators, right? So in your college, I do not know whether there is, but there are people who can give grants. Karnataka government has elevation program, Elevate program. How many of you are aware? I think 50 lakhs. So the grant is there. It's called Elevate program. And there are multiple categories also in that. So I would suggest for MVP, not many will give you the money, but somehow from your friends and family, take small amounts just to build the MVP and demo it to maybe Manthan, Karnataka government's Elevate program, and there are other states also, right? And there are so many grants through different incubation center or accelerator programs you can apply to.
Thank
Fine?
you, sir.
Yeah. Anybody else? ಯಾವ
Hi, sir.
college?
I'm from UC.
Okay.
University of Social
UVC.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you are speaking of unit economics, but we see most of the top companies in particularly these fields, freelancing, artificial intelligence, and agriculture. Whatever the top companies we look at, all of them are in net losses for decades. Still they're running, sir. How do we keep that belief of going?
Yeah, very good question. I don't think unit economics wise they are loss. So if you look at contribution margin 1, 2, 3, the CM1 talks about your revenue minus cost of goods sold. Right? So COGS, COGS they call it, right? So if that is negative, I think as the previous panel mentioned, don't even run the business. Right? That has to be positive because your cost of a service or a product should be less than what you sell, right? Then only you make profits.
Yes, sir, but their operations and everything calculated, they are in
Yeah,
loss.
so that is finally a unit economics or a what you call scaling, right? Today, example, Zomato or Swiggy, correct? They might charge 28% or 30% from the restaurant on your product delivery, right? So if you're ordering food, let's say 200 rupees, Swiggy might get only 60 rupees, but they might be spending 100 rupees on marketing today. That's why they are lost, example. Correct? But today, number of orders might be less, but the consumption behavior changes. Right? Today, even my children are ordering food, right? So through the app. So now everybody, Gen Z, the default behavior is, okay, can I Swiggy, can I Zepto? Quick commerce, correct? So what does that mean? The entire business volume increases. As the volume increases, your cost would come down, right? Scalability factor.
Yes, sir. But if we go on to bigger businesses like OpenAI, they are not projected to profit even in 2050s.
Yeah.
Still they're running big.
No,
How the belief is going,
yeah,
sir?
their business model is different. The AI business models, people still need to figure out, right? I feel AI is a long-term game. That you need to ask the AI investors.
Okay, sir.
But one thing for sure, without their proper calculation, nobody invests. So they would know something that you and I don't know. Any other questions?
Hi, sir. My name is Mohammad Saqib. I am from LBS College. If the market size, if our target audience is very high, how to cover it faster for everyone? If
Market size is very high.
Yeah.
A good problem. No, what is the problem?
No, sir. How to cover it fastly?
How to cover it fast?
Yeah.
See, just because I just mentioned, right? Taxi services, 2 billion or 19,000 crores business. That doesn't mean that today you have to capture in the next 1 year 10,000 crores. First, you have to figure out how to get the first customer. Right? And I think the previous panel mentioned very clearly, repeat purchase or repeat customer. Yeah. So repeat purchase or repeat customer, right? So if one person takes the cab, will he recommend your cab Green Smart to somebody else who is taking Ola or Uber? Correct?
Provide value.
Yeah, add value. Blue Smart was doing well, if you remember. Right? Actually, the customer feedback was very good. People were very happy with the cabs, quality of cabs. I think they had only electric vehicles, if I'm not wrong.
You are telling that if the business provide a good value, it will automatically spread.
Automatically. Then you can spend more on marketing once you know that customers are liking it. Right? And then it's just a matter of acquiring more customers, right? You can spend more money on marketing, acquire more customers, they will refer more. So you can go, right?
Thanks.
Yeah. Anybody else? How many of you are done with market size calculation? What is the TAM? Mic here, mic. ಒಂದೇ ಇರೋದಾ mic? ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿಲ್ವಾ? $1.2 CR only in Karnataka. What is your product? AI-based companion. Very good. 1.2 crores is very small.
So good afternoon to the honorable delegates and the mentors and my fellow participants as well. Sir, you being a CEO of an investment company, what are the key criterias would you expect from a person who comes pitching to you?
Yeah, so I think very clearly the business plan has to be defining what problem you're trying to solve, right? Is it a real problem or not? That's what I explained, right? The next critical factor, right? I mentioned 1.2 crore is the total market for his product. So now imagine, hypothetically, let's say he comes to investment to raise investment. Now, let's say I want to invest. I look at it, okay, there is a risk involved. I invest, let's say he is successful also. But total market is 1.2 crores. Tomorrow he'll not be the only guy, right? There'll be competition also. So even if there are 4 competition and your market share is, let's say, 25%, 1.2 crores, 25% is how much? 30 lakhs. So 30 lakhs business, why should I invest? 30 lakhs is the revenue now. Profit might be 10%. For 3 lakhs, should I put money? Correct?
So it's like the elements you explain in a business
Yeah.
plan, you go all through this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you like consider the business validation? How does it work and how it goes on?
Yeah, absolutely, right? So now the question is, assuming the product works, the team is very good. These are all assumed. But when I invest, I'll evaluate that also. No? So quick example, guys. Just because you know coding, you can build an app through AI quickly. 2 of you join together, build an app. It doesn't mean it will be successful. Somebody has to sell, the customers have to buy, and you have to make money out of it, right? And the investors need to get convinced. So investors are not fools, right? Why would they put their money into your business? So you need to convince them clearly. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Any other TAM? Last two more minutes. I think it's already. One second. We'll give an opportunity for him. Really, ಯಾವ college?
Sir, I am from ISBR Business School, and I have been already made an business idea like before. The business idea is Whiskey Will. It's an infused ice cream, whiskey infused ice cream. Okay, sir. Coming to the target audience, like the first is urban process, like urban people, sir. Like an
So ನಿಮ್ಮ question ಹೇಳಿ. First, what is your question?
Sir, question, sir, you said that
market size.
Yeah.
What is the market size?
Yeah, sir, I will say. Like coming to the one like projection, I want to say or something.
Yeah, ಹೇಳಿ ಬೇಗ.
Sir, yeah, the 12 lakh is my projection, sir, and the like a maximum investment is 12 lakh, sir, and the 2 lakh monthly sales, and the it will break even in 9 months. I can recover.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇವನ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಹೇಳಿ.
Sir, 12 lakhs.
ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ?
Yes, sir.
So ಇವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ವಾ? So if it is only 12 lakhs, is it worth you spending so much of time to build a business? 12 lakhs revenue alva?
Yes, sir.
So profit ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ? 10% finally?
2 lakhs.
2 lakhs ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Sir.
2 lakhs per year?
No, sir. Like per month.
So you need to look at it.
Yes, sir.
ಅದು ನೋಡಿ. So if 3 of you are joining hands together, right? If the market size is not big,
yes, sir,
you need to look at. Any other questions?
Nothing.
Any questions on TAM, SAM and SOM? That's the most critical.
Good morning, sir.
Which college?
I'm Mayur Agarwal from Sir MVIT, Yelanga. So the TAM for my business startup is 219 million in India.
In India, you tell in rupees, no?
Sir?
1 million is 9 crores. So it's okay. 1,800 crores. That's okay. Huh?
25.
Yeah.
And the SAM is $120 million.
Okay.
Which is around 1,000 crores. And SOM is around $1.2 million.
How did you arrive at SAM and SOM?
SAM is 72% of TAM.
How did
and
you get 72%?
It is about the market share, how the market is currently.
You can service in only 72% of the market, is it?
Yeah.
So you need to be very clear.
Market cap or the addressable market. So
Okay.
there are categories in the cybersecurity sector.
Okay.
So in those sectors, which sectors can we service at? So those are
SOM, how did you get SOM?
1% to 0.1% to 0.5% of SAM.
Yeah, how did you get 0.5% or 1%?
It is
How would you get your first customer?
potentially.
Who will be your customer?
Enterprises.
Enterprises. Why should they buy from you?
For the extra layer of security.
They already have, right? Competition
Yeah.
is not there.
Yeah, there is competition.
Why should
but
they come to you?
It is because the false positive rates are very high.
Okay.
And
So you have something USP in your product?
Yeah.
You are very clear about that?
Yes.
Good.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Anybody else? Last one question. Yeah, go ahead. You're Ilkode.
Hi, sir. This is Karthik from St. Clair College. So mine is a perfume-based brand where it is eco-friendly and sustainable without any alcohol or chemicals. That is the USP about it. So when it comes to TAM in Karnataka, it's around 1,200 crore.
You plan to sell
Margin.
only in Karnataka, is it?
No, I'm taking the regional first,
Okay.
then go to expand it further.
Okay.
So when I understand the regional, then I can
Sure.
interpret.
1,200 crores. Okay.
So I'll take a bank.
How did you get that?
This is based on the competitors who are working in the perfume brand.
Okay.
Not according to my USP, but in the perfume market. So based on that and normal, what to say, I gave the data on the unorganized sector people, how much perfume is being sold on the data given by the
Okay. What's your SAM?
data they- SAM is around, 1 second, sir. It's around 300 to 400 crore.
How?
Just a sec. I had mentioned it. So it is based on the segment. Right now I said TAM was around just a
1,200.
perfume market.
Yeah.
Now SAM I had addressed based on my USP which I am selling. So my market is around the premium version.
Okay.
So addressing to
So
that
30-40% is premium market?
Not to
Yeah. So relook at it. No problem. What is your SOM?
SOM is around 30 lakhs to 1.5 crore. It would.
So that's the market you can capture.
Yeah.
30 lakhs to 1.5 lakhs.
1.5. It can be captured. That is in majorly in Bangalore. Even if we see Karnataka, in that 70% is in Bangalore because being city and people going towards it as a aspiration kind of thing. Out of that 30%.
Okay. So once you're done with your college, will you go for campus hiring or will you do this startup?
I'll continue with this startup because it's been already 1 year of investment. So
Good. So then your TAM should be very high or SOM should be very high. Otherwise, your salary that you would get in a job much higher than what's the full profit that you might get, right? No point doing the business. Correct? Okay. Any other question? Last minute question.
No, I think we'll wrap
Yeah,
it up.
one here.
We'll wrap it up. It's time.
Yeah, yeah.
It's time for lunch for them.
Yeah.
So
Just one question.
okay.
Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Beg time ಆಯ್ತು.
Yes, I'm from C College. Sir, TAM, can you please specify, clarify ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ, for example, say our product, one of the organic product is there, which is used by worldwide. So
we'll talk maybe after the. I'm here for
Sure,
another
sure.
20
No
minutes.
issues.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pramod, for giving a good talk about components of business plan. May I now request Shravan Gurtu, the chairman of the Manthan committee, to kindly felicitate Pramod. And I would like to make an announcement. We have lunch served the same place as yesterday. So I request everyone to come back in 45 minutes. Lunch is for 45 minutes. Please come back in 45 minutes and we'll start the session. The 3 sessions we have lined up, so I would not want to miss this, even if it's after post-lunch. So I'll keep you active. I'll make sure if you're feeling sleepy, I'll make sure you run around. Okay? So please do come back in 45 minutes. Thank you. Everyone to call your friends who are not in the auditorium. I think we will start the session soon. So we will have an icebreaker and then we will have the session starting. Okay. So our next speaker is going to be CS Shubha Ganesh. She will be talking about financial planning, P&L, balance sheet, capital debt versus equity structuring and investor metrics. So she will be talking, she will start very soon. But before that, I will take about 10 minutes on that. Okay, now I'm going to start the icebreaker. Do we have the hand mic? So I can move around and talk to the students where they are. Hand mic idya? So nange id light off ಮಾಡಿ ಎರಡೂನು. Hand mic. Good afternoon. One more time. Good afternoon. Yes, very good. So everyone has had lunch? Okay, I'm going to do an icebreaker session. So I want everyone to stand up. Everyone to stand up. So if I say you've done an activity today or yesterday, only then you have to sit. Okay? Done? Shall we do this? Okay. How many have attended both the sessions, yesterday and today? Very good. So everyone have attended. Excellent. Now I'm going to say one activity. Only then you will have to sit. If you've done that today, you have to sit. Okay? Has anybody drank green tea today? Green tea. So you have to sit. If you have done this activity, you have to sit. Okay? Anybody has drank black coffee today? Please sit down. Anybody just drank milk and came? Oh, there are people behind you. Don't worry. Sit. All those who drank milk, just milk, sit down. Okay. How many actually skipped breakfast today? Sit down. Okay. How many had dosa for breakfast today? Very good. Okay. Next one. How many had different lunch today than what was served? Yeah, I saw you actually having different. Okay. How many did not eat jamun or the whatever the sweet that was given? Sit down. Okay. Next thing. How many had coffee today with milk with sugar? Coffee with milk with sugar? Okay. Okay. So there's a very handful crowd now standing. So how many did not have curd rice today? Okay. Okay. Curd rice, not had curd rice. Curd rice tindilla. Okay. Then, how many are actually wearing orange? Sit down. It could be even your tag also, or a tie like that person. I think his is a red or a reddish tie. So if it's a tie or a tag, you can sit orange color. Okay. How many are actually having a white tag or a white dress? White tag or a white dress? Why you said orange? White dress. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, very few are standing. Can you guys please settle down fast? Okay. Now I'm running out of ideas. So let's make it more complicated now. How many had just vada for breakfast today? Or idli vada? Both. Let's do both. Okay, nobody. Good. How many had the same breakfast like the palav for breakfast and lunch? Okay. Okay. How many slept in the morning session? How many slept? Nobody. So all are already sitting, is it? Okay. Next one. Then how many came in late today to the session? The session was at 10 o'clock. If you come at 10:05, you have to sit. Okay. How many are, what do I say now? Next. I'm actually losing ideas now. Water. Okay, water everyone will drink. How many did not drink the juice today? Hey, you're already sitting, man. You can't raise your hand. I'm talking only to the people standing. So I have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 here. 6 people standing. So amongst these 6 people, how many did not drink juice today? Okay. And what else? What else? Give me ideas. Okay. Tea. Tea. Tea, I asked. No. Black tea. Green tea. Okay. I'll ask normal. I'll ask differently. Okay. How many drank masala tea without sugar? Nobody. Oh, you drank masala tea. Gulab jamun, I asked, no? Sweet, I asked, no? Huh? Traveled by bike. Okay. Oh. How many came? I'll ask differently then. How many came in the car or a metro, a cab rather, not metro, by cab? Nobody? How many came by metro? Sit down. Okay. How many came on bike? Sit down. Okay. So there are 3 people standing. Please, all 3 of you, please come forward. I have asked all kinds of twisted questions. You three stood and did not do any activity that I had said. So you've been very studious. Please come on the stage. Shravan, if you are around, please come forward. Shravan. So can you guys introduce your names and college and city?
Hi, I'm Kaushik and I'm from USC College and my city is Hosur.
Hi all, I am Taranya Saravanan and I am from Cambridge Institute of Technology and I am from Bangalore.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಶುಭೋದಯ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ವಿಶಾಲ್. ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪೀಣ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರವನೇ.
ಕನ್ನಡದ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. So we have Nagesh and Harsha with us. They will give you the mementos for you. So these three have been extremely studious and more listening to the session at least. So I want to thank both Harsha and Nagesh. They're from GOK. They've been great support for us. It's been extremely helpful that, coordination and a collaboration with the GOK, Government of Karnataka. It's extremely helpful for us. So thank you everyone for participating in the icebreaker. So we'll move to the next session. So the next session is going to be conducted by Shubha Ganesh. She is a chartered accountant by profession. She is the independent director for L-Forge Private Limited and also the managing director for X2A Services Private Limited. She will be talking about financial planning, P&L and balance sheet accounts. So please give a round of applause to Shubha Ganesh.
Thank you very much. So I hope the icebreaker is woken all of you up. So because financials are a little bit of a boring subject, so I have to keep you all awake to teach that. So I think the PPTs. So today I am going to explain to you the basics of three statements, profit and loss account and balance sheet, and explain how to structure the capital and what are the investment metrics. What are the investment metrics you need to show in case you're looking for investments, and how the investors look at your business plan so that they will invest in your startup. So this is, do we have a column or something? Okay, So let's look at the big picture here. Financial planning is not just about accounting. Accounting statements are there, but they also give you a lot of information. What are the kind of information you get from all the financial accounts is what I would like to explain. Financial planning is not just about accounting, but it is about resource allocation. What does a profit and loss account tell you about? It tells you about the performance of the company. What does a balance sheet talk about? It talks about the position of the company. When you're doing capital structure, it talks about funding, and we are talking of investor metrics. It talks about valuation in a company. How is a company valued? So for students who don't know what is
thank both Harsha and Nagesh.
Don't know about accounts. What is a balance sheet? Let's look at a balance sheet. Balance sheet is a financial statement that reports a company's assets and liabilities and shareholders' equity at a point in time. This is just a definition. I'm sure many of you are BCom students who know more about all this. But anyway, for others, let us revise the basics. So then what is a profit and loss account? A profit and loss account is a financial statement that outlines a company's revenue, cost, and expenses. Many things which Shravan explained in the morning. Revenue, cost, expenses over a specific period of time. So when you're looking at capital structure, it is a combination of debt and equity which you have to use for financing your company. We will break it up to understand that in detail. And the last one is measuring the quantitative assessment commonly used for assessing and comparing tracking performance of a company. So these are the 4 areas which we will understand today in detail. So I'll go straight away to a profit and loss account statement. It looks like this. You have sales. First, sales revenue can be from sales or service. Here I have taken it at 95 and 5. So total revenue comes to 100 rupees. This is just a sample which I have brought. And from total revenue, you minus the cost of goods sold. Then you get the gross profit in the company, or what you call operating profit, before removing the operating expenses. So in this, I have a question. If the sales increases, will the cost here increase equally? Can anybody answer? Why? So he says that because the goods sold is more, the cost is more. Which kind of cost will increase equally to the cost of sales? Variable costs will increase equally to the amount of goods you have sold. So if sales increases, variable cost also will increase. The cost which is given in the second column, cost of goods sold, this is what will increase equally. So when you're budgeting for your startup tomorrow, if I'm going to say, okay, I'm projecting a sale of 100 to 120, in this column, the cost also will increase by similar amount, right? So this is the cost of goods sold. Here you'll also adjust the purchases or opening stock and closing stock so that you're taking only the cost equivalent to your sales and factor it in this area of the profit and loss account. I shall repeat so that many of you understand. When you're talking of sales, the amount which you're selling, the cost which increases directly, that portion of the cost comes in this part of the balance sheet. If I'm selling 100 rupees worth of goods, and if my cost of goods sold is 60, then 60 comes here. If my cost, tomorrow if I sell 200, then my cost will become 120. It will equally rise. 60, 100 to 60, 200 to 120, 300 will be 180. So the costs which increase equivalent to sales are coming in this part of the balance sheet, which is cost of goods sold. So here it will be the material cost of the goods which you have manufactured plus the labor which is going only to manufacture. Remember, if you have an office person, office staff, his cost will not come here because it is not directly related to manufacturing that particular item which you're planning to make tomorrow in your startup. So it will be labor, it will be material, and it will be the overhead costs which are directly related to manufacturing, producing, or if it is a service which you're planning for tomorrow, the service, whatever is required to do the service. In case of a service sector, it will be only labor. It won't be any much other cost. It will be the labor cost, which will the maximum required to deliver that service. So any cost which is directly increasing in proportion to your sales will come under cost of goods sold. So when you minus revenue to cost of goods sold, you have operating income. Sorry, I have written as operating, the cost of goods sold, I have written only total operating income, expenses there, it's income. So here you have what is called the gross profit, right? So in this stage, you cannot, supposing you're a startup and you say, okay, I want to reduce my cost tomorrow. In this stage, the possibility of reduction is very minimal, because whatever you produce, the cost of manufacturing that or cost of delivering the service remains the same proportion, right? But when you go to the next set of expenses, which is the operating expenses, it can be increased or decreased accordingly. Tomorrow as a startup, you want to say, okay, I want to reduce my costs. In this area, there is a possibility of having a frugal setup to run your organization. What are those expenses? Those expenses are salaries, rent, utilities, repair and maintenance, insurance, office supplies. So these are the items which can be reduced in case tomorrow you want to run a startup. So, but they can be only reduced to a certain extent. To a large extent, you can. So the thing I want to explain here is they don't rise proportionately to the sales which you have. So these are apportioned over a period of time. In case you have, say, sales up to 1,000 units, you could probably have one office staff. Now, if you're projecting for 5 years, you want to project for, say, 2,000 units, then you will say not, say 5,000 units. Your office staff will go up from 1 to probably 2. It will not be 1 to 5. Is that clear? So, but those happen, supposing you have an office on rent, you will, in that particular office, you could probably be able to produce, or let's say instead of office, area where you're operating, if you could probably produce up to 5,000 units. If it goes beyond 5,000 units, for 5,000 units to 10,000 units, you may need a second office. But if you're projecting only 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 units in your projection model tomorrow when you're submitting your business plan, you have to not increase these expenses proportionately. These will be increased in, say, batch sizes. So it increases only if the quantity is increased beyond a particular level, right? So that's how the operating expenses are. So salaries, rent, utilities, repairs, insurance, office staff, freight, and other expenses, all of them come under total operating expenses. So from gross profit, if you minus the operating expenses, you get the here I have written as EBITDA, right? Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, right? So what is the, these are the one which has been deducted earlier is all cash expenses. So depreciation and amortization are non-cash expenses. Depreciation is coming because you had fixed assets, and the fixed assets are used over a particular period of time. For example, you bought a machinery. You bought a machinery to use to produce, say, somebody mentioned agarbattis or something in the morning. Supposing you bought a piece of machinery to produce agarbattis. Now, that machinery will last you, say, for 10 years. And if the cost of machine is 1 lakh, then you will depreciate the expense of 1 lakh over a period of 10 years. So if it is a straight line method of depreciation, it will come to 10,000 rupees per year. So when you're saying 10,000 rupees per year, did you spend that money in that particular year? Which year did you spend the money of 1 lakh? In the year 0 or the first year, because that was the year you purchased the machinery to manufacture. But in the year 2, are you spending the money? When will you spend again for the machinery? After 10 years. So can I say that I spent all the money in the first year, so I'll minus the 1 lakh in the beginning of the year itself? Why? Why can't you do that? You have the value of the product which is going to last for 10 years. Ma'am has answered the question. So what do? You depreciate that over a period of 10 years. So each year you minus 10,000 rupees from the balance sheet. If you do that, but have you spent it in the year 2? Any amount? Year 3, year 4, year 5? No, you have spent it in the year 1. So this amount is non-cash deduction. The cash which you earned by sales minus expenses is still in the company. Can you all understand that part of it? But still you have minus the amortization and depreciation. So these are what is called non-cash deductions in the balance sheet. So even though you have cash, you minus these expenses so that you can adjust it for the amount you spend in the beginning of the year, beginning of the business. So those are capital expenses. So finally what you get is called earnings before interest and taxes. So interest is paid on loans. Okay, so you deduct the interest which you paid on loans, then you minus the taxes. Finally, you get the net profit. Net profit belongs to whom? The final 7 rupees will go to whom? To whom does that net profit belong to? Shareholders. Yes. So it belongs to the shareholders. So here you have minus the interest. Interest is a repayment for the debt, is a payment for the debt. So this is the basic structure of the balance sheet. I shall go back to explain what the balance sheet represents. So what does a profit and loss account do? Profit and loss account gives the company's ability to generate revenue, manage costs, and give profit. So if an outsider looks at your profit and loss account, say an investor, what does he want to, what information is your profit and loss account going to give him? Say an investor who wants to invest in your company. What does he look for in a profit and loss account? Net profit. What is the net profit? Percentage. It's not only net profit. He also will look at what is your gross profit margin. What does a gross profit margin say? Are you making 30%? Are you making 20%? If a company is making, say, 60%, would you say that's a successful company at a gross profit level? Supposing I sell something for 100 rupees, but my cost is only 40 rupees. Am I a successful entrepreneur? What does that figure tell anything to you? It tells you that my cost of my products which I'm selling is low. That doesn't mean my other expenses also will be lower, right? It could be that I make 60% at gross level, but at net level, I may make only 20%. In that case, what is the information an investor is getting? Overhead charges are more, or I'm spending too much on other expenses compared to my cost of my product. Yeah, marketing or any expense which is post gross profit, I'm spending a lot more on my other expenses. So obviously an investor is going to ask you why there is more expenses in this section rather than in the gross section. So can it also tell that you're not operating efficiently? Can it also tell that my other expenses are very high? Okay, please understand, profit and loss is not just a simple statement. It is giving a lot of information to outsiders. So this is something which you can understand yourself first. Am I profitable at gross level? I think all the speakers were telling about contribution margin. Am I profitable at contribution margin level? Am I profitable at gross profit level? How am I profitable? Is my net profit level? Or more than net profit? Net profit is a figure which not many people focus on. What about EBITDA level? Right? Because depreciation, amortization is a sunk cost. People are not very worried about it. So what is my EBITDA level profit? What is my cash profit? Cash profit is a very important element in any company, right? So the interest part, I will try to explain little later when we are talking of capital structure. So these are so when we say profit and loss account, please remember you can talk to investors with just a profit and loss statement. Not only gross profit, net profit or EBITDA, they can also say, okay, my material cost is so much percentage. Is it growing? If you're comparing over a period of 3 years, is it rising? Is it coming down? Am I able to reduce cost here? How can I become profitable? Remember, for startup, money is tough. So it's required that you control cost at each stage. So can I be frugal at marketing? Can I be frugal at office expenses? Do I need 3 people in my office to run my office? Can I manage with only 2? So these questions and answers can be easily looked at from profit and loss statement. Okay, so it will tell you whether your business model actually works. For example, I had a great business idea. Yesterday, I think Mr. Prashanta Sheth was talking about a cup, right? So he said, you can have thin cup, thick cup. I'll bring it to the finance part of it in the same cup. Supposing cup is selling at 50 paisa, but my paper cost itself is 60 paisa. Am I profitable? Forget manufacturing, machine, everything. If the paper itself is costing me 60 paisa, so it will tell me whether my business model works. So when you have an idea, and if your material cost itself is more than the selling cost of what others are selling, then your business idea is no business idea, right? So your business model will not work. Now, for example, crude costs have gone up so much today. So there are so many items which will become unprofitable to manufacture. It could be even plastic straws. Anything with plastic today, which would have been profitable at crude, says 80 rupees, $80, 80 rupees, no, there's $80, is now 135. Okay, so raw material prices, whether it varies. What is my raw material? Is my raw material coming from India or from abroad? Do I have a control over my raw material cost? How do I control it? Let's say I'm a asafoetida manufacturer. Asafoetida comes from Afghanistan. So can I have a control over costs? Can I then increase my selling price equivalent to my cost? Is that possible? Only then I have a business model. If I don't have it, then I have no control over my business model. So these, as startups, you have to think on these lines. Talks to investors if you can produce efficiently. I think that part I have covered well. It tells you how successful you are. If you're able to be consistently profitable, obviously you're very successful. Tells what is left for the owners. Net profit tells you what is left for the owners at the end. and helps to compare performance of companies across. So if you compare the profit and loss account of say a straw company versus a steel company, you can compare with the profit and loss even though the products are totally different. Why? Because everything is measured in terms of rupee, right? So you can compare any sort of company with any other because profit and loss is represented in rupees. It tells the financial health of a company and growth potential. Any questions on profit and loss account? Anything which you all have not understood and want to learn more? Any questions? Okay. Basic financial steps would be to project. The first step would be to understand your product financially. See, one part of understanding your product is what is your product. Second aspect is how much, what is my selling price of my product? What can be the cost of my product? See, first is you can work out what is the cost of your product. But second point is, can I sell more than the cost? What is the market telling you, when you're looking at the market? Supposing there are equivalent products for lesser price, then you are not having a business model at all. So start with costing and pricing, and then build a balance sheet by projecting balance sheet, profit and loss account. That's how you have to start. Okay, from the basics of starting, what is your product per unit economics, per unit of your product, what will be my selling price, what will be my cost price. From there, you can project how many units can I manufacture. And if I manufacture so many units, this is my amount which I can sell for, then you will make the profit and loss account which I showed to you. And then from there, you can make what is the amount of funding I need, and then what are the machinery. So like that you have to progress. This is not moving. Okay. Next, we move to the balance sheet. So balance sheet talks about the story of health. I'm talking about balance sheet and profit and loss account in terms of stories, in terms of performance, etc. So here, if profit and loss account talks about a period of time, it is not of a single point in time. In today's terminology, you can call profit and loss account like video and balance sheet as a picture, right? It is at a particular point of time. When you say profit and loss account, you're talking about, say, 1 full year, 1/2 a year, 1 month, 2 months, so on and so forth. You don't make a profit and loss account for a small period of time. You make it for a period of time. Whereas balance sheet is at a particular point of time. Okay. So what is the fundamental equation of a balance sheet is assets equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. Owner's equity is the amount you bring into the company. As a promoter, as a startup owner, what is the amount you put into a company is called owner's equity. And if you borrow some amount from the bank or friends or family, that will be called liabilities. And with that liabilities only, you can buy assets into a company. So invariably, the both sides of the balance sheet should be equal. Why? The amount you bring into the company only will help you buy the assets and liabilities. So there's no question of both sides not being equal in a balance sheet. So always assets is equal to liabilities plus equity. So assets plus equity. So here, what does a balance sheet do? It explains liquidity, it explains solvency and asset turnover, which I'll explain soon. So this is how a balance sheet looks. You have a shareholders' equity, which is share capital plus retained earnings. Retained earnings comes for a bigger company, which has been in some time. All of you are startups. So you'll have just shareholders' equity in the beginning, in the first year, which later on you may have retained earnings. So you have current liabilities plus non-current liabilities, current assets plus non-current assets. Current assets are assets which have a lifetime of only 1 year, right? So if you have debtors which are payable within a matter of 3 months, then it is a current asset. If you have a liability which is payable within 2 months, 3 months, or anything less than 1 year, then it is current liability. But if you have bought machinery, and if you have bought furniture, if you have bought car, the life of that asset is more than 1 year, then it is non-current asset. And if you have borrowed for more than 1 year from, say, bank, loans, etc., then it is called non-current liabilities. Usually, your liquidity of a company is calculated based on current assets minus current liabilities. So that will tell you the position of cash you have in your hand at the a working capital with which you can circulate the money throughout the year. So non-current liabilities are long-term liabilities. The more liabilities you have, the solvency of your company is in question, right? So if to find the solvency of a company, usually current assets minus current liabilities will tell you the amount of excess, shareholders equity versus current liabilities. Usually the ratio is supposed to be 1:1. If you have 100 rupees, you should be ideally borrowing not more than 100 rupees, not 50, 100 rupees you can borrow. So that is the equity you're looking at. So the whole structure of a balance sheet is based on equity, which supports the company as such. For example, if you have shareholders' capital is base with which you can borrow. If you look at banks, they will look at how much shareholder equity you have, and based on that, they'll give you loans. Based on that, you can borrow more machinery. So invariably, all companies will not have more than, if you have 100 rupees as shareholder equity, you will borrow only up to 100 rupees and not more. It's called the debt equity ratio, which is supposed to be 1:1. So this is how a T-shaped balance sheet looks like. So shareholders fund is share capital and reserves and surplus. This and the long-term loans and liabilities together form the long-term funds of a company. These long-term funds are used to buy the fixed assets and furniture. So when you buy, supposing a company has 100 rupees as shareholder equity and loans, but it wants to buy 150 rupees of machinery. It is buying with the help of short-term loans. What does it happen? Why? Is that good or not? Anybody can answer the question? If you have 100 rupees of shareholder funds, 100 rupees of loans, but you want to buy machinery worth 300 rupees. You are buying long-term assets with short-term funds. That will create a problem of solvency. So when you are buying a long-term asset, what is a long-term asset? Machinery, furniture, car, anything which is lasting more than 1 year, those have to be purchased only with long-term funds. You cannot buy them with short-term borrowings. Okay? So that is the equation which you have to maintain in your company. Shareholder funds and long-term loans are the ones which you have to use for buying fixed assets. Whereas For current assets and current liabilities, you can adjust current assets with current liabilities. So we'll move on to capital structure. Capital structure represents a mix of debt and equity, and it is used for financing the operation and growth of a company. So capital structure is a mix of debt and equity. So it's cheaper when you borrow capital, it can be in the form of bonds, bank loans, and leases. The difference when you're borrowing, when you are structuring the capital of a company, you can structure with the help of equity or debt. But when you have debt, debt is tax deductible. Hence, it's supposed to be cheaper than equity. Supposing the loan available is at, say, 10%. Whereas, if you looked at the profit and loss account, interest was deducted and tax was paid afterwards. Let's go back there. So where does the interest come? Does the interest come before tax in profit and loss account? Here the interest is deducted before I paid taxes. So the interest is paid on what? Interest is paid on debt. So when you pay interest on debt and that is tax deductible, then it becomes cheaper than what you pay for equity. So when you're financing your company with debt and equity, equity is supposed to be a cheaper option because it is tax deductible. But what are the other problems that arise if I finance more by debt? So can I say, okay, debt is very cheap compared to equity. I'll finance my full assets with only debt. What will the problems will be if I have only debt in my balance sheet and no equity? Company will be in a loss. Yes. Some other answers? Yes. Liabilities will increase. Yes. Any other answers? See, in case of debt, you have to repay, right? In case of equity, nobody is going to come and ask you money. So in case of debt, you have full, repayment risk and penalties. If you don't repay the loan, then what happens? Risk and interest, and company can shut down. A lender can shut down and call for insolvency of a company. So you cannot borrow too much because you have a risk of repayment and penalty. Supposing you don't make enough profits in a particular year to repay the interest, then what do? Right? So every year for debt, you have to pay interest. Whereas for equity, if you don't give them dividends, it's okay. They will be with you. So therefore, there's a need to balance. But if you have full equity, then another problem comes. What is that problem? It is expensive. Why? Why equity is an expensive option? Shareholders don't have a hand on your asset. Shareholder capital is expensive because it is a risk. They are lending for a risky business. Your startup is a risky business, so they demand a higher return on their capital. They may not demand immediately, but the expectation is that they will get better returns. So if the expectation is high, and if you're not able to fulfill the expectation, then you don't get that capital, right? So in case of full equity, in case you don't have, if you have more equity, then the cost of capital goes up, right? Because the full amount of equity, so you have to balance between equity and debt. How do you do that? Yeah, it's already here. So this is called working WACC, weighted average cost of capital, cost of equity and cost of capital put together. Okay,
So what is the weighted average cost of capital? Is cost of equity and cost of debt. Debt is cheaper because it is tax adjusted. Equity is costly. So, but you have to have a balance because full equity is expensive and profits, full debt is expensive and profits will come down. Full equity means net profit may be higher. Okay, so this is how you adjust. I have an example here. You need 10 lakhs to build a new factory. You borrow 4 lakhs. Equity investors provide 6 lakhs. The rate of interest from bank is 5. Investor expectation on return is 10. Corporate tax is 20. Here, the weighted average cost of capital is only 7.6%. If I had taken full debt, it would have been how much percentage? Only 5. If I had taken full debt, full equity, it would have been 10. That is expensive. So I have a balance between the two, which is 7.6%. So this 7.6% is called the hurdle rate. Okay. So you use 10 lakhs to build a factory. That factory should generate. What is the hurdle rate? If my cost of capital is 7.6%, my business has to produce more than 7.6% to be profitable. Okay. If my company's net profit is less than 7.6%, then I'm not a profitable company. That's why it's called the hurdle rate. So when you're looking at startup financing, these are the aspects, these are the places from which you get the finance, seed capital, VC funding, who would give for early stage, late stage. So these are the places from where you get finances. Okay, so I think I'll wind up here. Thank you very much.
Okay, may I now request Shravan Gurtur, the chairman of Manthan committee, to kindly felicitate Shubha Ganesh. Do you want another icebreaker, or are you okay? Are you feeling sleepy? Icebreaker. You want one more? Okay. Give me the hand mic. Can you get me the hand mic? Good afternoon. One more time. Good afternoon. Very good. Okay. So, Iga, what we'll do, Kannada English okay alva? Okay. Iga yen marana andre clap. Okay. Yaryar clap madbodu? Nan heldaga ivagalla. So we'll do a clapping session. Okay. So clap onde alla. Clap madbuttu nimma left ge yaar irtare ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ shake hand ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. In case left illa andre, you can just do a shake like this. Okay. So if I take this person here or this lady, you don't have anybody to your right, actually to your left. Sorry, this side. So if you have nobody on your left, so you can just shake it like this. Okay. We'll do that. Again, voice illa. We'll do it. Okay. So nan 3 count ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ clap ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. How many claps you'll do? 3 claps. Okay. 1, 2, 3. ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗಪ್ಪ? ಎರಡ್ ಕಡೆನೂ ಕೈ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ? ಶೇಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ತಾನೇ ಶೇಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. One more time. Let's do it. I need more voice. One more time. Okay. 1, 2, 3. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಏನ್ ಶೇಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. So this is to activate your brain, that one you have fixed in your mind, suddenly you change. That is to make sure that you are changing your rhythm, coming out of your comfort zone. That is why clap and shake hand will not go hand in hand. Shaking hands will go hand in hand, alva. When you clap, your mind, you're doing it with your hands. But when you change it to shake hands, it needs a big switch. That change is important. Adike ee exercise. Let's do it one more time. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Clap. Shake hands. ಎರಡು ಕಡೆನೂ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಓನ್ಲಿ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ, ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಟು ರೈಟ್, ಓನ್ಲಿ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್. ಯು ಶೇಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೈಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಓಕೆ, 1, 2, 3, clap, shake hands. You have to give it to your right or left, sorry. So ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಗ you have to shake hand. ನೀನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ. ಓಕೆ, okay, I'll call the next speaker. We'll do, if required, we'll do one more session later. So I would like to now call upon Ravi Kumar. Dr. M.V. Ravi Kumar. He is the chairman of the Impact Foundation, and he will be talking and briefing about stakeholder expectation, angel investor, VC, and incubation and acceleration. So please welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Dr. M.V. Ravi Kumar.
Good afternoon. I thought I was in a neuro session. Now we are in to do with how to get the money, okay? Which is very important for you, because if you don't get money, you can't start business. I think you have a remote or how? Here. Yep. So, ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಎರಡು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಓಕೆನಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬೇಕು ಫಸ್ಟ್. ದೋ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಟಾಕ್ ಮೋರ್. Who are the stakeholders? Government is supporting this. Why? Because everybody cannot get employment. So government is also creating an environment. ವಾತಾವರಣ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಬಲ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್. ಅದೇ ತರ ನೀವು ಎರಡನೇದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್. ನಾವು FKCCI is organizing. Why? Because they want people like you. Tomorrow you can be suppliers to some of the industries. You may be idea providers, you may be consultants. So they don't know. So industries are also actively participating. Apart from that, government, they are asking industry through their CSR support to help new ideas. So industries also become one of the important stakeholders in this process. ಮೂರನೇದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ academia, like some of the professors might have come here who are mentoring. Because in a college, you must have the environment. Sumne odu, exam, class marks, attendance, sakagtalla. You have some ideas, you want the environment there. Vatavarana alli hengirbekanದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾನ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋ ತರ ಇರಬೇಕು. So even college now, many of them, for example, I was in Indian Institute of Management. We have business incubator there. So the business incubator is an environment where your ideas can be tested. So colleges are participating because they create the environment with the support of knowledge or skills development, all that. Fourth one is you, actually, idea owners, where you have some idea, you want to test it out in the market. For that, you want support system. So this is a competition which they are conducting to make you to come out with your idea and test it out. Some of you may be successful in the first stage itself. Some of you may have to try again and again. Finally, if you see, that's where if your idea is really strong, if it's going to have marketability, feasibility, there are people who are ready to put their money. So that is what I think we are going to focus today in the next 30 minutes. So investors of different natures are there. We call them angel investors or early investors or seed capital, venture capital, accelerator, people who acquire the companies. Now, if you see, to understand, I have just given a small diagram, like a diamond. How stakeholders are connected. Stakeholders are connected because of the market. If there is no market for your idea or product, whatever you are doing, how will anybody come to you? So the various stakeholders who are connected because of the market forces. Market is again people like you and me, consumers. What we want, 50 years before ididdu ivattu sale agta illa. So new products are coming, new ideas are coming, new systems are coming, new softwares are coming, new apps are coming. So market is a consumer. Unless you are able to satisfy the market, all the stakeholders are looking at the market. So the first and foremost, what you have to look at, not the investor actually, whether your idea or product, whatever you are developing, can it be sold in the market? Is there consumer for your product? So this will give you an idea how stakeholders are connected. So once you understand who are stakeholders, how they are connected, and then we will next, perhaps, like I think last slide I saw the previous speaker was talking about this. If you see on one side, it's very easy to understand. People in Kannada matadoro, agriculture background baroro, without seed there cannot be a tree. Right? ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಎಡಗಡೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸೀಡ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಗಿಡ ಇದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮರ ತರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅ ಸೀಡ್. Today you have a seed, it can become a corporate some 10 years, 5 years, 20 years down the line. But how it becomes a corporate, how it becomes a big company, whether it is Infosys or Wipro, because I belong to that category. I started my entrepreneurship during late 70s and early 80s. So it is like that, like a seed becoming a tree. Your idea, which is in the timeline, bottom most, you are searching for some problem in the market. Unless you solve a problem in the market, your idea cannot become a product or a service product. So you have to first understand what are the limitations or problems that are there, which your product will solve that problem. Then only somebody will buy it. It can be a food related, it can be any service, anything. So understand the problem. The MVP there is minimum value product. That means basic things should be there for somebody to get convinced. Even for you or your own friends or your own family to get convinced. If I'm going to sell idli, there is no problem. They will first find out the price, then size, then the quality, like that. If it is a 10 rupees idli, it's okay. Same idli, if you say 10,000 or 100 or whatever the big number, nobody will buy. So what is the value you are going to give it to the consumer, and whether it is acceptable or not is the first development. Nobody will finance you at that time. The next level is important. That is where you can see how your product is going to fit with the market or the consumers. To do that, there can be people who are interested. Once you have a product, it can be a service product or a physical product. Then somebody is interested then to look at you. That is a stage actually you can look for support. We call it angel funding or seed funding or whatever you call. I will come to that little later. The next stage comes, you optimize the funnel. That means the product, it can be business language, B2B, business to business, or B2C, business to consumer, B2G, business to government. What service or product to whom you are selling. Once that is confirmed, then there are people who will be still interested because there is a good chance that you will succeed. So that is another stage where investors will come. Then the next stage is more important because now you have tested the market, you're able to prove your product, you want to grow the business. When you want to grow the business, more people will be interested, more funding agencies will come forward. Finally, of course, once the product or the company is matured, there are people who are ready to acquire, people who are ready to buy out your shares. All that will happen much later. Now let us see, this is what is important. I just explained you the different stages in which your idea becomes a company or a matured enterprise. You see now, that means one side we have stages, different stages of business is there, process. And on the other side, what are the different sources of funding? When you are in the very beginning stage, nobody is there to fund you. It is only your efforts or your team efforts. Maybe with the guidance of your professor, lecturer, whoever is mentoring you in the college. ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವಾಗ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ನು, ತರಕಾರಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಒಬ್ರು ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಯುವರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಪುಟಿಂಗ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ವಿತ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್, ವಿಚ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಅ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಪ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. It becomes a thing which can be consumed by the market. So that is a stage where it's mostly efforts of the team members, which you are doing right now. But once it is validated, yes, somebody validates, this can be sold in the market, this product or a service product. Then there are people like, we say, 3F antivi, family, friends and fools, who believe in you. So it can be 3F funding or it can be angel funding. Angel funding is people who are little liberal in helping the younger people. It can be a college authority, they may have seed fund, or some companies are there who are having seed fund, who encourage by funding you to take the product to the market, because you will have some overheads and things like that. That is called angel funding. That is somebody like an angel come and help you. That's why it's called angel funding or seed funding. Or it can be immediately your own money, which you have saved over a period of time. It can be family and friends. Next comes the early traction. That means having started selling in business, what we know as break-even point. That means your cost of making and all the overheads put together, you're able to recover the entire cost and you also make profit. Break-even is where there is no profit, there is no loss. So all that I think somebody would have spoken about, we won't get into it. So when you go into the early traction or a stage where it has started now growing, now people will be interested. Either it can be angel funding or we call it bootstrapping. Bootstrapping ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಂದ ಬರೋ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಹಾಕೋದು. We make money out of selling. The profit what we generate, we reinvest into the business. So that is called bootstrapping. Then there are government programs now. A lot of programs have come, both central government and state government. Once they see you are successful, because you become a potential employer, you can provide employment to other people. So government, naturally, either banks or Small Industries Development Bank of India, other agencies are there which will support. It is not just only venture capitalist. Then comes scaling up. That means your business is really picked up. It has to grow to a bigger level, much bigger level. Avaga venture capital people come. Who are these venture capital? They are people, it can be foreign agencies, it can be Indian MNCs, it can be fund managers who have made big money. Like people are there like Mohandas Pai and other people, they have made big money, something like 1,500 crores. So they keep aside fund, venture fund. Narayan Murthy is keeping in Cartman. Like that, people who have made money to encourage good ideas, they also have funds. How they make money? I'll come to that later. So accelerator is something, what you will know is bigger company like Google or Microsoft. Avuru accelerator andre idea chennagide, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಏನು, ಅದನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ they say to accelerate your growth. So they have a fund for that. It is more or less like venture capital, but to speed up the growth, they support in different forms. We won't go into the details there. Finally, maturity andre company ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಟಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it can go through what is known as initial public offer, like in the stock market. So many you will be reading, we go for IPO, or some other company will acquire this company. So that's how you exit business. That means today, not that, like family business, sometimes it goes on and on for 4th generation. Now people are there. For example, I exited business. I sold my shares. I make my money. That is one form of making money, exiting. Now, let's understand what are the expectations of the stakeholders. This is the actual topic, but I prepared you so that you understand why stakeholders come into this. And now, what do they expect? For example, angel funding. If you see, they're trying to encourage ideas with the hope that you will succeed. It can be family, friends, anybody, or even the funding, small funding people who have smaller amounts. It can be, for example, when I funded, I can fund as low as 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, so that the person survives, because he is risking his job. He comes out of job or doesn't take up a job. So he's risking his career. So we ensure that he survives. So it can be to help somebody or to encourage somebody. Angel funding people come. They may not look at making money out of you. They're not looking at making profit out of you. But mostly it is a form of encouragement, support. So risk is low because not huge exposure is not there. Example, I funded a company which is 5 lakhs. The company didn't take off. I lost 5 lakhs. But somebody who is just having 5 lakhs, it's a big loss. Suppose you are having 5 crores, 5 lakhs is okay. So the risk is low for people who are doing angel funding. They are mainly doing to help or encourage or support good ideas. It may take off, it may not take off. They are not sure about it. They don't try to validate whether it will take off or not. So initial stage, this is the best method to get support. Then incubators are things which are there in, I can say, mainly colleges. Now there are more than 400, 500 incubators in India. Mainly because they create a system where you can try out your product or you test your product, or an environment where you attend some workshops. You get to know more about the skills that are required, either finance skills or sales or HR. So they have regular training programs and workshops, as well as business mentors are there. Like people who have succeeded in business, they come and guide you to improve upon your business plan or your product development in these areas. So incubation is providing an environment like typically in Bangalore University, I don't know whether they have or not, IIMs, IITs, all these institutions, they have their own incubators, supported by central government, state government. The professors there, outsiders, even I was there. So outsiders also come and guide the entrepreneurs. Venture capitalists, mainly there are people who have made big money through business. They're all also private equity fund managers are there. Part of their fund, they put it in new enterprises. Not pension funds and things like that. There are people who made big money through selling away their businesses. It can be people like Ola, people like PhonePe. So many of the Indian entrepreneurs who have made thousands of crores, they become venture capitalists because they don't mind taking that high risk, because venture capitalists are taking bigger risk. ಇವಾಗ 10 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 3-4 succeed ಆದರೆ ಸಾಕು. Not that all the 10 will become big. So they take bigger risk. They also get better return. So venture capitalists are people with lot of money. They do lot of evaluation or due diligence, as we call. They try to understand the team members, your capabilities, what you can deliver, what is the possibility of the market going abroad, selling outside India. So they will see all that. They will look at the numbers, what you are proposing to them. Finally, the accelerator, I told you, today big companies, MNCs, like Google, Microsoft, all these people, IBM, they have in-house resident projects where they promote people like their own employees. If their ideas are good, they accelerate that and they fund that and they acquire that company later. So too much getting into it at this stage, if beda. Accelerator is not required now. You focus and understand on angel funding, and maybe little later we can talk about venture capitalists. At this stage, your important thing is your idea, your team, and how to get angel funding. So to start with, I think that should be your focus. Anything else? I think I can answer questions, because any amount I talk will not immediately get into your mind. So any questions you ask in these topics, whatever I discussed, I think I will answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. ಸುಧಾಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ 10,000 ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹೇಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಏನು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಸರ್? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
See, what madam asked is, I think if you know Narayan Murthy's wife, Sudha Murthy, she was not an entrepreneur, but she was the chairman for the Infosys Foundation. She was encouraging, as most of you would have read through media, entrepreneurship. So when she gives money, there are two ways of looking at it. She won't know whether they will become a successful entrepreneur or not. She cannot do the due diligence of the ideas and things like that. So one of the things she is very clear is, she wants everybody to be on their own. See, fundamentally what happens over the last 150 years, namige gottilla, most of us were entrepreneurs ourselves. Like if I take my forefathers, it's only in the last 4 or 5 generations this employment craze has come. Otherwise, till 1850s or 1880s, as I know, most of us were independent and doing whatever little, and the family support was the major. It is only since 21st century, at least in India, of course, I came out, though I come from a typical middle class joint family, I took the risk of resigning government job and starting on my own in my 30s. Because I was an electronic engineer with MBA, the market was booming. So one is, we take a decision of our own. Even though somebody is there, our elders or our somebody is doing, I get motivated. It is like sports. If you see, generally, I was playing cricket. I was playing cricket with even, later on some people became Kirmani and Brijesh Patel. They become big players. But they didn't do PhD like me. So Rahul Dravid, who is known, he was my junior in the college. His mother was a professor in my college in UVC. But he became a famous cricketer because he was focusing on cricket, though he did BCom. They wanted him to do CA because they are academic and things like that. But today with IPL coming, lot of money is there. So younger people are motivated to play cricket now. Even we were motivated when we were young. But our parents didn't allow us to play cricket after a particular age. They said focus on studies. So what happened, more and more in the last 50, 60 or 70 years, focus on as an academic. Again, academic contaction, kelsa, job, in some preferably in government or public sector or big MNCs and things like that. Then promotion. So till the age of 40 or 50, your mind gets into the trap. Whereas when I give money and say do something, say in US this happens. ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ 6 ವಯಸ್ಸು 7 ವಯಸ್ಸು ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು $25 ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಾ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಮಾಡು. So the child started thinking at the age of 6 or 7. You have to make profit. So it is the mindset which is developed in the very young age. Suddenly you cannot become an entrepreneur. That is why this sort of forum is making them or encouraging them to think. For example, I think some of the people here, I don't know. I think I have one of the incubatee. Bharat, can you just raise? Bharat. He was there. I think he was an MBA student when I was a mentor. And he got incubated later and he became an entrepreneur. So like that, there are people who, because of the environment, whether Sudhamurthy gave or somebody gives, they get motivated. They may succeed or they may not succeed. What is required today is support system or ecosystem, as we call, are becoming more and more important for people like IPL 2008 nal bantu. 18th idu agbodu ivaga. Hundreds of crores. So people get motivated. Money is one of the motivators. But I want to be an independent guy. I want to stand on my own legs. That also can be a motivator. Or somebody succeeded. I saw him succeed. I also want to succeed in life. So like this, the factors which motivate people to become entrepreneurs will be different. So more important than money is you have internal willpower to become independent and understand the marketplace, understand the implications in terms of money, in terms of time, in terms of so many other things, the selection of team members. There are so many things involved in establishing an enterprise. So this workshop, in a nutshell, will give you ideas to prepare your business plan in the next 1 or 2 months. You must depend on your immediate college mentor, your professor or lecturer or somebody. So what we come and talk here are only few highlights which are important to consider. Any question on these investments, how it happens? Perhaps at this stage it may be a little premature or early, I think, with the idea stage. Okay, sorry. I think now madam is making it more clear. Now I understand, sorry. The Enandra background in 81 nalli when Narayana Murthy wanted to come out and start his own business, Sudha Murthy gave her saving and it became much later hundreds and thousands of crores. Perhaps that's her question. See what happens if you look at Infosys as a company. Narayana Murthy got cream of the team members. Initially there were, including him, there were 7 members. I think people may not know Raghavan and Arora, who were not that much known because Arora left early, Raghavan left in 99. The other people like Nandan and Krish Gopal Krishnan, Shibulal and Dinesh are more known. What she was asking it, Sudha Murthy gave a very small sum to Narayan Murthy. How it became hundreds of crores, right? So I thought she gave some. So here, the initial money what she gave was just like a seed money, as we call it. Seed money, because the people were already employed in a company in Pune, and these people were working as Narayana Murthy as a manager. These 4 or 5 people were working with him. So he was sure about their talent or knowledge, or because some of them are from IIT Madras, some of them from IIT Bombay. Let us not get into the details. So he was sure about his team. When they started, software was not a very well established product per se. Because as I know, because I was also a neighbor to them, they were trying to develop a hardware product for what is known as a teleprinter. It didn't work out for 4 or 5 years. They tried to develop some hardware products. Later on in mid-80s, already what had happened, TCS as we call, TCS used to export some of their software coding people. Those days it was Fortran, COBOL, very old. I'm talking about late 70s. US nalli, they will send people from Bombay, they will pay them salaries in Bombay, and they will go and work in USA they were paid on an hourly basis. So TCS was doing that. So that is how they were all called as software coolies. So youngsters were sent there, they were put in one flat, one car will take them to workplace. Itara 70s nal nadita ittu. Similarly, Narayan Murthy also sent some of his team members to USA and they did the coding work. Then with great difficulty, they got one computer from America. Then I know the difficulties, how much they have to wait, paying duties and things. That's another story. So slowly they got into what is known as software development instead of hardware development. That was way back in late 80s. It was a beginning. Then in 91, many of you wouldn't have even born. India has to go through a totally economic reform system called as liberalization, privatization, and globalization. It's called LPG. So economists will talk more about it. When LPG came, that means we didn't have enough money to manage our country's economy. So we have to borrow money from IMF, International Monetary Fund. We have to pledge our gold to UK. So this was a state of affairs in 91. So we were forced to liberalize. That means we were allowing the foreign people to come and play here, their businesses, which were not allowed for a long time. With that happening, this became more and more an open market, as we call an open market. Ivaga ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, it was not there. Your ಮಾಲ್ಗಳು ಅದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. I used to see that only in Hong Kong or Singapore or Bangkok and other places. What we see now in Bengaluru or everywhere in India. So when the Western model came into India, along with that, this technology development took place because the personal computers started coming in late 70s. IBM brought personal computers. With this technology, software development all happening, Infosys had a strong team. They brought strong systems. Like Narayana Murthy used to say, values were very, very important. With strong team and strong system, the market was opening out now to absorb this technology and software. Indian market started opening out. Export market was already in need. We could give at 1/6 of the cost to the export markets in early 90s. So then they decided that is the time, because of liberalization, to expand the company. They said we will have to go to stock market. So in 92, when Infosys came to stock market, they were priced 10 rupees share was 110 rupees. Nobody was ready to buy. I bought only 100 shares in those days. So today, I might have become that. Let's not get into that. So even including Narayana Murthy's friends, colleagues, everybody was not at all interested. But once they sold, somehow they sold. Then Bombay stock market took over. They said, Narayana Murthy, you keep quiet. We will take care. So Bombay stock market, they started driving the prices of the stock. Between 92, 93 to 99, nobody knew how Infosys grew. Because a middle class teacher's son suddenly was announced in the public stage that he has become a multi-crorepati because of Infosys. So Narayana Murthy became an icon in 95, 96. For teacher's son can become a big entrepreneur. So it is branding, marketing, everything. So concept of branding, marketing, all this today it becomes a, when I did in 70s my MBA, I never knew about branding. I never knew about ethics. I never knew about strategy. See, way back in 76, 78, I did my MBA. None of this subject I studied. So all these are all products of post-80s, post-90s, even subjects. So the story of Infosys, of course, is very well known, and I have also written about it. So the major thing is the market plays a very important role. How do you also tap the opportunities that are there in the market? See, because you must be sharp enough to be close to the market, to understand the market. So that is the opportunity now you guys have at a very young age. Ivagindane shuru madidre, we don't know if you are also looking for a job, yaar ಎಷ್ಟು package ಏನು, total package ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ country ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, then it's a problem. Because if I have confidence in myself and my team and my idea which is acceptable in the market, we don't know whether we will succeed or not. ನಾನು ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಆಡೋ ಶುರುವಾಗ ನಾನು ಗವಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಾ ಟೆಂಡೂಲ್ಕರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಾ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. But I get motivated because of them. But it's up to me, how do I play in the pitch? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಾಲ್ ಮುಖದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಓಡೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ. So it is to do with our confidence, our courage, our understanding, our risk-taking ability. ಇದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. But it was a right opportune time for Infosys in 90s, and they capitalized because team was strong, the market was good. It all helped to become. Today, whoever is holding shares, today again, it's in trouble because of the war going on. The share market has come down. So too much depending also is not good. So the whole thing is now you have an idea. How good you are in attracting investment is the key. Your idea, if it matches with the market requirements, you can attract investment. Okay? Any other questions other than this? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. So, sir, can you please let us know which is the best or few applications to find the investors, sir?
Today with AI coming, how good? See, AI is nothing but, if you are a student of statistics, it is trying to find out the consumer's behavior or analyzing a pattern of data. So if your future is, if more and more AI driven, how do you understand the right tool to apply for the right job? Instead of writing codes, now AI can write the codes. If you can understand, if you can enable, ಮುಂಚೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಮ್ಮ, ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ನಾವು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿರುವಾಗ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಮುದುಕ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂತಾ ಇದ್ದ, 50 ಪೈಸಾ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟರ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 50 ಪೈಸಾ ಎಂಟಾಣಿ. That fellow will make his 5 rupees that day. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ lot of illiterate people who are coming to post office, they don't know how to read, how to write. So he will write on their behalf, or he will read the letters on their behalf. He will charge a very small sum. Avaga small sum, 25 paisa or 50 paisa. He will still make 5 rupees. So ಇವಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಎ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Even if you can understand the AI, the tools, how it works, if you can even be a consultant to make industries to use that properly. For example, digital marketing is one. People don't know how to use some of the social media for marketing. Can you be the advisor to use it effectively and show them that you can increase your business. That can be one way of applying your knowledge, using social media, or it can be using AI. So I don't want to get into your mind, because I am not here entrepreneur. I will tell in the marketplace there are opportunities ಇದೆ. ಆವತ್ತಿಗಿತ್ತು ಲೆಟರ್ ಓದೋದು ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಇವಾಗ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಓದೋಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. Then everybody is literate today. So business literate ಆಗೋದು, you have to work, you have to understand. That is why you are developing this business plan. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ you will understand more about business, right? There is no ready-made solution. Like ಉಪ್ಪಿನಕಾಯಿ ಮಾಡೋ ತರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಉಪ್ಪಿನಕಾಯಿ ಮಾಡೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಕೇಳಿ.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Best investment for students at present, sir.
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಕೆಲಸ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. Don't waste time. Don't get into internet and simply Google for everything. Be focused. Whatever you choose, whether it is sports, whether it is language, whether it is business, be focused. Invest your time in developing knowledge and skill. That is what is the investment, not money-based investment. You have to invest in yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Taking care of your health, right association of friends, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್.
Sir, if we have trust in our idea, but to build technology or the prototype or the MVP, we need funding, sir. As now we are the students, our family and also the friends will not trust us. How to overcome this situation and how can we approach to the investors, but and also our idea has the relevant solution to solve the societal problems, sir.
This is where, this is very important, because I remember long before 2009, similar thing happened. There was a product, duddilla, develop madakke. But when you try again and again, there will be somebody who will come to support. I can tell you that much. When your really idea is good, universe will come and help you. You must have belief in that. Kelavaru devaru antare, divine antare. I always believed if you work hard, if you go behind your idea, anything will happen, provided, let us say, there are, recently I was listening to interview of people who have passed IAS. Mother was poor, father was poor, that fellow worked very hard. So, idara case galu sumar ide. But not to give up, working very hard, because nobody, like you rightly said, nobody will trust us. Naan shuru maduvaga, I was a public sector nalli executive engineer agidre. You know how I started my business? My cousin was making tea in Kunur. I got one box of 25 kgs of tea. Nam pakkad mane angadinalli provision store inda ಈ ವೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಬಾರೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಕೆಜಿ 1 kg ಪ್ಯಾಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ವೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಅಂಗಡಿಯಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎನಿಯೋ ಈಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಶಾಪ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ 25 kg ಟೀ ಅನ್ನ ನಾನು ಅರ್ಧ ಕೆಜಿ 1 kg ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸ್ಯಾಟರ್ಡೇ ಸಂಡೇ ರಜಾ ಇರುವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮನೆ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಮನೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾರೋದು. ಅಂಗಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಅದರಿಂದ ₹1 ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾರೋದು. ಯು ವೋಂಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್, ಐ ಮೇಡ್ ಮೈ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್. So anything you do, if you are confident about your idea, about your thing, it will work. You don't give up hope. Nobody will trust you, I can tell you that much. Your own family won't trust you. If you say, na ಓದಿಸಿದ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿಯರಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು, because I have given talks even in women's college, M.Com ಓದೋ ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ನನಗೆ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು, because I am PhD in that area. ಒಂದು ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ ಈ ತರ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋರು ಯಾರೋ ಕರೆದ್ರು, ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ. ಅಟ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಟಾಕ್ ಒಂದು 50 ಜನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ M.Com ಓದೋ ಹುಡುಗಿರು ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ರದ್ದು ಇದೇ ತರ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 20 years back. Today it may be different. Even women are interested. The point is, it is a mindset, attitude. Parents encourage ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. There are several people I know who have motivated themselves and they have come up in life and they become big people in life. So don't believe, don't trust. You don't trust others easily. Like others may not trust you, you also don't trust others. Because ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಟೋಪಿ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. So careful agiri. Okay? There is no single formula or solution for the problem. So it is up to us. We have to work hard. Anything else? Thank you. So you are told enough is enough.
Sir. Sir, I have one question.
Yeah, please. Sorry.
Sir, here. This is. Sir, what is that one thing startups lose when they scale that no one talks about?
See, main thing is, failure to be accepted in a normal way, in my opinion. See, ಗುಜರಾತಿಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಎನಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ 1000 days ಒಳಗೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಚ್ಚಿಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ. So one thing is, generally we have to accept failure. Startup ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ? We are trying something to do on our own with the hope that we can be on our own. The one thing is, it can succeed, it can fail. Depends on the market and our willpower to survive or sustain. So it shows, for example, now I am writing a book on compassionate capitalism. So these two can be looking like oxymoron antevi. How can capitalist agironu compassion agirtane? How can he show sympathy on others? But today we have to do that. We have to bring in inclusivity, equality, ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. So ಆತರ startup nalli there is nothing called, see, main thing is, we are ashamed when somebody will laugh at us if we fail. We should come out of all this. ನಾವು ಇನ್ಸುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. There is nothing called, see, ಟಾಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಟೈಲು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ anything use that, don't go with any fixed views. There is nothing like that. You can succeed if you have the willpower and the market accepts your product.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please.
Sir, my question to you is, what exactly do angel investors look for in a startup?
As I told you, they look at minimum value proposition, MVP. What do you propose to them to attract their money into your angel andre enu? ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಸೇ ಯು ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ 2 lakhs or 5 lakhs or 1 lakh, ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಆ ಏರಿಯಾ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ರೆಡಿ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಟು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ 5 lakhs or 3 lakhs. They look at your idea, your team, and the marketability of your product. It can be physical product or service product, whatever it can be. ಅದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ, ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಟೀಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ನೀವು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಏನು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ನೋಡೋಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಈಸ್ initially angel funding, don't get into too many details.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. At your right. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vismay from UVC. I just had a question that what do investors see in SaaS company pitches at their ideation stage? Do they want us to make the full, for example, if I want to make an app, do I have to make the whole app and present to them before taking the investment, or just an idea is enough?
No, actually, you are talking about SaaS now. Any application, I mean, you want to put it in the cloud and then make people use it, pay as they pay, no?
Yeah.
Generally, they will look at the complete app. So the marketability of app, who is the consumer, how many times they will visit, it depends on that. Any investor will look at the total development. After that only they will consider. Depend on the number of visits, because it will be on per visit basis, usage, and the number of people who will visit.
Okay.
So that you should project in your business plan.
So, but this is as in the ideation phase. For example, I have come with an idea, then like I wouldn't have been having the platform in which
No,
most people would
even
be
if you
there.
don't have idea, you must have an understanding of the market. Who will be your consumer?
Okay.
Then what charges you have to pay to keep your software in the cloud? There is some cost is there in that, no?
Yeah, yeah.
And you should know who are your competitors for that particular app. So all that you should have done some groundwork to convince the investor. What you do the groundwork as well as your idea and what is the market competition, all that will play a role.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything? Anybody else? I am not tired. If you are tired, I can't. The next is tea time. So you can charge yourself. I will also be available. Yeah.
So good afternoon, sir.
Yep.
Sir, sir, when we look for an investor, like we will be having more pressure on us. Like we can't upscale our company. Like there'll be a particular time period, right, sir? So how to handle this pressure properly?
First of all, pressure is your mindset. I will say take a deep breath. For me, that is good enough. See, pressure is something when you are confident and competent, you won't have pressure. ನಾನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ 1968-73 ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, ಅವಾಗ ಆರಾಧನಾ ಒಂದು ಫೇಮಸ್ ಮೂವಿ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಖನ್ನಾದು. ನಾನು ಸೈಕಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಗೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆಂಟ್, ಯು ವೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್. ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್? ಹೆಂಗಪ್ಪ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಹೇಳೋದು. ವೆನ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ, ದ ಫಿಯರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್. ದಟ್ ಫಿಯರ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಯು ಪ್ರೆಷರ್. ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಫಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಏನೋ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಪ್ಪ, ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಭಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವಮಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸೈಕಲಾಜಿಕಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಲೆಸ್ನೆಸ್. ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಫಿಯರ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪಾಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಶೇಮ್. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಥಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಭಯ ಪಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಶೇಮ್ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವನು ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ, ಭಯ, ಕಾಲ್ ನಡುಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೊಸವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಕಾಲ ನಡುಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಕೇರ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಏನು? ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗೋದು. ಸೊ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್. Okay, don't develop. Be confident about your business idea, what you have developed. Be confident about it. You ask 10 times before you prepare. Don't get scared of anybody. Okay?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have another one doubt. So there are many investors. How to choose which investor is good for us?
So this is called as a trust factor. Trust factor ಅನ್ನೋದಿದೆಲ್ಲ. You have to develop the metrics or the parameters based on which you will have to choose. ಕೆಲವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಕೆಲವರು ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ನೀವು ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯು ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಡ್ ಅವೇ. ಸೊ ಯು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಚೂಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕಂಪನಿ, ಯುವರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ. ಸೊ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಗೋ ಬೈ ಅದರ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ?
Thank you, sir.
We'll wrap it up. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi Kumar. I missed a little brief about Mr. Ravi Kumar earlier. So Dr. Ravi Kumar is before I give the brief about him, may I request the chairman of Manthan, Shravan Gurtu, to felicitate Ravi Kumar. Dr. Ravi Kumar. Okay, so Dr. Ravi Kumar is an electronics and a communications engineer, a postgraduate diploma in industrial management, MBA in marketing, and has a PhD in management studies. He also holds a postgraduate diploma in software engineering and from Indian Institute of Science. He has also worked as the research development for Indian Telephone Industries Limited. I'm not sure how many have heard ITI. So he has worked as a research development. So thank you so much for your wonderful talk, sir. Okay. So Shravan, the chairman, would like to answer a few questions or take few questions. So if you have any questions, please bring it up. He's going to say few FAQs. So post that, probably you can ask him any questions you have.
So good afternoon, everyone. Since I'm here and also on the WhatsApp group and even on emails, I keep getting a lot of questions. So I thought it makes sense to clarify a few of them when everybody is here. So the first one is, can we add more team members to our team? Yes, you can add more team members to your team, but please remember maximum 4. If you have already 3 people in your team, 3 students, then you can add 1 more. So how will you intimate us? Kindly include their names as a part of the business plan presentation when you will be submitting it tomorrow onwards. Next is, can I change my business plan name? Yes, you can change your business plan name. Like I mentioned before, the window for submission of the business plan starts tomorrow, ends on 8th of April. Once you submit, that is the final submission. Once you submit, you cannot make any further changes. Next, can I change the mentor on my business idea? Yes, you can change the mentor on your business idea. The same logic remains good up until only the business plan submission. Beyond business plan submission, you cannot make any changes. Few of them are also asking me, sir, when will I get the certificate for day 1 of the knowledge workshop, day 2 of the knowledge workshop? All these certificates will be given through email to you. Of course, we have the participant data and only those will get the online certificate automatically. Give us a couple of days time. We will send out the certificates. And these certificates will be sent out separately for day 1 and separately for day 2 because the participant list is different. Do we get the participant certificates even for the mentors? The answer is yes. We will be sending out the certificates even for the mentors or professors who have associated with the teams today, yesterday, respectively, for day 1 and day 2 separately. If there are any further questions, I'm available backstage. So over to Pranam for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shravan. Before we actually move to the, so if you have any questions, right, to Shravan, you can email him or send an email to Manthan at FKCCI. Probably you'll get to know that a little later. You can go to the website and visit. I would like to now call upon Chinmay Anand. Chinmay Anand is a financial educator, business storyteller, TEDx speaker, and an author. Since 2014, Chinmay has trained and consulted over 15,000 plus business owners and non-financial managers globally on the subject of business finance. He is a proud owner of 6 failed business, which taught him what not to do in business. So I have a huge list. Probably I'll go throughout the session, but I will not take much time because I know he's a very good speaker, and even I would like to listen to him. So please welcome with a round of applause to Chinmay Anand.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pranav, for keeping the introduction very short. Good evening. English, Konglish. So let me mix both of them. And of course, if there's anything, you can always ask for clarification. I know this is the last session. Nenne ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಮಳೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇರಬೇಕು. Business plan ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಹಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, all this many aspects. Let me ask you one question. When you were a small boy, girl, and you went to your parents, ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ನನ್ಗೊಂದು 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ? ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಓ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ನಾನೊಂದು ಬುಕ್ ತಗೊಬೇಕು. ಹೌದಾ, ಸರಿ, ತಗೊಂಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತೋರ್ಸು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಂಗೊಂದು 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡು. ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಏನಕ್ಕೆ 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿ? ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಬೇಕು, ಜಾಮೆಟ್ರಿ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಬೇಕು, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸರಿ, ತಗೊಂಬಂದ್ ತೋರ್ಸು. 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೇಕು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ? ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ನಿನ್ ಜೊತೆ, ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳು, ನಾನೇ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೇಕು. ಕೈ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಿಗ್ ಬೇಕೋ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗ್ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ, ನಾನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ವಿಚ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅವರ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಹುಡ್ದಂಗಿದ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇ ರೀಡ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್. ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. But more money we ask, more questions They ask. It's not that they don't trust us. They think that they can't trust us with that kind of money. And all of you are here applying for this Manthan business plan competition, asking for few lakhs. What do you think the judges, the jury are going to ask or look for when they are going through your business plan? 5 lakshak beku andaga. What do you think they'll be thinking? Enik kodbek, enik kodbek, enik kodbek, enik kodbek. Yes. So we'll do one thing. Is it okay if you have some interaction? Questions kelboda? Answers kodtira? All this while since yesterday morning, you have been sitting here as students, applying for this business plan competition. For the next 5 minutes, I want you to think that you are a jury member. You are a judge. And the business plan is going to be sent to you. What are the 3 things that you would like to see in that business plan? I'll give you 30 seconds. Discuss with the person sitting next to you. What are the 3 things that you would like to see in that business plan? Now you are going to play a role of a judge, a role of a jury. If you have an answer, please raise your hand. Yes, ma'am. How different it is from others. Okay, what else? Oh, how will your business be after 5 or 6 years? So which means, will it really survive after 5 or 6 years? How will it fit into the market? Ma'am,
how this product is sustained.
Oh, 1 minute. Oh, okay, SOP. How this product will sustain? Will it really sustain and survive? Yes. Ooh, is it beneficial for the society? So is it going to be a business or a non-for-profit, or is it going to be a social enterprise? Are you actually solving some problem? Or do you think this is a problem and you think that everyone has that problem? What's the USB? What's the unique selling point? How are you different? Why should someone choose your solution? Huh? Scalability. So, even you said scalability, she is also saying scalability. Some telepathy. Huh? Novelty. Okay, okay. What will you do with the money? Or will you go and buy a new iPhone? Correct. Is there a market for this idea? Okay. Is it feasible? Huh? Competitive advantage.
Sir, innovative ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಜನರೇಷನ್ ತಕ್ಕಂಗೆ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
Oh, so you have to keep adapting. Generation ತಕ್ಕಂಗೆ innovation ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಆಪಲ್.
Oh, revolution. ಏನು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಾಟ್ ಜಿಪಿಟಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಪ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. Okay, great. See again. All of you kind of know what should be on a business plan. But let me tell you something. Knowing is knowing, doing is doing. Knowing is knowing, doing is doing. As of now, you're all in your own assumption. Idu agate, naneno one product to service na ready ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. We're all in our own Cinderella world. But let us go through each and every element that you need to be present in that particular business plan. Now, this was just before COVID. I teach at some of the business schools in Australia. So one of them, they asked, in fact, when I did MBA, business plan, how to prepare, they used to teach us. And minimum 14 pages. The thicker the business plan, tumba research madidare. That's the perception. But today it's all the other way around. Business model canvas, can you fit in your business plan? And just before COVID, when I was having a session, one of the gentlemen or the student, he asked me, Mr. Chinmay, can you tell me in very short 1 sentence, if I can pitch my business plan in 1 sentence, what are all the key elements? ChatGPT lila. So I had to really think, and I went and I met a lot of my mentors, business coaches, management consultants, went on bouncing ideas and finally came up with these 3 sentences. And I'm asking you to fill up the blanks in this sentence and let us see how your idea kind of fits in. If our client or customer gives us dash rupees, so you're all going to sell a product or a service, yes? What is the selling price of that product or service? We or I will give them dash. So what is that product? What is the service that you're actually selling? Finally, within dash hours or day, let us now break down each and every word. The first word here is if our client or customer. Do you know who is your client or customer? In other words, who has your money? Who has your money? Are you very clear about it? Again, who is that customer? Who is that person? How do they look? Is it male, female, ajana, appana, uncala, auntina? Very clear, very clear. Not vague answers. You need to be very clear. Are you in a B2B business? Are you in a B2C business? Then, what is the selling price? 100 rupees, 1000 rupees? I think when the finance class was conducted, they would have already explained you the margins. So if 100 rupees comes in, how much will be spent towards the variable direct expenses? What will be left to cover all your operational expenses? How much will be left as your operating profit or net profit? Do you know all those margins? Next, we or I. Is there anyone who is applying for a business plan all by yourself? Okay, okay. So obviously one of the questions the judges will be asking is, so you're a one-person team. How will you go about getting other members? Are you going to employ them? If you're going to employ them, you have to pay a salary. How much salary will you be paying them? How can you run the show? Again, 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೇಕು 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೇಕು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? So what will you do? And if you're a team, do you have people with different expertise? Or are you all engineers trying to solve only one problem and you don't have much expertise when it comes to marketing and other aspects? Then we will give them dash. Can people see that product, feel that service? So is there a minimal viable product, MVP? If you have some kind of an app or something you're selling online, can you just show the demo? You know, they say picture speaks 1,000 words. A PowerPoint slide speaks 10,000 words. A prototype speaks 100,000 words. So can you show a demo, a sample of whatever product or service you're trying to sell within dash hours or day, which is now about operation efficiency. If someone orders something, how much time will it take for you to deliver? I will give you a minute. Take your time, fill up this, and let us hear from 2-3 of you. And then let us use that as an example and run with the other slides. If someone already has an answer for this, please raise your hand. Let us work on your idea. Yes. Your name is?
Mallikarjun.
Mallikarjun, yes.
The product price will be the categorized to 99 to 199.
If our client or customer, who is your client or customer?
B2B and B2C also, both.
Select
both
one.
Combined.
Select.
B2B.
B2B.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say B2B, what businesses will buy your product?
It is a AI companion to reduce the human stress and human emotions.
Okay. Okay. So what businesses size? 50 employees, 100 employees, 200 employees?
The employee size will be 50 inside itself.
50 employees.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. See, this is how we have to keep on narrowing down. What's the selling price?
Selling price is that 2-3 versions are 99 and 199 or 499.
Okay, let's say 199, 199 per user?
Yeah.
Per user. Okay. Minimum how many users?
Approximately for 1 year, we are expecting to target 50,000 users.
Okay, again, approximately assumption. All of this is assumption. Okay, but we are getting a start. You're one-person team or do you have?
Now currently I have only one person.
So you're all by yourself. Yeah. Okay. So we will give them dash. So what will you give them? If I pay you 199 rupees, what will I get?
I'll provide the experience of human emotions and with the AI chatbots.
I want to touch. I want to feel it. I want to see it. What will I get?
You can virtually feel the human emotions. Virtual impactuation.
So where? On my phone?
Yeah, in your phone or in your chat.
So which means I pay 199 on my phone.
Yeah.
I get an app or a link.
You will get an app.
Okay.
Through that you can it is monitor all your.
Okay, so things. I pay 199 and get an app and I get all the features.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Immediately, will it happen?
Immediately it will won't happen because for any AI chatbot input should be needed. It will work
for me to get started, immediately it will happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So again, you have to link to the payment gateway, that verification, OTP, all that needs to be?
It used
Into
to be
consider.
take like 15 to 20 seconds of period of time.
So are you all getting the drift here? Each and every element you have to go to it. So if a business having 50 employees, again, where are these people? Are they in Bangalore? Are they outside Bangalore? Are they in manufacturing? Are they software? The more you are being specific, the better it is. You know where exactly the money is. And who is the decision maker in the business? Is it the business owner? Is it the HR manager? Is it the CFO? Or is it all three of them? Pay 199 rupees, 10 users. We will give them, or I will give them my team. So who are the people? Probably you might design. Who will take care of all the backend? Who will be doing the testing? Who will be doing the hosting? Who will be taking care of the admin? So all of it, we will give them that particular app. So is it on Play Store? Is it on App Store? Are you going to pay if it is on App Store? What's the monthly subscription? When will you break even? So all of it within, you said immediately. So if it has to happen immediately, you have to have many other things that needs to be aligned with it. This is what we need to see on a business plan. If the jury wants to take your PowerPoint presentation or the business plan you're going to submit to the next round. If you're going to put it across saying, if our customer will pay 499, we will give them an app that will solve all this problem and all this beautification. And of course, ChatGPT will give you a lot of answers. And if you put it there, I'm afraid your application or the plan will not be taken to the second round. Mallikarjun, getting an idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe one more. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is? Name?
Chiranjeevi.
Chiranjeevi.
Yes.
Mallikarjun, Chiranjeevi. Okay.
If our customer gives us 99 rupees, we will give them 27 grams of healthy protein snack within 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. So we are clear about 99 rupees. We are clear about that 27 grams healthy snack.
Healthy snack.
Now, client or the customer, who are they?
B2C.
B2C, yeah. B2C, who are they?
Customer.
Which customer?
Fitness oriented.
Age group. So will you find them near the gym? Is it fitness freaks or is it people who want to be fit without working out?
Fitness oriented, health oriented people.
See, these are all assumption. Euro konkona bahudu. How do fitness? Everyone wants to be fit, right? How many of you want to be fit? How many go to the gym? Gym alli enik open ಮಾಡಿರೋದು fit ಆಗಿರಕ್ತಾನೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ? So which means don't assume that everyone is the market.
No, who go to gym?
Again, this is your assumption. We don't know.
Yeah.
So people who are going to the gym, they'll feel like, oh, illala, nange correct ಆಗಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಈ ಸ್ಟಾಂಪ್ ಬೇಕು, ಆ ಸ್ಟಾಂಪ್ ಬೇಕು, ಈ ತರದನ್ನೇ ತಿನ್ನೋದು, ಈ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಶೇಕ್ ಕುಡಿಯೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. Now, which means how you are going to be unique. I'm already having a protein shake. I'm already eating a healthy bar. Why should I take this? What's the differentiating factor? So this is where you have to do the market research, research. Okay? Thank you, Chiranjeevi. Let's continue. Now, how much is 1 plus 1? Very good. LKG pass. But in business, 1 plus 1 is never equal to 2. I think Pranav, sir, he mentioned while introducing that I failed in 6 startups. And I had an idea for the 7th startup. Prepared another beautiful business plan. Red line, blue line, green line, underline, colorful graphs, sales, something. All of it. But the only thing is, I wanted 10 lakhs as investment. So when you need that kind of money, where do you go? To the ATM in the house, to the father. Appana there. My father, he runs a carton box manufacturing business. Back in 80s, he started corrugated box manufacturing. So ಅಪ್ಪಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಇದೆ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, MBA ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದೀನಿ, ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನೋ ಕೈ ಸುಟ್ಕೊಂಡೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ. My father is a very wise man, which I realized a bit late. He knew I wouldn't listen to him. He said, Chinmay, one ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡು, ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಒಬ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, he's also an industrialist and also a management consultant. Why don't you share your business plan with him? He might give you some inputs. So in my head, I was thinking, somehow if I can go and convince my father's friend, he will pick the phone and he'll ask my father to write a check for 10 lakh rupees. Immediate phone ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದೆ. Uncle, thank you so much. ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಹತ್ರ Uncle, thank you so much for seeing me at such short notice. ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ business plan, ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. One breath, I explained the whole business plan. He asked me, Chinmay, ನೀರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬೇಕು. Relax. head on your shoulders, feet on the ground. And he took a paper and a pen and he wrote 1 + 1 and he pushed it towards me. How much is 1 + 1, Chinmay? 2, but opposite. Illa. Think. How much is 1 + 1? I knew it was a tricky question, but I didn't want to think too much. I said, 1 + 1, Roman 2. Said, oh, smart. No. I want you to think as an entrepreneur. I want you to think as a business owner. Chinmay, how much is 1 + 1? Now, again, me being me those days, I was in my early 20s. Professor Google was in my pocket. I knew everything. Sir, obviously 1 + 1 is 2, sir. Indian, sir. Relax, head on your shoulders, feet on the ground. The day you realize 1 + 1 will never be equal to 2 as a business owner, that's the day you can consider yourself to be slightly matured in business. I was not able to understand what he was trying to say. And he went about saying 1 + 1 = 2. That is correct for your arithmetic teacher. That is correct on calculator. But in business, you plan something, you do something, it will never go exactly according to plan. 1 + 1 can be 1, 1.1, 1.9, -1, 3, but it will never be equal to 2. When it is not equal to 2, what is your plan B? What is your plan C? That is when I went, now I know what happened with all the 6 failed businesses. Because I was preparing the plan as if everything will be 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. But customers said 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. This is where you have to test the market. And that is exactly what the judges and the juries are going to see in the business plan. Oh, ಬೇಜಾನ್ ಕತೆ ಹೊಡಿತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅವನು? ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? 50,000 ಜನ ಯೂಸರ್ಸ್. They're not trying to demotivate you. They're trying to challenge you. And the more you're challenged in your own space, the better it is when you go to the outside world. And that is exactly what we'll do, a quick recap in this upcoming slides. So first slide, very simple. All these slides will be made available, like 14, 15 slides, but still feel free to take photo if required, because pretty much we want you to use this particular framework when you're submitting. So there is that standardization. The first slide, it's the introduction slide. You mention about your idea, brief, vision, mission, so on and so forth. I'm sure that you'll all be using ChatGPT, but at least you know what you're trying to present, all right? And ideally, what we would like to see is when you come there on the 3rd round or 4th round and you're presenting, don't stand in front of the screen and say, the vision statement of my business is to ensure that all the healthy people. Guru, adu nin vision statement. Adu modbadappa, dayavitu helo. Which means now we know you have probably taken help of ChatGPT, but at least you understand. Yes, we love artificial intelligence, but during presentation, we would love to see human stupidity. All right? Next slide. This is where you can put your amazing photos. And again, don't use ChatGPT. Use your real life photos. If you have any mentors, supporters, so on and so forth, you can mention. These are all the people. These are the people. Previous slide. Madam, ivala bharat sikh kodtare nimge. It will all be there. It will all be there. So all of this, you do it. And again, don't spend too much time beautifying all your slides. You can do it at the end. We are more interested in, do you really have it in you? Have you really thought through to make this idea work? Then comes the most critical thing. This is the first thing we would, first thing we would like to see, we would like to hear. Are you explaining or communicating the problem in a very simple way? How big is the problem? Who has the problem? How many people want this problem to be solved? How urgently and desperately they want this problem to be solved? Because many a times people are comfortable with their own problems. So this is where you have to test the market. You can't just assume the moment I build an app, people are going to download. The moment I'm going to come up with something healthy, people are going to eat. You have to really test the market. Who has the problem? How badly do they want the problem to be solved? Now, many people ask me, Chinmay, you're in touch with a lot of business schools and colleges and things like that. You conduct sessions on communication, public speaking. Why don't you do it in schools? A lot of demand. Money there. No, just go talk to students. Do you think if I am going to train high school students on public speaking, high school students are my customers? Who are my customers? Who has the money? Who has the money? Appa amma. ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಸರ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಪಿಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಸ್ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೀರಾ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನ ಪಿಕಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾರು, ಬಿಡೋದು ಯಾರ್ದು, ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಲೇಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು. So many things. But I'm thinking, oh, students, no, if they learn public speaking, it is great. Are you able to understand? I think that is the problem. But the market has got many other problems, many other variants with regards to how they look at it. So that's the problem statement. Next, imagine you want a job, or are you looking for a new job, or you're looking for a new client, and this is your potential employer, client, customer. So there is always a seller and there is always a buyer, and there is always this invisible gap. How do you think this gap will be reduced? Did you buy anything recently? Anything recently? Whatever it is, anything you bought recently? Yes, ma'am. ಏನ್ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ? ಮಗುಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ? Online. Okay. ಯಾವ ವೆಬ್ಸ್? First Cry. Okay. And then how did you go about selecting it? Age? You went on filtering it, and then some rating ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು. So First Cry is a kind of a go-to market for most of the parents, especially mothers, if they have a small child. Now you didn't say one day, First Cry anbittu ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. You have seen it again and again and again and again and again, which means there is some trust that has been built. Same thing. It needs to be built. And everyone is asking, every seller is asking, pay me, pay me, pay me. Employees are saying, pay me, pay me, pay me. What do you think the buyer is saying or thinking? What do you think the buyer is thinking? 99 rupees kodi, 199 rupees kodi, 499 rupees kodi, 1000 rupayi kodi, ellaru kelta idare. But the person who has the money, what do you think they're thinking? What will I get? The value. What else? Why you, not someone else? Why should I buy your product on someone else's product? Why you and not someone else's? That is what they're thinking. So now in your business plan, we would like to know why your healthy snack, why your app and not someone else's? Or already, is there a market for this? So which means, what is your solution? How simple is your solution? Can people easily relate to this particular thing? How many of you downloaded WhatsApp or Ola or Namma Yatri because you saw an advertisement? How many of you downloaded Instagram because you saw an advertisement? Then why are you using it? So there is something called as push approach and pull approach. If your problem statement is very clear, and if you're offering a simple solution, and if that problem is big enough, the market itself will get pulled towards it, and they'll only start buying it. And your customers will become your salespeople. Next comes all this, all the things which regards to what exactly is this product all about? Can you show it? Can people see it? I don't want to go through each one of them because I think it is already explained. And if at all you think you have something that can have copyright and patent and things like that, we would love to see that. Then comes the market. Let me tell you something which I have learned in a hard way. Marketing guru can never tell you what works and what doesn't work. Let me repeat. Marketing gurus can never tell you what works and what doesn't work. It is the market that is going to tell you. Which means you have to take your product and service to the market and test and see. Imagine a new baby is born and you ask the parent of the newborn baby, which is the most beautiful baby in the world? What will the parent say? My baby is the most beautiful baby in the world, obviously. Now imagine an arrogant man like me. I look at the baby and I go, ooh, ugly baby. How will the parent feel? They'll feel sad. They'll feel hurt. There'll be a lot of anger, frustration. Why? Because it's my baby. How dare you tell something like that to my baby? Unfortunately, many of us, we bring in the same emotion to our business idea. My healthy snack is my baby. My health mental app is my baby. And my baby is the most beautiful baby in the world. And we go to the market will say, hey. How are you going to take that feedback? How will you improvise on that? Let me tell you, there is nothing called as good idea or bad idea. There are only two types of ideas. Ideas that work, ideas that doesn't work. Ideas that doesn't work doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Can you play around with it? Can you do something with it? Can you see what else can be done? Can it lead to something else altogether? That's the main intention of this business plan competition. Personally, I don't think anyone would have said it. Personally, all the judges, all the juries, all the organizers, we want all of you to fail. Yes, we want you to fail simply because we want you to understand that 1 plus 1 is never equal to 2. When you start, it might be 1 plus 1 will be minus 1. Then how can I make minus 1 to 0.5, so on and so forth, and somewhere come close to 2? That is where experience comes into picture. Now, he might be thinking, ಈಗ app develop ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, app develop ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ app developer ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಲಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಹೋಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ, should I employ someone? I'm a one-person team. Should I employ more people? Shall I contract? All of this will be there. These are the same questions even a seasoned business owner is asking. They'll be asking, in fact, ask Shravan, who is a chartered accountant, they'll be asking him, Shravan, should I borrow more money from the bank or less money from the bank? Should I have more assets or less assets? And Shravan will be thinking, it's like asking, is it good to have high blood pressure or low blood pressure? High sugar level or low sugar level? It should be balanced. So how much are you going to invest on that app? How much are you going to invest on what kind of inventory you're going to buy, the raw materials you're going to buy to come up with the snack product? We would like to see how big is that market. In your case, if you're not able to sell, it's a perishable thing. What will you do with it? ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಆಂಟಿ ಅವರು ಇವರು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಫ್ರೀ 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 ಫ್ರೀ. This will all be given to you, ma'am. No, all the slides will be given to you. Previous is this. We are kind of running out of time. Now, if you want the jury, the judge, whoever will be going through your business plan to take seriously, what we want you to do is do a research, at least from 100 plus people. These 100 plus people should not be your parents, your friends, and all the people in your first circle. It should be outside the first circle. In your case, if you're a B2B, then you have to go and meet at least 50 HR managers who have 50 employees and ask them, would you be interested in something like this? Then they will say, already we are using this, already we are using that. Then you're going to understand the reality and you'll figure out how to make 1 plus 1 equals 2. Because if you are going to ask your parents, your friends, yen idea guru, health snack, wow, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಿಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಗಲ್ಲಿಲೂ ಜಿಮ್ಮು, ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಏನದು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಬಾಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸೂಪರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ, ವಾವ್, ನಿಂಗಿರೋ ಐಡಿಯಾಗೆ ನೀನು ಚಂದ್ರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನು ಚಂದ್ರ ಲೇಔಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಬಟ್ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೀಪ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹಪ್ಪಂ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ, ಹೌದಾ? ಅದೇ ಫ್ರೆಂಡಿಗೆ, ಮಗ ನೀನು ಜಿಮ್ಮಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಿನ್ ಜಿಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ 10 ಸ್ನಾಕ್ ಬಾರ್ ನ ಮಾರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀಯಾ? ಕೊಟ್ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾರ್ಕೊಂಬ, ಎಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ? 99 rupees. ಹೌದಾ? ಯಾಕೆ 99 rupees ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಯಾಕೆ? ಫ್ರೀ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೂಪರ್, ಅಮೇಸಿಂಗ್, ಆಸಮ್, ಟಾಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕತೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. And this is what the jury would like to know. How much of research have you done with your ideal customer? Sadhu Kokulan photo tagibeka. Hey. Then comes all your revenue strategy, budgets, and so on and so forth, which I'm sure all the previous speakers have presented. But we would like to see in detail and try to keep it point-wise, and don't read from the slide and don't come up with all these paragraphs. So budget. Budget in simple words is business plan expressed in numbers. Business plan expressed in numbers is budget. And budget, once it's done, it should not be changed. So pretty much what you're telling in a budget is 1 plus 1 will most likely be 2. When you say 50,000 users, how will you find those 50,000 users? Where will you go and do marketing? How much are you going to spend? When will you start getting that money? Will it be after 3 months, 6 months? How will you survive until then? So that is all the things that we need to know when you're preparing this and sending it across. Yeah, financial projections. Then these are the critical numbers we would like to know. Good that you said 99 rupees, 199 rupees, at least you have a selling price. One thing we would be challenging you is the unit of economics. Okay, 199 rupees or 499 rupees. If you're going to sell, what is your cost? ಈಗ 99 rupeesಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸ್ನಾಕ್ ಬಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀ? ದ ಇಂಗ್ರೀಡಿಯೆಂಟ್ಸ್ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, 20 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಲೇಬರಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ನೋ. More you do the research, better it is. Then you might say, illa, it's a volumes game. Jasti madadre anta helbadi. Everyone understands it. If thousands, how much is it? If 10,000, how much is it? How are you going to sell it? What happens if you're going to, if you're not going to sell? So all of it we'd like to know. Plan B, plan C. Sale forecast, at least for the next 1, 2, 3 years. And with all the margins, and finally the cash flow forecast. Because as we know, sales is vanity, profit is sanity, cash is king. So show me the money. Starting early, app develop madabeku 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಆಗತ್ತೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಆಗತ್ತೆ. So if you're just putting in money, when will you expect the first money to come in form of sales? How will you survive until then? Because one of the questions I'm sure the juries will be thinking is, okay, let's say we are going to give you the first prize, 5 lakhs. How much is the first prize, Shravan? Do we know that? First prize, still not yet decided. So let's say 5 lakhs is the first prize. And if you say it's going to take 6 months and I will be spending 4 lakhs 50,000 on app development, what will you do after that? Will you be applying for another business plan competition? Do you have personal funds? So how will you run and survive and sustain? So you need to have plan B and plan C in the pipeline. Then yes, who has your money? Customer target segments and do the SWOT analysis. So pretty much what you see on most of the business plan. These are the milestones. 1 month from now, let's say you're going to launch it from June of this month or July of this year, sorry. So 1st of July, if you're going to launch, what will happen in July, August, September? After 3 months, what will happen in the next quarter? So what are the milestones? To get that 50,000 customers, getting the first 100 customers, how much time will it take? Where will I find them? Then 100, 500 yavagagatte, 1000 yavagagatte. So all that milestone needs to be sent across. And of course, the more research you have done, then we know that there is a market for this. Now, someone was saying, no, what's the benefit for the society? Is there a socio-economic impact? Can you bring in that aspect to it? So are there funds that you can tap into, government funds, because you're doing something for the betterment of the society? You can explore this aspect. Will it empower any sector of the society in large? If yes, then yes, you get few brownie points for this. As I said, prototype speaks 1,000 words. If you have a demo, something people can see, something people can feel, nothing like that. If you can show it, great. If not, a working prototype. And even if you're doing that research, ask that person, is it okay if I do a short video recording of this interview? And you ask that person and you make that short reel, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And here are the 10 customers who gave this kind of a review about our product or service. Well, awesome, great. So this would be another aspect. So here are all the 10 questions we expect you to answer before you start working on the business plan. You can take a photo of this because this will not be shared in the slide that will be uploaded on the website. First thing is, what is the problem? You need to keep asking this question again and again and again and again and again, because you need to know the problem of your customer or client better than they know the problem. What is the problem? Who has the problem? Who wants the problem to be badly solved? And who is ready to give money to get that problem solved? What's your simple solution? What's the unique solution? Why you and not someone else? Who has the money? What's your value proposition? If people are saying your product or service is expensive, what do you think they're saying? When people are saying your product is very pricey, all they're saying is, I'm not able to see value. The moment you show value, price becomes secondary. During COVID, you remember there was something called as remdesivir injection. You know, injection ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು COVID ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಏನೇನೋ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. Do you know the MRP of that injection? 1.5 lakhs MRP. What do you think was the MRP of that injection? 2,450 rupees. And in the market, it was sold for 50,000, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs, 2 lakhs. Why? Now you're talking about life and death, boss. Value. Price becomes secondary. How can you show value? So whatever you're going to price, people are going to buy it. That is something we'd like to know. How will you make money? By selling what? That product, that service. How many different types of products and service? Is it based on your skill set? Do you have team members who have got all the kind of skill set, or do you have to hire someone? If you're an app developer and you don't have a CTO or someone who has got that kind of an expertise, and if you're reliant on someone, what if that person quits and goes? What if that person takes all the codes? What will you do? Is it legal? If you have to sell that, do you have that FCI, FCI, whatever certificate and things like that? All the compliance thing, will you be able to tick all those boxes? How will you scale? So from 50,000 users, how will you scale further? Or is it something only specific for people here in Bangalore? How much time will it take for you to make that first rupee in sales? So initially the setup cost might be 2 lakhs over the next 2 months. So after that, when will the first rupee comes in? And then how will you survive? How will you break even? When will it happen? And finally, how will you beat the competition? So there are already so many health products out there. Why should someone pick up your snack bar and not someone else's? How will you beat the competition? I know you may not have answer to everything, but at least start thinking from that particular perspective. Questions? Anything you would like to ask or share or comment? We have probably another 5 to 8 minutes. Yes. If I was sitting in your seat, what would I do? I would run to all the jury members and do some match fixing. In fact, I would be asking the same question that you asked, and I would be interested to know who are all the people who won in the last, 18 years? Yeah, 18 years of the competition. Because, see, when this initiative was started, this was back in 2007 or 2008, if I'm not wrong. Startup was not a word that was used very frequently everywhere. So that's why they came with a business plan. But this is more of a startup kind of an idea that you're coming up with. So if I were you, have quite a few business plans or ideas around that particular aspect, go test the market. Go test the market. Connect with people online, meet someone on a meetup, an investor, mentor, coach, whoever it is, ask them, this is what it is, this is what it is, this is what it is. And you'll be surprised how generous some people are in sharing their knowledge and wisdom. Good question. Yes. Based on my experience, one decision planning that can make or break. See, my expertise is, even though I'm a civil engineer, I educate people on the subject of finance. I'm a financial educator. It would be maintaining that financial hygiene. What I mean by that is, if 99 rupees comes into the bank account, it should not go to my pocket here. First, it will go to this pocket. Illinda ee supplier ge 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ರೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 4 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 ರೂಪಾಯಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 50 ಪೈಸೆ 1 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಉಳಿದಿರತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಈ ಜೋಬಿಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಮುಗೀತು. So financial hygiene, financial discipline is critical.
Excuse me, sir. Is it all right if I take a video
of
you
for
just some questions for my marketing maybe?
Okay, I'm confused. So you're going to ask a question and
Yeah.
Oh, you're already starting.
Yeah.
Okay. Will it go on some reel, Instagram?
No.
For your internal purpose.
It's public, so that's totally fine.
Okay.
So will you be ready to pay around 30 to 50K to have your grandma back, who is like dead? So to have virtual connection with her, will you be ready to pay for?
So if I pay 30 or 50,000, I'll get my grandma back.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think I need to check with my grandpa first. Is he okay?
Okay.
Well, already I like the idea.
Thank you, sir.
I think I know where you're heading towards. Good. I like that idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Okay, the question is sometimes the idea will be very good, but the business plan will not be very good. So what to do in that case? Well, it's like saying, weekend ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಉಗಾದಿ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರೋಣ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ. ದುಡ್ಡು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಸೂಪರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹೋಗಿ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರೋಣ. Knowing is knowing, doing is doing. So execution is very critical. Everyone can come up with amazing ideas. Executing that idea is the challenge. Making 1 + 1 somewhere close to 2. See, minute problems, again, how detrimental it's going to be. Some of the minute problems that you would have done today might show up after 3-4 years. Have you heard of this brand, Bira beer? Do you know what happened to them? Yeah, Indian brand, where are they? They at one time they were kind of competing, or they were better than Kingfisher and other things. Suddenly they wanted to go to IPO and they couldn't. One decision, with what I have understood, the founder made, which was about changing the name of the company or the label or something like that. And the Indian government is very clear, when you do something like that, it's like you're starting a new company altogether. You're selling, you're making money, you have customers who are paying, everything is there, but legally there is a red tape, because now you have changed the name of the brand or something like that. Couldn't go to IPO, they couldn't survive, and all the products that they had, inventory, they couldn't sell, because now suddenly it became illegal. One small thing. So this is where you have to figure out and understand how detrimental that particular thing can be.
Sir?
Bande. Ha, 1 ನಿಮಿಷ. ಇನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಚುರಿನಾ? ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಚಾನ್ಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. Next few years, then maybe. See, today is the world of AI. Just let us all take a step back. Let us all take a step back. Where do you think most of the people are being frustrated? Product industry or service industry? Service industry. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, I have got 2 daughters. One is about to turn 5, another is just 11 months.
Wow.
Nanny. ಈಗ 11 ತಿಂಗಳು ಮಗುನ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಬ್ರು ಬೇಕು, ಇವಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಪಿಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. There are so many things, many aspects, and these are all problem that is kind of universal. Many people have this kind of a problem. So look out for a problem that is on a large scale and see how you can solve it. And it's everywhere. Just don't see, observe. Don't hear, listen. People go, it means people are frustrated with something. They're not able to find the solution. Can you come up with a solution that is simple? 15 years back, ನಾನು ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಈಗ ಮುಗೀತು ಈ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಮೀಟಿಂಗಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಟೋ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು? ಓಡು ಆಟೋ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಆಟೋ ಈ ಒಬ್ರು ನಿಲ್ಸಲ್ಲ, ಸರ್ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ಡಬಲ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಈ frustration. But someone said, hey, behind this frustration, there's an opportunity. Ola, Uber, Namayatri. Look out for those frustration. And how many people have these kind of frustrations?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So my name is Vinuta. ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ 2 ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ, ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಇವಾಗ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೇರೆ ಏಂಜಲ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಲಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇ ಬೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡೀಸ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ ಸರ್?
ಓಕೆ. ಈಗ ಲಾಭ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಲಾಭನ
ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾವೇ ಮಡಿಕೊಂತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಗ್ರೋ ಆಗೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ.
ಲಾಭ ನಮ್ದು, ನಷ್ಟ ನಿಮ್ದು.
ಸರ್ ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾದ್ರು ತುಂಬಾ ಲಾಸಸ್ ಆದಾಗ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡೀಸ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಬೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ.
See, this is where you need to understand on term sheet anta irutte. If you're bringing an investor, then you need to be very clear. Profit ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, ಎಷ್ಟು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಶೇರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, all of it. Loss ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ where does it end? And most of the investors who are investing, they know that if business doesn't do well, then they will suffer a loss. Some of them will have some kind of a backup, ಆ ರಿಸ್ಕಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಲಾಸ್ ಆಯ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರು ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ದೇ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಯು ಟು ಗಿವ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ತಗೊಂತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ with this business plan. Well, this is not something that they are asking you. Again, people supporting the next generation of entrepreneurs to come here and flourish, because we want the Indian economy to be stronger and better. So that's the reason they want to help and support all budding entrepreneurs. And that's the reason Sudhakar sir, who is the health education minister, he has come up with this initiative. Let us have a tie-up with FKCCI and the government, and he is bringing in all the government colleges. Now, that doesn't mean that you should treat money as free. Whatever money you are going to get, you need to be very clear how you are going to spend it. You have to get into that. Oh, free ag banbitide anta. If you go about spending it, then it's not a sustainable model.
So, ivaga, for example.
Matadi, kelsala. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನಿನ್ಗೆ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಫುಲ್ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಳಿ 2 ಅಡಿ ಪಚ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೆಟ್ ಕಂಫರ್ಟಬಲ್ ವಿತ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಪಲ್ಟಿ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನೋ ಅಂಡರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್, ವೆನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಎಂಟರ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್? ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಅಪಟೈಟ್. ವಾಟ್ ಡು ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಬೈ ದಟ್? ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನಾನು 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಹೋಯ್ತು, still can I continue my life from tomorrow as if nothing happened? ಅಥವಾ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ, 1 ಲಕ್ಷನೂ ಹೋಯ್ತು, ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಅಪಟೈಟ್. ಫಾರ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ 1 crore ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವರು 100 ಕೋಟಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ 50,000 ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಯು ನೋ ಯೋರ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಅಪಟೈಟ್, ಟೇಕ್ ದಟ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್, ವಿಚ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಯೋರ್ ಬೇಬಿ ಟು ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್.
Hi sir, my name is Pawan. Sir, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ನ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ನ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾಸ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ನ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಪ್ರೈಸು ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿನೇ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ.
Okay. See, this is a universal problem, especially in India. 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಗಿಗೆ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ 90 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಮೆಜೆಸ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಲಿ. They will ask. ಬಾರ್ಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕಾಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. In fact, I had one of my business connect in Australia, Melbourne. He is from North Karnataka, but he's in Melbourne for 20-25 years. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಲ್ಬರ್ನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಸ್ಟ್ರೇಲಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ they said green energy, solar, ಆ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ they started back in 2008-9. So he entered that business, made his millions. So ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಬರೋಣ, ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ he came here. After 2 years, I asked him, ಮನೀಶ್ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು, ಮನೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಸರ್, ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಿ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಲೇವ್ ಚಿನ್ಮಯ್, 1 ಕಿಲೋವಾಟ್ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ 1 ಗಿಗಾವಾಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕಣೋ. ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂತಾರ, ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಅದು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳಲ್ಲ. So this is where you need to be very clear who is your target market, who can see value in it. If they don't see value, if they're always bargaining, then those customers are for your competitors. So try to position yourself to be slightly premium, which will be difficult at the initial stage, but you have to show some differentiation. ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇದೇ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮಾರ್ತಾನೆ, and you can see so many in the market. Why should someone buy this premium one? Is ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಂಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, then you'll have to find them. This is where the tricky part is. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, one more.
Hi, sir.
One ನಿಮಿಷ.
Sir, suppose if I sell my any product to customer directly, if I came to know that I can sell my product to even government also. So how can I do from B2C to B2G? How can I do, sir?
ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ನ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೆಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಸೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
So from B2B now you want to go to B2G.
Yeah, yes sir.
Now then it's a different ball game. What's the project? Let's say one project you are trying to sell. Government works in a different way. ಒಂದು ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಅಥವಾ is it a new product that you are trying to introduce? ಯಾರನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು? ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ, AS ಆಫೀಸರ್, ಇವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, that's a different ball game altogether. So that is not my expertise.
How do you ask? So when someone asks the question on how will you beat the competition, what points can you give to convince that you can beat the competition?
Again, you have to show a bit of your uniqueness, unique proposition, the value proposition, how different you are, and how can people can't really replicate it easily. If you say, now kadame price kodtivi, if price is the only differentiating factor, then you don't have anything else to compete with. So is there something you can do with quality? Is there something you can do with kind of quantity? Is there something you can do with efficiency? Ease of purchasing the business. So there are many aspects.
Something like patents will help.
Oh, patent, nothing like that. Then it's your thing. No one can do it, right?
Okay.
Yes. Do we have time? 4:27? We have? Oh, we have. Okay, ma'am is saying if I explain everything here, how can I patent something? How can I copyright something? This is where you need to talk to a patent lawyer and understand. And they will do a research. ಈ ತರ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಚೆನ್ನೈ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಚೆಕ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 1 year ತನಕ ಯಾರು ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ತರದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೆನ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಯುವರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ tedious process but once you have it
Sir, sir, I want one suggestion from you, sir. As a speaker or the anchor, what will you suggest for us while doing the presentation, sir? How can we reach our idea impactfully within that duration or timeline? And also, how can we practice for that?
Okay. So now she's asking a question like, how do I become an impactful speaker? To keep it really simple, first thing is get the content ready.
Yes, sir.
Get the content ready. ChatGPT can help you to an extent, but you have to keep on prompting it. We would love to hear story. What do I mean by story? What is storytelling? Now, because I train people on business storytelling. What is storytelling? Storytelling is using my words. How can I make my audience visualize, imagine pictures?
Yes.
That's story. Business is, language of business is numbers. Now, how can I use numbers? How can I make numbers? And how can I make you visualize those numbers? Profit is this much. How can I make you visualize? That is what business storytelling is all about. So once you have that content, go and present to different people from different walks of life, even children, whoever it is. The more and more you practice, then somewhere you will go, oh, iduk aha andru. Oh, idukkeno interest aaytu. Adeno bantu. So that would be my suggestion as of now. And of course, it is a skill which has to be practiced again and again and again.
Sir, where should I focus more, sir, while presenting?
Where should you focus, Andre? Because you're talking to the jury.
Yes.
So engage them in a conversation.
Yes.
Don't tell the obvious. We had people saying we have come up with an alternative for plastic and plastic is a very dangerous product and plastic idide. All ellargu gottu. So you have got something that is a replacement for plastic. Show us. Tell what is unique about it. Less is more. That's the mantra. Because today the attention span of people is very less. The less you speak and make that impact, nothing like that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, we'll come to you next.
Sir, right now you just said that execution is everything. But if execution is everything, why do some well-executed startups still fail despite strong stakeholder support?
Good question. I didn't say execution is everything. I said execution is very important, not just the idea. This is where external factors comes into picture. What do we mean by external factors? Do you know pestle analysis? Pestle anta kelidara. What is P? Political, economy, social, technology, legal, environment. Now, can you predict the weather tomorrow? Can you predict what Donald Trump will do tomorrow? I have people who expanded their business in last 2 years in Dubai. Execution, amazing, hired the best of the best people, strategy, because until then, Dubai, amazing place. This is the place to be doing business. If you have international business, you should have your head office. Now, people don't even want to travel to Dubai. Idea is great, execution is great, but there is something called as external factors, which is beyond our control. So this is where one should know, if something like this happens, can I still survive and move on? Or am I done and dusted? That is what happened to a lot of people during COVID. Even profitable businesses, they couldn't survive. Good question. Hey, innonda? Oh, it's like he's asking, in this rapid changing environment, how often should we keep updating our business plan? It's like Google Maps. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಂದ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಂಗೇರಿಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಏನದು ಕಾವೇರಿ ಫ್ಲೈಓವರ್ ತಾನೆ, ಕಾವೇರಿ ತಾನೆ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಫ್ಲೈಓವರ್? ಇದು ದ ಮೇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಇದು ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಫ್ಲೈಓವರ್ ನೇಮ್? ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ, ನಾಟ್ ದ ಫ್ಲೈಓವರ್. ದ ಮೇನ್ ಹೈವೇ. ಏನೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಡು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಹೈವೇ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ, ಕೆಂಗೇರಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ, ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಮನಗರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ವಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಡೂ? Reroute. Same thing. So this is where you need to know the milestones. By 1 month, 3 months, this is where I need to be, but we are nowhere close to 1 + 1, which is equal to 2. We are still -1. Reroute. ಈಗ ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಬಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಬೇಕು, ಇನ್ಯಾವುದೋ ಬಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ, ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ, ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ. ಸೊ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir. So for the business that I intend to build, initially I want to start off as a marketplace. After a year or two of running it as a marketplace, using the user data that we've acquired, I want to scale up the company into warehousing, and in future, about 4 or 5 years after we have started into the warehousing business, I wanted to scale it up as a non-banking financial company. So when I put my plan of scaling it up in the business plan, are the judges going to value the future scaling up plans, or will they focus entirely on the first year or first 6 months of scaling it up?
It will be mix of both. Good that you're thinking long term, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line. But again, let's face it, no one has seen tomorrow. Now, we don't know the next big technology that might disrupt in the next 2-3 years. So when you say you're going to collect the data as of now for the next 2 years, and then using that database, you're going to go about promoting and things like that, leverage on that database. How will we know if the database will still feel relevant in your platform? Because the market might have moved. See, this is the biggest challenge every business owner is facing. Let's say this is my potential customer, client, and the potential client is there, potential customer is there. Plan, strategy, catch ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Then again ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. But ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನ will be here. So market is always moving. How many of you have got different apps to book your auto or your 4-wheeler or 2-wheeler? Ola, amele, Uber, Rapido, Namma Yatri. I just want to go from point A to point B, and these are all the people who are offering services. And I am not loyal to anyone. Yes? End of the day, value fast ag barbeku, kadme rate irbeku, chak, mugit. So no one knows. But if you have done a bit of research and say this is plan B and this is plan C, this is more likely, we might expect what the market would be 2 years from now, and you go by justifying and you have backed it up with research, definitely it will have a lot of weightage.
So what would you recommend? Focus on the initial first 6 months or 1 year?
Definitely. First, you get the foundation right. Okay. Get the foundation right. First, illinda Ramnagarಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡಗಿಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
Thank you, sir.
Just last 2 questions or 1 question probably?
Maybe 2 questions or 3. Done. Yeah, it can be 3, it can be 5. Yes, bumper. Yes, bumper, law of attraction. ಇದೇ ತಾನೇ ರೈತರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಏನೋ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ರಪ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಸೂಪರ್ ಬಂಪರ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್, ಹೋಗು ತಗೊಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾರ್, ಅದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಐ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಓಕೆ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಅ ಜೋಕ್? ಓಕೆ. ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಬ್ರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಟ್ಟೆಲ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಲೇ, ಹೋದ್ಸತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಲ್ಲ, ಈಗೇನಾಯ್ತು? ಸೈಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಾಕಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೈ ಹತ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಈ ತರ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗೋ, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೀನು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಓನರ್ ತರ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ತರ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಗೇವ್ ಮಿ ಅನ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ, ಸೀಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ಆರೆಂಜ್ ನ ಮಾಡು, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಸಿಕ್ಕಾವಟ್ಟೆ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಸೀಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ಆರೆಂಜ್ ಆಗದೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾವಟ್ಟೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೂಪರ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ ತಾನೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್, ಒಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ರೊಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಸೈಕಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೀಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಸೀಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಕಪ್ ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಬಿಳಿ ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಆ ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ ಹಾಕೋಣ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಇನ್ನು ಬಂಪರ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಓಡಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ಸೀಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೆಳೆಸು ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಬೇಡ, ನಾನೇ ಹೊಸ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಗದೆ ಕೈ ಸುಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಏನ್ ಕ್ರಾಪು? ಸೀಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ಕಡ್ಲೆಕಾಯಿ. So common sense is very important. Yes.
Sir, let's suppose there is one company which is already well established and people know it well. ನಂದು ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಲೈಟ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಲೈಟ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇದೆ. Is it better for me to tie up with that company and make that product better, or ನಾನೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾ?
See, the question is, will they be okay to tie up with you?
Yeah, like what if I approach them and is that better, or what if I grow my own company? Is that better?
That's a personal decision that you have to take.
No, which is like less riskier?
Less riskier is tying up with this particular company, but again, on a long term, it depends. Long term, you might be giving your time, effort, everything here, and you might have only little share in that particular company. But here the risk is more, but on a long run, you will have control over it. So you should always weigh that. It's not this or that. Yes. Mazala kotra nimge kudiyake?
Good evening, sir. I am Atish. I'm from KSIT second year computer science. I too am an author. I would like to divide my question in two parts. My primary question would be like, you said you had 6 failed businesses. So I want to know what was the reason that you think led to the failure of that business?
Okay, many of them, 3 things. One, I was offering foreign solution for Indian problem. Second, absolutely no financial discipline. I didn't know what was 1 plus 1 and how to make it 2. I thought everything will be great. And 3, I was trying to do all by myself.
So you did not have a team?
I had a kind of a team, but it's like, or let me put it this way. I was using the 3 most dangerous words in English. I know that. The day I started saying I don't know and started approaching coaches, things started shifting.
So the secondary question would be, I and my friends, we planned on a startup, and then we had a lot of things done. And then when it came to the groundwork, we thought we had an estimated figures ready based on just online searches and all the research that we had. We studied through many research papers as well. It is related to agri-tech. So then when we actually did the groundwork, what we found out was that whatever we did the research, that is far less than what we had expected. So like the market is more bigger, so much big that it was out of our imagination. So then we saw a lot of opportunities that we could scale up the business, as well as that we had a lot of opportunity there. And many people were not even talking about it. So then I met many people who are knowledgeable in that field, and then all of them gave their part of their knowledge. We took reviews and everything came out perfectly fine. But then there is always that one question that should we start it up early, as I'm just a student. So there is always a mix of reviews what we get, like you start it now, you will have experience, that this, and then there is another set of people who would tell you first finish your education, go to a job, have some experience, and then you do whatever you want.
So the short answer is you need to know your risk appetite. If you start that, do you think you can balance your studies and do this? Will it be this and that, or will it be this or that? Do you think you can wait for another year and start? Again, these are all questions eventually you will have to answer yourself. Beg madve agಬೇಕಾ, late ag madve agಬೇಕಾ, madve ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಬಾರ್ದಾ? No one has got an answer for that. So you should have to figure out for yourself. On a lighter note, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡ್ಸಿಗೂ ಗಂಡ್ಸಾಗದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಅವರವರೇ ಕಲಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. So you'll have to figure out when you have to jump and become an entrepreneur. Okay, then that's my time. Thank you so much. All the very best.
Thank you so much, Chinmay, for your lovely discussion and the with the students, and also highlighting about the putting up a business plan together. But I now request Dr. Sunita to please come on the dais and present a token of appreciation to Chinmay Anand. May I also request Shravan Gurutur to join the dais. May I request you to give a round of applause? So thank you so much, guys. Before we wrap it up and call it a day, does anyone want to give any or ask any questions to the chairman? Where's the chairman? Okay, so chairman is still here. So if anyone has any questions to the chairman, please bring it up now, or you can even email it. So any questions now to him? I know a lot of you are bothering him in the center during the lunch. Nobody wants to talk to him now, is it? Okay, can somebody give the mic? I can't hear you. Yeah, so the PPTs will be shared to everyone. Everyone who attended the knowledge workshop, it will be shared. So, okay, all the recordings also will be made available. You can watch it on replay as well if required. You can contact us at FKCCI, manthan@fkcci.in, or you can go to the website and also connect with us. So you have multiple channels that you can reach out to us. So feel free to contact us. Okay.
Thank you, Pranam. So beyond Bangalore, we are also having offline knowledge workshop sessions just like this, but slightly condensed versions. For the benefit of the beyond Bangalore students, ಬರೀ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಸೀರೀಸು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ್ ಆನ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಮಂಡೇ 23rd of March. ಅವತ್ತು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ 1 day condensed knowledge workshop. ಬರೀ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ, and this will be done physically in one of the colleges in ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ್. ಆ ಸೆಷನ್ನು ಸಹ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ ಸೆಷನ್ನು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ highest number of applications ನಮಗೆ in that particular order ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ತುಮಕೂರು, ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ, ಮೈಸೂರು ಅಂಡ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಂಗ್ಳೂರು. ಈ 5 ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟ್, ತುಮಕೂರು, ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ, ಮೈಸೂರು ಅಂಡ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಹಾಫ್ ಡೇ ಬೂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಏನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ, ದ ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೆಟ್. For those of you who are already on the WhatsApp group, I have already shared the template on the WhatsApp group. Quite a few might have received it, but the same thing we will upload on the website as well. ನೀವು ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. And ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಡೌಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ you can participate virtually. It will be a repeat of the sessions. If you are interested, ಮತ್ತೆ ಡೌಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ you can participate. Right? All sessions recorded will be available. Any other questions?
Thank you, Shravan, for the summary of what's going to happen in the next phase. So I request everyone to go back, sit back, listen, recall, rewind, and prepare your business plan and have it submitted by the deadlines. I think it's April 8th is when you have to submit all the deadlines. So please make sure you submit them on time. Any questions, I've shared the email IDs earlier, so feel free. Okay, so I would like to call it wraps as of now. So before we do that, let's all clap for ourselves. So this clap is not for us. This clap is for you because you sat through both the days, heard everything, listened, understood, and obviously you will go back and make good have made good notes and make sure that you take the good input and build something new. So thank you all. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.